We got the Uchronian, Neurodia, Autumn Abyss, Mistress Lynn, Matyahu, Mayfleet, Lotta Apples, Dank Catlord, Put the Screw in the Tuna, Transgirl Jade, Horizon, Matthew McConaughey, great to see you, Baphomet, Fish Sneeze, Xerox, Felsin Forma, Page, Punkcorp, Sentient Rat, Polymath, Polier, Tearstar, Proud Platypus, Jennifer 13, the Uchronian, Sentient Rat, Lotta Apple, Zadoki, Haunted Furby, Horizon, Shrazly, Jessica Metal, the one and only Jessica Metal, Evie the Purple. Maybe we need one more round of that. That song is so good. Let's listen to it one more time through. From the YouTube chat, Abhorrent Arcana, Love of Lyrics, Mr. Hare, Sam, Melly, Leth, Another Bored Person, Al the Healer, Love of Lyrics, Bingo Bongus, Andy Monet, Grady HD, Zach, Fletcher, the Sakura Sunset, Tori Cassiatore, Tiki Dragon, Moss Meow, A Good Dog, Leonardo de Bean Cheese, and Another Bored Person. By the way, the track playing right now is by Ludovic Mixture Trautonium. And we're playing such a somber tone for a reason. Because today is the day that we will be announcing something very, very grim. We'll get into it. also a little bit funny, but that's most grim things, isn't it? There's always some humor in the dark. Demon is my favorite streamer. Based! Oh yeah, that reminds me, I gotta do this real quick. There we go. Bam. My lovely, lovely imps. What a day. What a day. We have something very, very special to talk about today, but we're going to still warm up like usual. Yeah. It's going to be a weird one. Okay. I mentioned that there was some pretty significant and insane news about our old friends over at Church Militant. And that is very true. We'll get into that in a little bit. I don't want to spoil anything, but let's just say things have gotten very weird. We're pretty much going to mostly be doing that, plus a bunch of random other stuff that I decide to talk about today, depending on how my energy levels hold up. This has been a pretty busy week for me, so I can't guarantee it's going to be the longest stream in the world, but then again, every time I say that, I end up going really long. But I can definitely feel myself fighting with my own focus and energy today. I hope we have time for Mama Souls 2. I believe we will have time for Dark Souls 2 today. At least I'm hoping so. Yeah, I think today is a good day for us to do some Dark Souls 2 at the end of the stream. You said that last stream and it ended up being 7.5 hours. Yeah, I know. I say that, like, I mean, hold on. If we just go to my channel right now, hold on. We can go to the live tab on my channel and we can just take a look at my recent streams. It's been, you know, I have a problem, you know? I got a problem. So let's see. In order, the last streams have been 7 hours and 19 minutes and 20 seconds. So 7:20, basically. 16 hours and 15 minutes, 7 hours and 38 minutes, 7 hours and 58 minutes, 5 hours and 25 minutes. Okay, that one's a little bit of a shorter one. That was because we did the Drama Mama on James Somerton. That one was pretty tiring. Then we had a 8 hour and 58 minutes, so a 9-hour stream, an 8 hour and 19 minute stream, an 8 hour and 37 minute stream, a 7 hour and 30 minute stream, a 7 hour and 21 minute stream, an 8 hour and 18 minute stream, 7 hour and 38 minute stream, 8 hour and 35 minute stream, 8 hour and 4 minute, 8 hour and 5 minute, 6 hours and 12. So in the last like 2 months of streams, I have done exactly 2 streams that were less than 7 hours. I have a problem. You know, I have a problem. I have a problem, right? Oh well, such is life. Such is life. Yeah. Oh well. At least I'm giving us good stuff to do. And of course, you know, keeping busy and whatever. Oh my goodness. Do you sleep? Yes, I do. I actually sleep quite well generally. Yeah, I generally sleep pretty well. In fact, these days I sleep better than at pretty much any point in my life previous. I've gotten pretty good about maintaining a sleep schedule. It's just that, you know, I tend to do longer streams slightly less frequently, whereas other people do shorter streams slightly more frequently. But for me, it works a little better to give myself time to think about stuff. How's Yoda doing? Yoda is doing great right now. In fact, Yoda has been on a medication to help prevent and reduce dementia symptoms, and she's been doing really, really good. So far, she has not had any other episodes or anything, which means that's very good. That's a very good sign. And hopefully she never will again. It depends. Thankfully, we seem to have caught it pretty early, and the vet says that the outcome is likely going to be good if we keep her on the medication. So, yeah, it's a little like it's a medicine that helps balance brain chemistry in dogs. Jessica Metal says, wait, what happened to Yoda? I've been out of the loop. Yoda was diagnosed with like canine dementia, like the earliest stages of canine dementia. They're not 100% sure that, like, because it's really hard to tell with dogs. You can't ask them questions and stuff. But she had a lot of the symptoms, and they seem to think that was the case. And she's been responding well to the dementia medication. So that indicates she probably does have some level of, you know, early stage canine dementia. However, the vet said that getting her on the medication at this stage is a really good sign. The fact that we caught it really early and got it taken care of is very promising. So, and she hasn't, since she started the medication, she hasn't had any major issues. Yeah, she's been doing pretty goddamn good. And that's really encouraging. So, yeah. Yeah. Kika182, it's your birthday tomorrow. Well, happy early birthday. And I hope it's wonderful. I hope your birthday is wonderful tomorrow. Yeah, she's doing really good. Yoda gets tons of attention. She gets tons of exercise. She is very, very well loved and taken care of in this house. She goes out 3 to 5 times a day on walks around our neighborhood, and she spends even more time playing around in the yard, sniffing and watching animals. So she's doing great. She just was having she was basically sundowning for a while, which was really sad and stressful, and also kept us up all night because she would start panicking once she started getting a little confused. But she hasn't had an episode like that since she started the medication, and she's been on the medication for a while now, so that's a really good sign. There's a good chance she won't have to deal with any more of it. One of the things that happens, one of the things with dementia specifically, is that the earlier that you catch the warning signs, the less likely that it is to progress, because it kind of builds off of itself. As the symptoms get worse, you know, they build, you know, you have bad nights, you start losing sleep, you start feeling worse, you start panicking more. They build up on each other, and it can get bad. So if you catch it early and deal with it early, it won't necessarily progress, which is good. I had no clue that dogs can also get dementia. Yeah, dementia isn't like perfectly understood in humans or in dogs, but increasingly, the more that I read about it, it seems to be that like prevailing theories point towards certain chemical imbalances, basically leading to long-term issues with memory and like being able to mentally orient yourself. So chemical imbalances, getting those things taken out. Dopamine is really, really major in it, and I think that's what the medication that she's on is meant to target. So it's basically like a doggy antidepressant, but yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway, she's doing well. Yeah. So that's always promising. Thank you for asking. It means a lot. We love Yoda so much. She is we love her. She's a member of our family. Not yet, Stuart James. Stuart James asks, did I miss whatever the church militant disaster is? No, we haven't done it yet. We're going to do it in a little bit. I got to warm my voice up and everything. I don't think so. I'll check in on that. That's odd. Thank you. Thank you for that, Norse. Appreciate that. One second, let me do this. Okay, there we go. I hope Fondo and Gynotype are doing well. Everyone's doing pretty decent right now. It's been a busy week. We've all had a lot of appointments this week. I've mentioned that I've been doing physical therapy, which has been crazy helpful. I've been doing physical therapy for my back. I've mentioned this a million times on stream. I hurt my back a few years ago, and then I re-agitated it a little bit more recently, and I realized that I need to go have some help figuring out what to do to see what I can do about my back, so I don't have like long-term severe chronic issues. And my doctor said you definitely should go do some physical therapy, and it has helped a lot. And that is really good. So, but it's also very difficult. Physical therapy is pretty hard. And I mean, a lot of it is basically just very targeted workouts. So I've been going and doing targeted workouts on weak muscles. And that's pretty tiring. So, but it's good. It's good. So I can't complain about that. And then Fondo and Gynotype have also been up to all kinds of their own things. Doe is working on a really interesting project right now that I can't give any details about, but Doe might have something very interesting to release publicly sometime in the future. So, you know, keep your eyes peeled for what Doe is working on. Yeah, Fawn has been playing a mixture of Dragon's Dogma 2 and Katamari, and has been doing some writing and stuff like that. And yeah, and Gynotype prefers to be private, so I won't give any information about Gynotype's life. But yeah. Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that, Jessica Metal. That sounds really painful. That sounds really painful. Swamp Hag asks, have you ever heard of Ren.Eleanor on TikTok? It's a really sad and sickening situation of child exploitation as content. Just went down a rabbit hole and holy shit, I want to delete all kids offline forever. Yikes. That sounds nightmarish, Swamp Hag. I am very distrustful of like family blog or vlog. What the hell? There's a fruit fly. What the hell? How'd you get up here? They fly up here from downstairs because my studio is above the kitchen. But anyway, I'm very suspect of family channels, family content, stuff like that. Unfortunately, the internet has only... So the internet is just a new avenue for these types of people who want to exploit their families. The sad reality is that the internet, I don't even know if you could say the internet has accelerated it, because it's just changed it, right? Because like child exploitation of that type, like, you know, using kids as like free actors to make entertainment, is like, it's really, it's been around for a long time. You know, like, I mean, think of like child actors in Hollywood is the primary example, but of course there's other things like pageants, and even sports, like kids performance sports, dance, all of these, gymnastics. These are all like, you know, obviously that's under sports, but I'm just bringing out some specific examples of like the ways that these things existed even before the internet. The internet has certainly brought a new form, which is like these channels. So yeah, I don't know. I don't even know, like, and of course then there's another entire angle, which is that just child labor exploitation generally, not in the entertainment or athletics industries, with people having their kids work their family businesses with no oversight, you know, having their kids go work on their farms or whatever. Yeah, as it turns out, kids are often treated pretty badly. Kids are vulnerable. They don't have a lot of power. And our society, as it is structured, gives abundant power to adults in their lives over them. Not even like just, you know, protect, you know, the ability to protect them or whatever, but like there's legal backing for people to have types of basically ownership over their kids, and it's not good or healthy. Yeah, it's very upsetting. Yeah. Autumn Abyss says kids should be nowhere near the internet, in my opinion. I think that's a really tough discussion to have, and I mean that. Like, so Florida, and I'm probably gonna do a segment on this in the future, like a devoted segment where I get my full thoughts. But for now, just consider this me working through it together on stream with you all, and not like a definitive statement of all my positions on this particular issue. But Florida recently passed a social media ban for every child under the age of 14, which is really aggressive. No other state in the country has passed a law like that. It's the first of its kind, to my knowledge. And that's pretty aggressive, saying like, and also it puts the onus on social media companies. So social media companies can actually be sued if it's found that there are, you know, young users from that state on their website. And on one hand, it's easy to go, well, that's probably good. There's a lot of stuff that can hurt kids on the internet. And that's true. That's just blatantly true. There are dangerous people on the internet. The internet is very hard. It's very easy to get lost in. There's content that is nightmarish and terrifying on the internet that is certainly not appropriate for kids. Some of it would be damaging even to adults. You know, I'm talking like, you know, gore and violence and, you know, all kinds of terrible things like that. And sexual content that they shouldn't have access to. And all kinds of things like that. But on the other hand, kids are often already very isolated from the world. I remember just recently reading I think it was a Reddit post from a sort of throwaway account. And this wasn't, I don't think, a 14-year-old. I think they were a little older than this. And they were talking about how their parents don't want them to have any friends outside of the family at all. They're like a religious family, and they give them a phone that allows them to be completely spied on. That phone is only, like, the parents can control, they can see all the text messages, they can see all the calls, they can control the contacts. And this kid found out how to basically, on the internet, found a way to basically break into the contacts so they could add their friend from school as a contact so that they could talk to somebody outside of the house, because they were saying like they're very lonely. And they don't have any friends, and they spend their whole lives like having to stay at home, having only to interact with parents, siblings, cousins, whatever, which is not necessarily very often for them. And their parents are very, you know, busy in their own right as well. So this kid was very alone, and this kid was able to find connection through friends on the internet, through advice on the internet, through information on the internet that allowed them to basically escape what I would consider to be a form of social torture. Being persistently monitored by over-controlling parents who actively prevent you from making friends normally. That will damage you emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and potentially even physically in the long run. It's pretty awful. And so while there is a lot of danger on the internet, I don't know that just blanketly banning kids from being able to use most of the internet, which I don't know. Like I said, I need to do a full segment on this and look into the law and see where it goes and all that. I'm not ready for that at this particular moment. This is just me getting my thoughts out there with you all. But just banning kids from the internet flat and social media and whatever social media entails. Social media is a huge chunk of the internet now. Like it or not. It is Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, actually in like reverse order. It's like YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, you know, Instagram, all these other web pages. That's where everything is. That's where everything's hosted and posted and shared. It's where you find information. It's, you know, a lot of the internet, social media. So having kids locked out of that actually can contribute in many cases to them being victimized by structures that already exist. You know, rigid family control is one of, if not the most common way that children are abused and mistreated. And it's very difficult often to see because it is the standard structure of the nuclear family is the legal standard. So it is assumed by everyone, including the government, that, you know, everything is normal provided that your kids are at home with their parents. And because of that, a lot of the types of abuse that goes on, which are incredibly, incredibly common, they are completely invisible. They don't show up at all because, of course, you know, how would you even see that? And, you know, a lot of times what kids in those situations do is they rely on other avenues, the avenues that aren't or can't be controlled by their parents. The internet, school, you know, even sometimes, I know this might sound weird, but sometimes even church groups can sometimes be a form of escape from the, you know, autocracy of a family structure that's abusive. It's a really complicated issue, and a lot of people are ready to have hot takes because that's the internet these days, is this hot take machine of everybody's got to have the take on everything. And you know, it's unavoidable. We all do it. It's not good, but everybody does it to a certain degree. But this is one of those issues where I don't think there's an easy take. I don't think there's an easy answer. Some people say, you know, kids shouldn't be allowed on the internet, and sometimes it definitely feels like, you know, you encounter some, I don't know, kids being crazy on the internet, doing crazy stuff, getting up to no good, hurting themselves, whatever, and you're like, wow, kids really shouldn't be on the internet. And then you go, well, but if the government decides to side on the, like, you're not allowed here, in a world where increasingly everyone's online all the time, so much happens online, that can basically be like sentencing kids to prison in a social type. You know, it can basically be saying, yeah, the government is going to assist in ensuring that the only real outlet that you have is strictly controlled by your parents. And I think it's worth noting, by the way, that the places most likely, currently, the places most interested in controlling, strongly controlling kids' access to the internet are also places that tend to pass laws where parents have an abundance of control over their educational experience as well. Florida is one of those states. Florida is a state where parents are and have to be notified about basically everything that their kid decides to say to a school counselor, that their kid decides to say in class. Parents can basically insert themselves at any point into their child's educational experience, and that's not always a good thing. You know, combined, it can basically mean that there's kids who have no escape whatsoever. They are, and all appears as normal. Their parent can be as controlling as possible, and there's literally nothing that anybody can do about it because it's all legal, you know? That's something worth considering. And again, and all that is in the context that there is a lot of stuff on the internet that is genuinely dangerous to kids. And kids are ripe for being exploited, for being pipelined into dangerous worldviews and opinions. It's a really complicated issue. And yeah, sorry, that ended up being like a huge, you know, thought dump. But I guess that's just the reality of it. This shit is why we need to fight tooth and nail against COSA. Well, see, laws like COSA are just blatantly, those are a little bit more blatant in how they are attempting to censor and control the internet using children as an excuse. The COSA type laws are largely targeted at stuff that adults should be able to have access to, and then trying to criminalize that or make it impossible to function, or on the other end, to allow for government data collection on a terrifying level in the name of protecting children. But the vast majority of the data that's going to be collected is just personal information that could be very dangerous in the wrong hands. Yeah. So there's a lot to consider in these. Stuff like COSA and these other laws are a little bit more they're a little bit more underhanded than stuff like the social media ban, because the social media ban is it's not I mean it's about 14-year-olds. You know, once you're 14, the government doesn't have a say on that anymore. So it's a little bit different, you know. Obviously, there is still questions of enforcement. How do you really enforce that? And in this case, it seems to be dealing with companies that are already ridiculously collecting insane amounts of information, you know? So, I don't know. Yeah. Why aren't they going after tech companies instead? Well, you could argue this particular law kind of does, given that it makes social media companies liable for lawsuits if they are found to, you know, be permitting young people from a particular state. You know, the state is allowing them to be sued in that state. Now, whether that'll hold up on the federal level is really hard to know for sure. Yeah, I don't know, but I guess we'll have to see how it plays out. The law this is the first law of its type. It's not the only one that people are considering, but it's the first of its type to pass. It passed in Florida, which of course Florida is going through some really serious issues, and I think that this conversation becomes even more complicated and scary when you start talking about the potential for the abuse of, you know, LGBT youth, which is, again, why I want to do a proper segment on this when I can. In Florida, LGBT youth are basically, they've been procedurally stripped of their ability to advocate for themselves and be individuals. Florida is an all-out warpath against LGBT youth, removing their ability to have medical privacy, removing their ability to have internet privacy, removing their ability to have educational privacy of any type whatsoever. At the current moment, if a young kid opens up to their school counselor, that school counselor is supposed to tell parents, hey, your kid came out to me as gay. Can you imagine, there's many of you out in my audience who are gay, can you imagine what your parents would have done if a school counselor came to them and said, your kid's gay? My life would have been hell. It would have been ruined. In fact, you know, when I was a kid, when I was in high school, probably around 17 or so, maybe 16, my friend hacked my Facebook. I left my Facebook open, and my friend posted on my Facebook, hey everybody, long time coming, I'm gay. Like typed that in a status and sent it on Facebook. And I didn't know until my phone started blowing up, because my dad had been called while he was in international waters. He was on a cruise, with his business partners, and he called me saying my family members had notified him that I had come out as gay, and he was freaking out about it. And that wasn't even a teacher or anything, you know. So, yeah. Yeah. I guess you found out what family members to no longer trust. Well, yeah. I mean, of course, later on, you know, later on, they also proved to be intolerant of my being trans as well. So, anyway. Alexi with the tier 2 sub, thank you very, very much. Alexi says, I had my top surgery consult today. Went great, but surgery is likely going to be in mid-2025. I'm grateful, but very frustrated. Anyway, thanks for streaming tonight. I'm sorry, that's a long time to wait. Hopefully you can get in earlier. I would recommend keeping in communication with your doctor and your surgeon and seeing if an earlier date opens up. I completely understand frustration with that. That's a really long time to wait. Sorry about that, Alexi, but also congratulations on making any progress. I know sometimes it can be really, really hard. Thank you for supporting the show. It means a lot. By the way, if you are here, please make sure that you press the like button. Please press the like button. We have 300 viewers right now, and we only have 194 likes. So those likes would mean a lot to me. It helps get more and more people in here, and we want to keep growing the show. We want new people to find our show. So press those likes. Means a lot. Means a lot. Yeah. And of course, yeah, consider donating to the show. This show is 100% viewer supported. A lot of our videos and streams get demonetized. It's just how it goes. So your donations through the website or even through YouTube are really, really wonderful. Keeps the show going. Even $1 or $2 here, just consider it a tip in the cup. Like a band playing at your local bar, throw a few bucks in and it helps a lot. Plus, I'll read out your comments. More growth, more! Yeah, no, we've been growing consistently. You know, our acceleration is a little bit down, but our growth, we're still growing. We're growing by a couple hundred subs per month, which is slow and steady. But that's good. That's a good sign because I've been making a lot of changes to my content. I've been doing shorter videos. I've been doing videos about different topics. I've been doing a lot of different media stuff. Like if you go back and look through all my recent videos, a lot of the stuff that I've been talking about has been media. Of course, there's still lots of politics mixed in there, but I've been feeling very good about it, even if it's a slightly different direction. I want to make sure that we're always bringing in new people, that we're not getting, you know, too isolated over here on our corner of the internet. And so far, that's how it's going. It's going well. We're still growing, which is great. Always good. Nerodia with the 4 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you very, 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 very much. I really, really appreciate that, Nerodia. Thank you so much. Yellow names. True. We have some new yellow names in chat. Means the world. Thank you so much. Steady is better than too fast, gives you room to prepare. Well, yes. I mean, obviously, as a broadcaster, I always want to see more people coming to my shows. It's just, I don't know, you're wired that way. You always want to see the crowds, you know, you want to see the crowds surge, you know? It's feels good to know that people are liking your stuff. But also, my show is always going to be infused with a lot of personality. It is always, I know it's always going to be a little different than the rest of shows out there. So I always expect that, you know, growth is going to be, we have to work a little harder on growth than other channels. You know, I don't, even when I cover trending topics, I do not trend chase. You know what I mean? Like, I don't ever do like a review the day of something or whatever. You know, I basically never do that type of thing. Which means I have a bit of a disadvantage. The fact that my Dragon's Dogma review or first impressions video came out, you know, a couple of days after the game launch is a disadvantage, but people still watched it and had a good response to it. So that makes me feel good. It just means I got to work a little harder on growth, you know? That's how it goes. Melly says, toss a coin to the Demon Mama. Thank you so much. Really means the world to me, Melly. Thank you. Indeed, toss a coin to me. Autumn Abyss says, that's something I really like about your stream in particular. Thank you. I always want to have, well, it's my stream. I am the one who sits down in front of the camera and dances around for 8 hours. So I always want to have a lot of me in it. You know, I want it to shine out as something uniquely mine, you know? Zevran08 says, I also gotta say I appreciate your video on Dragon's Dogma 2. I've seen so many people peddle misinformation about the game to shit talk it, and I prefer if you have a complaint for it to be real. There we go. Thank you so much. That really means a lot. Thank you. Yeah, I am actually going to do a full review of Dragon's Dogma 2 when I'm done with the game. And I am getting, apparently I am getting close to the end of the game now. I have a lot of thoughts about Dragon's Dogma 2, and I want to do a full review video on them. It'll be in a couple days' time. Probably the next stream that I do, I'll do my Dragon's Dogma 2 full review. That's not just a first impressions video. I have a fair amount of critiques for the game, and I've not seen a lot of people talk about the things that I'm gonna talk about. The most people I've seen talk about similar things are actually fans of Dragon's Dogma 1, which I am not. I only played Dragon's Dogma 1 a week before Dragon's Dogma 2 came out, and I didn't finish the game. So it's interesting that that maybe it's just because I've spent so much time, like I said, around Dragon's Dogma 1 fans, that I had, you know, that my perspective on Dragon's Dogma 2 is a little closer to theirs. I don't know what it is, but regardless, yeah, regardless, I'm gonna do that in a couple days. So their masterworks all, you can't go wrong. You convinced me to purchase Death Stranding. Yes! Death Stranding is a masterpiece. Truly. Truly a masterpiece. Hannah with the £5. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much, Hannah. Thank you very, very, very much. Really appreciate that. So many Dogma, whatever. No, Dragon's Dogma, I've been having a lot of fun with it, but I have critiques, of course. Are you excited for the Elden Ring DLC coming out in a couple of months? I am beyond excited. I love Elden Ring. It is one of my most played of the FromSoft series as far as like hours total, and I love that game. I am beyond excited for that. I even made a very foolish spending decision and ordered an expensive collector's edition because I loved the character, the design for the character so much, and that statue will fit so well on my new set that I made a foolish decision. But yeah. Zevran08. Oh, question. I want to recommend a Demon Mama video to my girlfriend, and she's a huge Metal Gear fan. Does she have any Metal Gear MGS videos? I know she's talked about it a bit. Ho-ho! Yes, I do. Hold on. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yeah, I do. Okay, hold on. I got a couple of these. All right. Where's my, wait a second. Where's my, hold on, MGS. Where's the first one? Oh, this is the one from 2 months ago. Here's the Queer Pets one. Here you go. Here's the first one. Bam. There's the first one. Where's the other one? Where's the previous one? Oh, here's the one with the Metal Gear Solid review. Oh, that's right. This one was in a VOD and never, why did this never get turned into a video? That's unfortunate. Oh, it's because of my terrible haircut. Where's my, where the hell's my fucking Metal Gear Solid review timestamp? Boop, 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 boop. Oh. Huh? Did we not actually do it in this stream? It wasn't in the it wasn't in the thing. I can't find it right now. I'll have to find that in a little bit. You'll have to give me that one. Give me a minute on that one. But there's the first one. If anybody knows, if anybody remembers where the first Metal Gear Solid 5 review was, the one where I talk about battle queers, you guys gotta help me, because I don't remember which stream that was in. If anybody knows where it is, please, please give it to me. Oh, it might be the one with the audio delay. Oh, no. Jessica Metal with the $5 says, given back to this wonderful community that's helped me so much. Also, I want to show off my new guitar since there's some impies that I know that love shiny new instruments. Oh. Oh, no, it didn't work. The link didn't work. You'll have to send another link. I want to see it. Thank you, Mr. Krabs. Got them. Where's the battle queers? Mr. Hare says, I want to get a Souls-like game to play for the first time and I don't know where to start. I would recommend Dark Souls 1, or if you know how to emulate Demon Souls, or if you have a PS3, then Demon Souls. But if you don't, get Dark Souls, Prepare to Die, and install on Steam the DS Fix Workshop mod, and you are going to have a really good time. Dark Souls 1 is amazing. We just played it on stream. It's really easy to get into. It is fantastic, and it is probably the best place to start. The game is really fun. You will be able to find lots of assistance if you get confused. It's great. It's only got slightly clunkier rolling than the other games. It's not that big of a deal. Oh, can you not buy Prepare to Die anymore? My girlfriend couldn't handle Dark Souls 1 after Elden Ring. She felt it was too old. No! 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 Oh! No! God, no! That did work. That link did work. I'll look at that in just a second. No. Oh, God, no. No. Okay, no, Elden Ring. Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad. Elden Ring is a very different game in some ways than Dark Souls 1. They're not the same game. They're played differently. They're in the same series, but they're meant to be played differently. And also, there are still some things in Dark Souls 1 that are present that still have not been replicated and will never be replicated in any other game. I assure you, you should start with Dark Souls 1 or Demon Souls if you can, but if you can't, I know it's pretty difficult to play the original version of Demon Souls if you don't know how to emulate and stuff like that. But, or if you don't have a PS3, it's on PS3 and it's great. But seriously, they're great games and they set you up to enjoy the rest of the games to their fullest. Elden Ring is, okay, so Elden Ring is a part of an extended conversation with FromSoft's dedicated fan base. And this is something that I would love to be able to do like a video essay about. Because FromSoft has a unique relationship with its own fans. The fans of FromSoft, the hardcore fans, are incredibly dedicated. They are acolytes. They have an almost religious attachment to the games, which is beautiful in a way and also sometimes concerning. And Elden Ring is a part of a conversation with fans. That doesn't mean that you can't enjoy it or you won't enjoy it, but there is an invisible layer to the people who played Elden Ring first that you will only understand if you have played. And it doesn't matter. You can always go back and play it. If you play Elden Ring first and then you go back and play all the other ones, you will come back to Elden Ring with a certain understanding of this layer of the game that I'm talking about. There is a spiritual layer that is invisible to people who have never touched previous FromSoft games that is present in Elden Ring. And Elden Ring is indeed the most accessible of FromSoft's library. It's the easiest to jump into. It has like a clear tutorial, and it's fairly, you know, it has a lot of quality of life features, quote unquote, that weren't present in other games. But it also goes in very different directions. And yeah, play Dark Souls 1 is what I'm saying. I promise you, you'll like it, okay? You'll like it. Mother Meerset with the $5 says, good evening, Demon Mama. Looking forward to the stream, but scared to hear about what the church's newest fuck shit is. At least I can do some Minecrafts. Don't stress it. I promise. It's going to be interesting, and it won't make you feel bad. Don't worry. Bacon God says, Demon Mama, have you heard about the Nickelodeon documentary that came out? I know it's drama, but it's another aspect of our crazy culture, and I'd like your thoughts one day. Take care. I have indeed heard about the documentary. I have heard mixed things about it, but I would like to watch it at some point, and I might talk about it at some point as well. Although Nickelodeon is definitely not like my area of expertise. I'm just, in my mind right now, I'm just going, oh yeah, I bet Quentin Review's video on that whole situation is amazing. I haven't seen it yet, but I bet it's amazing. Yeah, I'd definitely consider that. Thank you for that. Mother Meerset with another $5 says, also, I just got a Trump ad asking for donations, so here's $5 more. Suck on that, fascists. Thank you. Now that's a banger. That's incredible. I'm looking at some of these comments here. Okay, so everybody talking about souls. Good. Oh my goodness. Did you lose your horns, Demon Mama? I had to take them off. They are in the shop for repairs. My horns, one of the horns, I don't even remember exactly what happened. I was doing something last night and I had my headphones on and I went to move something and I bumped the horns or something. I don't even remember exactly what happened. I bumped the horns and one of the horns popped off of the little brace that it was on. So Fawn has re-glued them and reinforced them, and they'll be back in the near future, but they needed to be re-glued. Thankfully, it's not broken. It just popped off its mount, so it just needed to be re-glued. Yeah. Hello, Teddy Rubskin. Interesting. Teddy, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Teddy Ruxpin. It's been 100,000 years since I thought about Teddy Ruxpin. What the fuck? Whoa. I loved that cartoon. There was a Teddy Ruxpin, cartoon where they had like the adventures of Teddy Ruxpin, and they had like, they flew in a balloon, and there was a guy with a slingshot, and yeah, this caterpillar dude. The Adventures of Teddy Ruxpin. And there were these, oh yeah, the little demons with the 2 legs and the single horn. These guys, look at this dude. Look at this little guy. Look at him. Look at him. What a guy. What a fella. It's been 1,000,000 years. What a strange thing to remember. Oh yeah, here's all the characters on a little... Why does it look like that? Oh, because it's a Facebook. Here's all those characters. Oh yeah, I remember all these people. These guys. Oh, he had a sword, that's right. Grubby. I remember this character. Oh yeah, this was the evil guy. Oh, I love this guy. These guys had little, they had little planes or something. Their armor is so cool. What a crazy cool armor design. I think he flew like a plane or something. I'm barely remembering this. Hold on. I feel like he flew a plane or something at one point, and he was like shooting them down or something along those lines. Wild. What a guy. His armor is so cool. What a wild show. Strange. Anyway, blast from the past. I love obscure old children's cartoons. It was huge in 1985 and 86. Well, it must have had a resurgence in the early 90s because that's what I remember. I remember me and my cousins getting really into it in the early 90s. Oh, the animatronic doll. Oh yeah, that's where it started, right? It was with the doll. By the way, this is Jessica Metal's sick new guitar. Look at this beautiful guitar. Damn. Slick. Great color scheme. Cool ass guitar. Damn. Slick. That's awesome. All right. Mr. Hare with the $40 super chat. Oh my God. For your recommendation of Dark Souls, I offer you the equivalent of 1 Dark Souls from Steam. Thank you. Oh my God. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. God damn, that's amazing. Thank you so much. I think you'll really like it. And don't worry about people saying it's too old or whatever. It's not. It has differences that might come off as somewhat grating if you started playing at like Elden Ring or whatever. I promise you're gonna have a good time. The world is magical. The discoveries are incredible. The bosses are awesome. The music is amazing. And you have so many other games in front of you. And I promise you, once you get hooked, you won't be able to stop. FromSoft's library is like, it's a level of game design that permanently changes your taste in games in a very good way. Oh. That's really interesting, Danny. Danny says, I think the original actual review of Metal Gear Solid 5 just slipped through the cracks. On March 31st, next stream I plan on doing Metal Gear Solid 5 review. Stream on April you were going to. It was in the title, and then the stream got to be almost 8 hours and I didn't do it. On the 5th, the next was the random vegan gains debate. Oh. Well, that just means I gotta do one in the future now with all my new fancy new skills. Wow, it's possible the VOD got destroyed, but I don't think so. Damn. Wild. Thank you for that. Okay, I'll have to do a Metal Gear Solid 5. Well, the good news is I'm going to be doing all of the Metal Gear stuff once I'm done with it. I have been mega distracted from my playthrough of Metal Gear Solid because of Dragon's Dogma 2, because of reading Dune and being obsessed with Dune. Anyway, we're going to get there. Yeah, there was a segment that I did, and it wasn't a full review, but there was a segment where I talked about battle queers, and I know that's in one of the VODs, but I don't think it ever got made into a full video. So we'll have to see. Interesting. But anyway, there's that one. So, and I'll try and find the other ones in the future. I started playing some Balatro today, and that game is hypnotic. I love that. How far are you in reading Dune? I had to pause at the end of Dune because I could not find any hardback copies, which I don't like buying paperback books unless it's a book, unless it's a fresh pick. If it's a book I've never heard anything about, I'll pick up a paperback. And then if it's a book I like a hardback. I don't like reading in paperbacks. They annoy the shit out of me. So I couldn't find a hardback of Children of Dune or Heretics of Dune, whichever one comes after Dune Messiah. So I decided to wait until my book that I ordered comes in, which should be today, I think. I would check it, but wait, I can check it here. Hold on, I'll check it on my phone real quick. It will probably be coming in today. I got 2 hardback collections, the Great Dune Trilogy Part 1 and the Great Dune Trilogy Part 2. Part 2 arrived, but Part 1 was slightly delayed. So let's see if it's actually here. It might actually be out in the mailbox right now. Let me check. That would be funny. Where's my damn book? Who the hell ordered? Wait a second. Hold on a minute. Someone in my house is getting into Fire Emblem. Oh no! Who is it? There it is. Oh shit. Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. Let me do the tracking. Okay, it's shipped. Oh, okay. Well, it's delayed still, so it's not going to be here probably for like a week or something. So yeah, I have a copy of Dune Messiah, but here's the thing. I didn't want to start reading Dune Messiah and then blast through it and not have anything to follow up with because I already know that I'm enjoying it. So I've been deliberately holding myself until I get the other ones, but I might just actually start Dune Messiah in the next couple of days. Yeah, so anyway, that was a long ramble. Oh, here's the segment where I talk about the battle queers. Oh, here we go. Hold on. Let me send this. Here. Here, hold on. Wait, oh, damn it. My poll is blocking my own. Get out of here. Get out of here. Hold on. Here's another. I'm posting this in chat right now. Hold on. Let me see where. I think it was. Who was it? Who was asking? Was it Zevran? Whoever was asking, my brain is in a scramble. But there's the video. There's the link to the Battle Queers rant from Metal Gear about Metal Gear Solid 5. Yeah, there you go. That's what I thought. I thought it was Zevran. Wasn't there a Metal Gear Solid 1 review? I don't think I did a full review. I just talked about it. That was fairly recently. I don't think I did a full review. Did I? Maybe I did. No, I don't think I did. Yeah, I didn't think I did a review. I just kind of rambled about it. Straw Hat Monty says, I can't get invested enough in From Software games to play for a significant enough time to get far. Wait, haven't you been playing a ton through Dark Souls? I swear that you mentioned that. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I grew up on platformers and Nintendo's Plus Indies during the first 10 years of HD games, so my ability to get into games that are more AAA is gimped. It's really, really funny to me that Souls games are considered AAA now, and they are now. Dark Souls, Demon Souls, Dark Souls 2, none of those were AAA. FromSoft games were not AAA until you could argue Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne were their first real AAA releases. And even then, it's hard to say for sure. Elden Ring is definitely the first one, though. FromSoft was a giga niche in the U.S. and it was a niche even in Japan. They've become a AAA developer now, but that's very recent. Yeah. I would say Sekiro is AAA. I don't think so. Sekiro was published by a AAA company because of the reputation of the other games. But there is nothing really about Sekiro. I mean, it's good, but AAA doesn't necessarily mean good, right? Anyway. It did win Game of the Year, which is a shock, but that was, I mean, it deserves it. Sekiro is amazing. It is, it's a masterpiece, but it doesn't really, I don't know that it qualifies as a AAA game. I'm not 100% sure. When I think of a AAA game, you know, I think of a game that's developed and published by EA, Activision. Now, Activision did publish Sekiro here in the US. I don't think they did in Japan. Let me see. Maybe they did in Japan. No, it was published by FromSoft in Japan, and it was the international version was done by Activision. So, yeah, that wasn't like an Activision in-house project. It wasn't an Ubisoft in-house project. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't your EA projects. It's none of the Call of Duty sports games, any of that. I don't know. Straw Hat Monty says, I've been struggling to get through the same part of Dark Souls 1 and finding the motivation to play for years. Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, the games aren't for everyone, you know. I have a lot of love for them, and I feel like most people can pull something from them. But, you know, if it's not the game for you, it's not the game for you. I just wonder what the, I wonder what's got you stuck. Marceline Flowers with the tier 2 sub. Thank you very, 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 very much. Thank you very, very much for supporting the show, Marceline Flowers. It means a lot. Did you hear about Dune Awakening? What's Dune Awakening? Is it a game? Open world survival MMO. Oh my God, wait, yes, I did hear about this. This is so goofy. It's an open world survival MMO that they said, quote, we want to make Dune without the religion, which is impossible. That is incredibly silly. But we'll see. Who knows? Maybe it'll have some interesting stuff. I did say that I would love. Well, this is one of those monkey's paw moments where I said that a survival game set on Arrakis would be amazing. Where like you have to like a hard survival game that has like extremely dangerous combat, where if you're gonna fight somebody, you have to make it really worth it because it's extremely dangerous. You're likely to sustain injuries and die. But an MMO does not, to me, sound like the type of game that I was thinking about. But yeah. Mr. Harris says, I know I get stuck with Souls-like games because I'm embarrassed about being bad at games. Don't be embarrassed. You'll get better and better the more you play. And the more that you focus on understanding what you're missing to overcome that challenge or whatever, or what you need to adapt in order to overcome that challenge, you'll accelerate faster, and then you won't have to worry about being bad at games anymore because you won't be bad at them at all. A Dune MMO sounds cursed. Yeah, it does sound cursed. Bloodborne is amazing. Bloodborne is incredible. One of my favorite games. And remember to play Soulsborne games the way that you want to play. Don't let people tell you your build is bad or your build for summoning or whatever is your experience. It's your experience. It's not theirs. Yes, of course. The thing about FromSoft games, though, is that they don't facilitate complete player freedom. You are entering their world, but you're not entering other players' world. Your approach is going to be unique to every other player, and they know that, and they want to facilitate that. But one thing you do have to remember is that they do want you to respect what they've built and engage with what they've built, which means that each game is going to have you learning some skills that you might not have had when you went into it. For me, for example, Sekiro was a game that permanently changed how I approached all other games. Sekiro is a game that is uncompromising in its demand that you respect what it is doing and what they have set up. It's like a game that is, it's like learning under a harsh teacher, you know? Sekiro wants you to learn it. Now, there's many different approaches you can take in Sekiro. You know, the same way that every single student of the sword swings the sword slightly differently and has different approaches to the blade. But at the end of the day, you still must respect the challenge that's in front of you. But yes. Maybe Sekiro can finally teach me to properly parry. Sekiro will teach you that. It will make you learn how to do it. It will make you open your mind to how it works, yes. Did I miss anything important? I've talked about a couple of different things, but it's mostly been warm-up and relaxing, and I won't want to say relaxing. We talked about some things, but nothing that was like segment. You didn't miss any like of the hard segments. I'm not doing all that many of those today. And honestly, I don't know how long today's stream is going to be anyway, so we'll see. I'll do as much as I can, and hopefully we'll have a lot of fun with it. We got a lot of people here, so. Just got here. What I missed for topics. I talked a little bit about the social media law that was passed in Florida, my feelings about kids getting access to the internet. I talked a bit about Souls games, talked about Yoda, little stuff like that. Straw Hat Monty says, parrying in the Jedi games is a blast, and I can do that with only a little issue. Is Sekiro significantly more difficult to parry than in those games? Oh, if you've played Jedi Survivor, depends on the difficulty you were playing on. I found Jedi Survivor was very similar to Sekiro. Sekiro is harder because it has better boss design. The bosses change things up on you. They are not as predictable. But I found Jedi Survivor. I played on Master, the second highest. Not the hardcore difficulty, but the second highest difficulty. And I found it to be pretty challenging. I would say it's pretty close to Sekiro. So if you can do it in those games, you'll probably be fine. The thing is, I mean, Sekiro is challenging, but it's also very different from all the other Souls games. It's not a Souls game. It's a different game made by FromSoft that's certainly influenced by a lot of their other titles, but it's its own game. Lefty McLefterson with the unbelievably generous $20. Thank you very, very much. Speaking of punishing games, this series is my favorite FPS series of all time so far. Tribes 3 is a decent addition. Oh, you're talking about Tribes. I've played Tribes in the past. I didn't know that they did, that they're doing a third game. I'll check that out. I'm gonna put that on my watch later. I'm gonna check that out, see what they got coming on. I've played Tribes in the past. I played Tribes 2. I don't think I ever played the first one, but I played the second one. Oh my God. Whoa. Sorry, I clicked on an ASMR link and it started. Oh, I'm gonna have a good ASMR to watch later though. That's for sure. Oh, amazing. I'm so excited. You guys want to see it? Here, I'll give you a preview. It's so goddamn cool. This looks like it's going to be great. Where'd it go? Where's my watch later? Take a look at this shit. Lucky duck. Oh, wait, this is a preview. Oh, no, it isn't. There it goes. It's going to start again for a second. Look at this. Softly galoshes. ASMR, ear to ear, inaudible, raw, nom nom nom, pizza, I love you, left side, right side, banger. Banger! Breaking out the classic, softly galoshes, still killing it. Still killing it. Oh. Oh, of course I'll link that shit. Of course I will, absolutely. Fuck yeah, I love softly galoshes. I'm like old school, long time softly galoshes fan. You want to know one of the moments that was like, this is totally like, I'm gonna let you in on a parasocial moment for myself, okay? There is a video from like 11 years ago from Softly Galoshes, when Softly Galoshes had first, like pretty early into Softly Galoshes' YouTube career. And I've revisited that video so many times, and I went and left a comment on it. Like, this was a couple years ago now. So at the time it was like, must have been 8 years. That video was 8 years old. And I put a comment on it and I was like, I still come back to this video because it's so good. I just want to say it's such an inspired and wonderful video. And then I was just like, I was kind of geeking out in the comments. And I got a fucking heart on that comment and a reply. And I was like, God damn, on an 8-year-old video. Cool, okay? I say it's a parasocial moment. It wasn't really parasocial because I didn't like, you know, there wasn't anything. I recognized it for what it was, you know, it was commenting, but it still felt awesome to know. And also it felt good to let somebody know that something that they made is awesome. That's some staying power right there. Eight years. I am not a pizza. Well, you could be. You could be. We're gonna get into the content of the day here pretty soon. For sure. Hey, Nasty, it's wonderful to see you. I hope you're doing great. I wish I could like ASMR, but for some reason it always triggers my fight or flight, like someone is right behind me or something. Sorry about that. I guess it's not for everyone, but I love it. Is this for real? What is... Twitch bans streams with prolonged focus on intimate body parts. Twitch has revealed that they're no longer allowing streams that feature a prolonged focus on intimate body parts on its platform. Since the launch of the pools, hot tubs, and beaches category on Twitch, many streamers have gone viral with various unique ways to change up their content and fit into trending metas. The category often features streamers wearing swimsuits, with many using various camera angles to bring in more viewers. On March 27, Twitch revealed that they are banning content that includes prolonged focus on intimate body parts. Wait, where's can we see the actual text of this? Oh, here, let's look at it. I want to see what they consider what they consider intimate. Where's the update? What? Here we go. Where's the... They said it was here. Where is it? Did they take it down already? What? It's not there. What? How do I find, I want to find what do they consider intimate? I need to know on the site for what they do on the site that I'm not on anymore because of their ridiculous approach to streaming. Well, we got the buttholes one, I see that, but where the hell's this? Is it down here? I better not scroll this. Who knows what they've got in here? Oh, so they're like getting rid of the butts, the butt meme. Look what they took from us! Look what they've taken from us! Look what they took from us! No! Okay, but honestly, why does their own post not link to the policy? I want to know what the policy is. They went on to detail that content that focuses on intimate body parts for a prolonged period of time will no longer be allowed on the platform. All right. Well, I would love to know what they actually meant by this, but I can't find what they mean. Okay, well, that's, I'll have to do this when we figure it out, because I don't see anything on here. In their new policy, I see nothing. Maybe they got rid of it already? It's not in here. Oh. Okay, some of you will remember that when I started my channel, I streamed on Twitch. Anybody remember those days? The ancient days, the days of yore? One of the reasons why I stopped streaming on Twitch was because, first of all, they take so much of your fucking money. It's crazy. That was number one. Twitch is, in my opinion, daylight robbery, akin to daylight robbery, in my humble opinion. They take an enormous slice, and they have continued over the years to find new ways to slice more and more income, specifically from their lowest end earners. In fact, I'm seeing now, according to this article, they also made a change to hype trains. Twitch adds new hype train rewards that cost 6 figures to reach. When supporting your favorite streamer on Twitch, there's a chance to trigger a hype train, getting the whole community involved. Hype trains are designed as limited time events to keep the support rolling in. The more subscriptions and bits pile up, the bigger. Previously, the highest level that anyone had reached was level 55. Game developer and part-time streamer Pirate Software set the world record late last year after amassing roughly 60,000 in combined bits and subs. Now, however, the ceiling has been raised. There's an exclusive level 100 reward available for hype trains that can push beyond the current world record, though it certainly doesn't come for cheap. Now, I want you to remember that in these hype trains, that Twitch is taking somewhere in the ballpark of between 50 to 70% of all of that money. So you might be getting, and that's a reason why people call them scam trains, by the way. That's if you're a Twitch viewer, you've certainly heard the term scam train. People call them scam trains because they certainly do. They build up a sense of FOMO and pressure on both the streamer and the audience. And then you realize that that while it will make the streamer money, Twitch is taking 50% or more of all of it, which is crazy, absolutely crazy. So that was the first reason. The second reason was that I had no faith that Twitch as a company was going to be able to be consistent, rational, or even remotely understanding in the development of their policies. And that has simply proven to be true over and over and over again. I swear, do you guys remember just a couple of months ago, the black bar meta, where they said that you could be nude on stream so long as you don't actually show your genitalia or nipples? And so everybody was putting a little black bar and sitting naked on the stream, and then they changed it like a day later. Can you imagine, like that is and by the way, they do this not just for nudity. That's the big meme, you know. They make policy changes like this and that jerk you all over the place as a creator. You guys might have noticed that politics basically has hit rock bottom on Twitch. They got rid of the politics category because not enough people were streaming in it. And the reason for that is because they were constantly making changes and exceptions to the politics rules that made it so that sometimes you would get hit and banned from Twitch even for doing things that were within the rules because the rules were so hard to parse, and if you got mass reported, it wouldn't matter. It was a nightmare, okay? It is wild. They have no idea what they're doing. And yeah, I can't, I don't know. That's really funny to me that I just saw this on my timeline while we were sitting here, and I was like, what the hell is this? Or maybe did somebody send it to me? Somebody sent it to me, didn't they? Here's the tweet. Yeah, there's the tweet. I guess eyes, I guess butts, I guess hands could be. Does this mean ASMR streamers are in trouble? Because some ASMR streamers are fairly intimate with their presentation. Oh, Jesus Christ, the comments here are crazy. No more hands allowed, I fear. I don't know about that. Well, seems unclear. Anyway. Twitch. Am I right? I do wish, one thing I do wish is that YouTube would commit more to supporting their streaming category. One of the things that sucks is that YouTube streaming is, in my opinion, a significant, like a significant step up from the Twitch streaming experience, with a few exceptions. For example, the YouTube chat interface is pretty clunky. There are not a whole lot of there's not a whole lot of tools to help you boost engagement. They added polls, which is great, but they need the ability to give out free subs. They need to add the ability to do like they need like a system for like little chat games and stuff like that. And they desperately need to start building in plugins with games. YouTube, if YouTube reached out and started doing things like so that you can have like, there's so many games that have Twitch integration. If YouTube was able to add YouTube integration to games, it would be a game changer. I really hope that YouTube buffs up their streaming category, because there's a lot of us here. YouTube streaming is booming and it's really good. So, oh, the mod tools are also pretty rough too. Yeah. The permanent heart blocking the part of the first message is symbolic. Oh yeah, they have this little thing down in the corner that you can press that makes the different emojis pop up and whatever. Yeah. Yep. I truly wish that they would give some more love to streaming. We could do so much, but for now, I prefer, I basically make the, you know, we do stuff on my site. You know, I got all my stuff there, but it would be great to have some tools that could plug into YouTube chat. Like, it would be awesome to be able to do giveaways, to be able to have plugins that let you do giveaways. Twitch has tons of plugins. YouTube chat just doesn't have really anything of that right now. But maybe it'll get there. We'll see. We'll see. Wild. Holy shit, though. I will say the comments on this post about Twitch are deranged. It is just a parade of misogyny. Actually crazy. Men need to get good. Let's just be fucking real. No hate, but Jesus Christ. The reality is, dudes could absolutely and totally, and do, by the way, many dudes do absolutely build, like, I don't want to get off onto this topic, but the reality is, many men do incorporate just as much implied sexuality, sensuality, physical play and whatever into their streams. They just don't want to talk about it, because if you talk about it and if you cop to it, then that's gay. And also, if you are open about it and you lay it on too thick in ways that are deemed out of the norm, then you're also gay. So, oof. Yeah, exactly. As Nasty says, men act like they can't do OnlyFans content. They do! And the funny thing is, there are men who've realized this and they hack it and they do just fine. It's actually crazy. The reality is though that like weird like talentless gamers with a fucking complex of massive entitlement will sit there and be like, women, the only thing they do is boobs. And they're like, oh, if I was a woman, I'd do that. As if, like, if they were a woman, they wouldn't be exactly the same person that they are, just, like, slightly different bodies. Like, it's like, dude, if you live in your basement and grouse and complain all the time and don't take care of your body at all and whatever, you're not going to be able to do a hot tub stream and succeed at it. It's not how it's going to go. Like, you're going and getting mad at people who spend, like, hours getting their body to look a certain way so that they can appeal to a certain audience. And there's a whole other conversation we could have there. And it's just like, what? I can't sit with my beer gut out and go, and actually the reality, the stupidest thing is, you could do that. I've literally seen successful streamers. Oh my God. Who was it? It was one of Internet Comment Etiquette's friends does like body painting streams where he's a fat, hairy guy with like a scrungly beard, and he does streams where he just sits with his belly out and paints stuff on his nipples on Twitch to hundreds of viewers. You can do it. You could do it. What a ramble. What a rant. I'm gonna probably get canceled for that one. Here comes the cancellation. Cancel me now. We need more male titty streamers. True! Literally true! Oh my goodness. The truth is, there's a lot of room for like, there would be a lot of room for male swimsuit streamers and stuff. It's just that, see, the reality is, the thing that people don't want to grasp with and grapple with is that if you decided to be a male swimsuit streamer, you would get attention from a lot of men and a lot of women that might not necessarily be always very positive, which is something that female swimsuit streamers have to deal with. And see, a lot of the men who are mad at women who do swimsuit streams, they believe that it's basically just a magical free ticket to money and success and love and whatever. And they're like, it's like, well, why don't you do it then? And they're like, oh, well, you know. And it's like, well, there's plenty of men who would love to see you in a swimsuit. And there's probably many sexually aggressive men who'd be willing to pay money to see you in a swimsuit. And they're like, oh, I shouldn't have to deal with that. It's just misogyny, just raw misogyny. Would a decently cut guy who just dresses up as the gods of old do good? Yeah, absolutely, of course. Mother Meerset says, some of the sweetest, kind, and dare I say attractive people I've known have had plenty of meat and fat on their bones. More to hug, more to love. Yeah, absolutely. No doubt. Like, first of all, obviously, you know. Oh, first, before I answer that question, welcome! President Sunday and the Squids. Come on in and get comfortable. Please come in and get comfy. We are about to talk about a wild situation. We are about to talk about a disaster that struck a Christian cult, and I would love to have you here for this. You came in at the perfect time. Right now, we're actually talking about swimsuit streamers, and I'm rambling about Twitch and YouTube and all of this stuff. But yeah. So come on and get comfortable. Thank you for the raid. We'd love to have you in here. And consider coming over to the website, demonmama.com/live, where you can have a fancy name and all the cool stuff. Come on in. Thank you so much. Marina with the $10 super chat. Thank you so very much for supporting the show. That means the world to me. This is a viewer-supported show, so even the smallest tips, consider it like throwing $1 in the jar in front of your local band at a bar. It means the world to me. 100% viewer supported, so thank you so much. My mic just got crackly. Wait, is it crackly right now? Did it stop? Did it stop? What did it? What made it crackle? It's doing it when you peek. Test! It's been when I peak specifically. Huh. Crackling when peaking, huh? Why? Could be a data bus encoding issue. It's when I talk faster? Wait, when I talk faster, that's what happens? How the hell does that work out? And where would that be? No, we've definitely been having it. Put the screw in the tuna. It's been something we've noticed. We just haven't been able to pinpoint when it happens. It's been in some of our videos too, because obviously it's in the recording. We don't know what's causing it. Huh. It has crackled a few times this stream. Yeah. I wonder where the problem is. LB with the tier 1 sub, thank you very, very, very much. Really appreciate that. My compressor, yeah, it could be the compressor. Hold on, let's take a look at the compressor. Let's take a look here. Yeah, maybe it's the compressor. I wonder if it's because wait, so I wonder if it's the ratio. That's the only thing that I've changed. I changed the ratio a little bit in the past, and I also cranked it down just a little bit. Maybe it could be my compressor. I wonder if I put it back up to it. I wonder if I put it back up, if it will do better. Audio cutouts. Oh, I don't want to turn off my compressor. That would make this thing sound weird. Huh. Wonder what happens if I turn it up just a little bit, like this. Maybe this will be better if I push the threshold up a little higher. Or maybe it needs to go lower. I wish I knew more about that. I wish I knew more about audio. I'm still learning all this time later. And it's really difficult to know for sure. All right, well, I'll do that I'll do it later. It could be mic related. It could be mic related, but I highly doubt that it's mic related. unless one of my cables is going, which is a possibility. It's a possibility one of my cables is going. There's always a million things. Factory default might clear everything up. I've already done a full reinstall. Maybe there's something on my interface, but that's weird. It only really happened when I'm gonna test this a whole bunch and this weekend, and we'll figure it out. But let's get back to the content. If anybody, that sounds exactly like when my 3.5 millimeter connectors and cables start going. Well, I don't use any 3.5 except for this headphones, but that shouldn't affect it at all. It could be my XLRs are going, but those things don't get touched or moved at all. The other thing I'm thinking is it could be a feedback issue. Like there could be something getting feedback from somewhere, but I don't know where. Crackling is usually a sign of a cable dying. Yeah, well, all right then. I'll probably try getting a different cable. Go analog. Oh no! Oh no 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 no! Oh no! Oh, we already tried that once and it did not go well. Oh Jesus, it did not go well. It went very badly. It was in fact a nightmare. Oh God, it was a goddamn nightmare. Okay, let's do this, everybody. Let's fucking do this. It's time. We gotta talk, okay? We got all the new viewers in here. Could be an encoding issue. It could be a lot of things. But anyway, we'll figure it out. All right, it's time, everybody. It's time we talk about the subject of tonight's stream. The one we've all been waiting for. I know. It's gonna be wild. You all ready? I got the fruit fly. I got the fruit fly. Perfect timing. I would love to. In the future, Danny, maybe if we transform this show drastically, then I would love to do that. But it would be, last time it was, we had some issues with how it interfaced with the computer. And I think, anyway, let's not get distracted. Let's do this. Here we go. Hydrated, ready to go. All right. Hold on. My hair is driving me crazy right now. My lovely, lovely imps, today I come bearing very, very strange news. Now, those of you who've been with me for a long time will know that I have covered and been a part of, in a very strange way, a magical television, internet, sketch comedy show for Catholics known as Holy Mackerel. Holy Mackerel has been a regular staple of my channel. It is some of the, if not the most funny and entertaining stuff that I've ever done on my show. And if you haven't seen any of my Holy Mackerel stuff, go to my channel, open up the Holy Mackerel playlist right now and go start watching it, because I guarantee you, you will laugh your butt off, okay? I am so proud of it. We have had a magical experience with Holy Mackerel. But the story is more complicated than Holy Mackerel, you see? Because Holy Mackerel is produced by a cult. I know, intriguing, right? A Catholic cult. A Catholic far-right cult. A Catholic far-right dissenter cult that has been formally denounced by the Catholic Church. Really intriguing, right? It gets even weirder. This cult we have been following alongside us following the Holy Mackerel Adventures for a very long time. This cult was formerly the employer of one Milo Yiannopoulos, a name you might immediately be familiar with. The right-wing provocateur Milo Yiannopoulos actually worked for and attended church at this cult for a very long time. And they've been embroiled in all kinds of strange political happenings. You might also know this cult from doing a very, very messy and slanted documentary exposing Jesse Lee Peterson for being a gay man. Really strange place, right? That's a lot of stuff. We've been following them for a long time. If you just search my channel for Church Militant, you will find everything that I have said on this particular group. And also, if you get tired of learning about the cult side, you can go and watch the sketch comedy show and me riffing off of it and all the fun we've had there, and genuinely have had a great time with that. Very weird situation, okay? But today, something strange happened. So, earlier this year, I covered a breaking news story, okay? And I'm gonna show you this and post this in chat, and it'll be linked in my final video, okay? I made a video which is called "We Watched a Cult Explode in Real Time." Okay? That's what the video was called. Wait, where'd it go? Where'd my video go? Oh, damn it, I closed the please cut this part out of the final version. I accidentally closed the window and that ruined my flow. Cut this out of the final version. Don't do it. Don't do it. Let me get the link. Where'd it go? Why did I have to do this? There we go. We watched Church Militant explode in real time. Okay, now it's back. Bring it back. I made a video called "We Watched Church Militant Explode in Real Time." Okay? There you go. And here's the link. If you haven't seen this, go watch it now. Okay? This cult had a disaster happen earlier, actually late last year. It was December that we covered this. The summary of it is that the cult leader of the cult known as Church Militant was exposed for being gay. Now, he was already known for being an ex-homosexualist, is what he calls himself. That's, in fact, what he built the cult around. He built the cult around him no longer being gay, and a lot of the members of the cult are other ex-gays. And you can imagine that this was, always going to go one specific way, which is that none of them were going to stop being gay. All of them were still gay, and so was the cult leader. But not only was he just being gay, he was also being very gay, and he was also sending nudes to donors. Many of whom did not want nudes from him, or at least they seemed to not want nudes from him. And this landed him in hot water. And in fact, it led to the complete dissolution of the leadership of this particular cult. Now, the cult claimed that they were going to continue operating without the founding member and his closest cadre of people, all of whom left. However, as time went on, it seemed more and more like this cult was not going to be able to recover from the loss of their founder, from the loss of their second in command, from the loss of some of their core members. And today, I discovered something. I'm gonna ask that you watch with me as I do this in real time. Ready? Oh, the chain is in the way here. Let me just here we go. Let me get this out of the way of the chain. Ready? Hold on. Whoop, whoop. Here we go. Watch. Okay, Church Militant. You search it and you go, huh, why is their website not coming up? Why is their website not coming up? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no. That's right. That's right. Today, their website went down. And it went way down. As in, every aspect of their website is now down. And all of their YouTube videos on YouTube have their comments turned off now, which is new. They previously had lots and lots of comments. I actually went there to go check and see if there were new episodes of Holy Mackerel that we could all enjoy, but it's done. So when I saw that, I jolted up out of my seat, ran up to my computer because I checked it on my phone, and I discovered that since the last time I checked into all this, because, you know, I don't exactly like check in on them frequently. I check in every once in a while because I've covered them, you know, for a couple years. Excuse me, a hiccup there. I've covered them for a couple years, so I check in every once in a while, and we missed some news. This was from the 6th of this month. Sorry, the 4th of this month. Catholic news site Church Militant agrees to pay $500,000 in defamation case and is expected to close. A far-right, unofficial Catholic media website has agreed to pay $500,000 to a New Hampshire priest who sued for defamation over a 2019 article that it now disavows. The website is also planning to shut down soon, the priest's attorney says. The apology by Church Militant came after the organization agreed last week to a federal court judgment in favor of the Reverend George Delaire, an official with the Diocese of Manchester. This legal setback comes just 4 months after its founder's resignation over a breach of its own morality clause. As part of the party's resolution, Church Militant has represented that it will be shutting down at the end of April. Attorney Howard Cooper from the Boston law firm Todd & Weld, which represented Delaire, said via email, St. Michael's Media, the parent firm for the Michigan-based news site, did not immediately confirm the shutdown plan to the Associated Press, and a phone message to its attorneys was not immediately returned. But the Church Militant website said it was closing its online store and having a Lenten liquidation sale of crucifixes, statues, books, and other items. Oh, yeah. Welcome, followers, to the Lenten liquidation sale. 50% off on crucifixes, 70% off on Mother Mary statues, and a brilliant 95% off on our devotional journals with commentary from our lovely founder. Oh, incredible, amazing. I wonder if they're going to be selling the like little Jesus statues they have around the office and stuff. Woof, woof. Church Militant and its sleek newscasts drew a loyal following for years with a mix of fiercely right-wing politics and radically conservative Catholicism, in which many of America's bishops were viewed with suspicion and disgust. It is not recognized as a church apostolate and lacks the authorization to promote itself as Catholic. They actually got in trouble over this, according to the Archdiocese of Detroit, in whose territory it is based. The legal settlement follows the November announcement that Michael Voris, who founded St. Michael's Media and its media outlet, was stepping down as president. The organization said it accepted his resignation due to his breaching the Church Militant morality clause without providing details. Now, the details that we found out after the fact were not provided directly, but were actually provided by employees who left in protest of his actions. And boy, was that a falling out. We learned a lot about it, and you can all see that in my previous video on, we go over everything. We go into all the live streams of the former employees. We go into the guy who leaked the official documents. Wild, okay? Dallaire also sued Voris individually. The court set an April 15 trial date, but Voris asked for an extension for medical reasons. The 2019 Church Militant article titled "New Hampshire Vicar Changes Dogma into Heresy" cast aspersions on Dallaire's emotional state, said he had botched cases he had handled and was a known troublemaker in the Vatican. All claims the site now acknowledges were not properly vetted. Dallaire is the judicial vicar of the Manchester Diocese. At the time, the article was posted anonymously. Church Militant now acknowledges that it was written by Mark Ballesteri, a canon lawyer, and said it could not substantiate the claims in the article. Church Militant stated that Ballestri, wow, I can't even say his name, Ballestri, my bad, didn't disclose his role in a dispute with the diocese, which would have raised questions about the motive for the article. St. Michael's Media sincerely apologizes for their part in any distress or damage they may have caused Father Dallaire, it said Thursday on its website. Although St. Michael's Media didn't identify the specific case, Todd and Weld's statement said Ballesteri was representing a New Hampshire group, the Slaves of the Immaculate Heart of Mary and the St. Benedict Center. The Vatican said the group was a teaching outside of acceptable church doctrine, and Dallaire followed with a decree in 2019 prohibiting the group from presenting itself as Roman Catholic or purporting to hold Roman Catholic services on its property. Ballesteri recognized Church Militant for agreeing to the settlement, saying in an email that he had been conditionally willing to testify in the case. He asserted that he is being made the scapegoat when he was actually acting as a whistleblower. He criticized St. Michael's Media for accepting the judgment. He said he's willing to testify when Voris's case comes to trial. Dallaire also sued Ballesteri individually. According to the case docket in the U.S. District Court of New Hampshire, the court clerk issued a default judgment against Ballesteri in 2002 after he failed to respond to the case. Ballesteri said by email he had received no effective communication from the court before then. Church Militant has had a long controversial role in the church, even with its unofficial status. Around the time that Michael Voris stepped down, articles on the site featured a climate crisis denier, criticized efforts at LGBT inclusion. Now, hold on, I need to clarify this real quick. When they say criticized efforts at LGBT inclusion, I want you to realize that that is the biggest understatement that AP could have possibly said. Their videos and articles about LGBT inclusion were screaming that that people were going to hell. It was saying that there were they regularly accused gay people without any evidence of being dangerous to children, of being predators. It involved them saying that the inclusion of like gay people into the church at all was acts of Satan that were destroying the West. That they like, I'm talking vitriol, okay? They didn't just criticize efforts at LGBTQ inclusion. These guys were the hardest line you can imagine. They literally worked with Milo Yiannopoulos in order to create a conversion therapy camp in Florida. They were backing him up on that. So these guys go really hard. They're not just critics, okay? These guys are absurd. Anyway, they gave a platform to Bishop Joseph Strickland, recently ousted from his Texas diocese by Pope Francis after his increasingly severe criticisms of the pontiff. In 2016, Voris acknowledged that when he was younger, he had for years been involved in live-in relationships with homosexual men and multiple other sexual relationships with men and women, actions he later abhorred as extremely sinful. In 2021, Voris's group was initially denied permission to rally outside a meeting of the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops in Baltimore, with city officials saying it posed a threat to public safety, in part because they said the site promoted and exalted the January 6th insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. They, in my opinion, that's correct. They were gung-ho about January 6th, okay? Huge Trump heads. Loved Trump, okay? Voris claimed the city wrongly blocked the event because it disapproved of the group's message, and a federal appeals court overturned the city's decision. Pretty understandable. Even if even if they promote and exalt January 6th. Free speech says you can get together and protest most of the time. So that's one article. Okay, this is hardly the only article. That was AP News article by Peter Smith. We also have, I mean, there's so many people reporting on this, but that gives you basically all of the factual summary of what's going on. So the website's down. The YouTube comments are all closed. We don't know if the YouTube channel will ultimately go down. The reality is that their YouTube content was extremely hateful, full of exaggerated statements about all kinds of people. I imagine and I don't know for sure because I haven't seen all of their videos, but we've seen videos in which by name they call out, quote unquote, specific members of the Catholic Church that they believe are predators, and their evidence of them being a predator is most frequently that they suspect that person of being gay. It's pretty bad, okay? And by the way, this is not the only lawsuit that they're tied up in. We know from my previous coverage, which you can go watch in my video that I posted and will have in the comments here, we know that they were also embroiled in another lawsuit in which they were being countersued after they claimed that someone criticizing them was defaming them. Now, I don't know whether or not they were going to win or lose that case. To my knowledge, it's not done yet. But let's just say they were involved in a lot of legal troubles. They made a lot of claims about other people, and they were very litigious, and they do not have a track record of winning a lot of cases. And now they're done. They ousted their own founder. Their primary presenter, Christine Niles, left the organization. They had an employee walkout. Their website's gone. They shut down their store. And according to statements from the lawyers of that one Catholic priest, they're done for. They're closing in April. And what a wild ride it's been, right? What a wild ride it's been. I mean, there is more here. People are saying, oh, there's even more about it. Oh, absolutely. There's so much. It doesn't stop, okay? Like, there's an article on Detroit Catholic about this. Church militant to shut down as defamation saga ignited by radical traditionalist sect continues. This is from the Detroit Catholic newsletter. Like, they're in on it too. They're like, holy shit, look at this. St. Michael's Media and Church Militant regret that the article was not properly vetted. There is probably dozens of articles on their website that fall into that exact category. They have made accusations with incredibly shaky evidence against so many different people over the years. That's like one of the main parts of their content that they've done over the course of years is basically pick a Catholic priest that they have a political issue with and try to accuse them of everything they possibly can. Now, I don't know anything about these Catholic priests. Some of them might be bad people. I have no idea. But these guys go wild with it, okay? I mean, they're firing on all cylinders. And in the last few years, they have pivoted to basically being a culture war channel. Let me show you this real quick while we can still look at their stuff. If you go to their channel and we look at their most popular videos, you're gonna see, here we go, Kamala's family, slave owners, the devil in Hollywood, Satan at the Vatican, arrest Bill Gates, the homosexual papacy, the Pope's New World Order, a Stone Cold Killer, a video about Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the Joe Biden lie, half of priests and bishops are gay. Do you see what I'm saying? FBI Freemasonry and culture and Catholics, they, quote unquote, are not the church. And it's got a priest with a pussy hat, a priest with a rainbow pin, and a communist priest. Jesus and Joe Biden. Baron bishops running scared. Here's another one. See, this is one of those videos here where this will be them making accusations against various bishops. The George Soros swamps. Yeah. The gay mafia. Homo communist clerical cesspool. Satan's fake church. The Pope and sodomy. You can see what they're at. You can see what their whole kind of gimmick is. These guys have pivoted in recent years from basically, you know, being a harassment organization to being a harassment organization, in my opinion, that also does a bunch of just culture war hate content. We've watched a ton of their videos in the past. Oh my God, wait, here it is, look at this. Milo Does Vortex. What a title. I covered this video. Go check it out on my channel, seriously. This is the video in which Milo Yiannopoulos is interviewed by the founder of this cult, and it is the most sexually tense. I mean, it's called Milo Does Vortex, first of all, and it's all about how he's not gay anymore. It's wild, okay? He retells the story of them having a private hotel room prayer session where he's sweating and shaking by the end. So you tell me what you think is probably going on in that between those two guys, all right? Wild, all right? Oh, here we go. Sodomitic filth. Here's another video from them. Sodomitic filth. That's a wild one. Yeah. Arrest the Democrats. The gay Democratic bishops. Episcopal sodomy. Gay seminary and pipeline. Yeah, you kind of get the idea. You kind of get the idea of what they've been up to. Anyway. Yeah. They're done. It's over. Their path of hatred and derangement has come to an end. It's been a wild thing to watch, right? We've seen them do so many things over the years. It's been like 3 years of seeing their stuff, talking about how they were maneuvering, and it all came crumbling down in 2024. And of course, as I mentioned at the beginning, this is going to impact Holy Mackerel, because I strongly, strongly doubt that Holy Mackerel will be continued anywhere else. Holy Mackerel was a project made by some of the people who worked at Church Militant. I am going to be reaching out to try and see if they're okay with me maybe hosting or something, or perhaps even continuing Holy Mackerel, because Holy Mackerel is incredible. You might be wondering, well, Demon Mama, why the hell would you want anything to do with something made by such a vile cult? And the answer is because Holy Mackerel was incredible. As it turns out, people with extremely terrible beliefs can sometimes do something decent, and Holy Mackerel was that something decent. It is it's a goof, and it was great. And also, they said trans people are they said trans people are valid, which, you know, I'm always gonna be there for that. They might not have meant to, but they did say it. They do have a trans women are real women episode, which is interesting because I wouldn't have expected that, especially given the way that they post on social media. But I am gonna reach out and see if if I can purchase the rights to Holy Mackerel, because I would like to maintain a archive of those videos. The good news is that those videos don't have any of the anti-gay, they don't really have any of the anti-gay stuff in it. It's mostly just goofs about general Catholicism. It's basically like VeggieTales. But this is gonna be this will be the end of it, unless there's like some Holy Mackerel website that pops up, but I can't imagine it will. All of the people involved with Holy Mackerel were people who were directly involved with Church Militant and worked there, and they seem to make it in their off time at the job with the equipment that they had. Church Militant had a crazy expensive studio. I'm talking, they had like top level production cranes and dolly tracks. They had what is it called? Steady cams. They had steady cams. They had the snorri cam, like the little helmets that let you do first person, and they would use this stuff to make Holy Mackerel. I can't imagine they're going to continue making it now that they don't have access to any of that or the editing stuff. It's so I'm definitely going to reach out and see. And I'm going to reach out in good faith because while I feel like Church Militant itself is a truly malignant force in this world, a organization that set out to torment, spread misinformation and hatred, an organization that enabled terrible, terrible, deceitful people, an organization that engaged in frivolous lawsuits and defamation, and mostly served to basically be foot soldiers for the most malignant right-wing forces in this country. Holy Mackerel was something special. And it's a shame to see our lovely fish get buried under all the rubble, even though the building definitely needed to come down. There was a rot deep within that organization. Groups like this are rare. Churches that are hateful are not rare, unfortunately. There is especially right now in American Christianity, there is a deep rot. I am not a Christian, but I grew up very, very Christian. I grew up in a cult, and I spent the majority of my life as a Christian who was very devout. And I came to my own understanding that I did not believe, and that type of belief was not for me. On my own grounds, once I was able to leave the sort of extremely aggressive church that I was a part of. I've talked about this on my channel in a video called My Spiritual Deconstruction, which I talk about my experience of leaving the church and finding my own beliefs in the world, and why even despite being so faithful and so well-read in Christianity, why I decided. In fact, I would even argue that for me, the more I understood Christianity, the less I believed in it. The more I researched it, the more that I read the Bible itself, the less that I believed in it. But what I'm trying to say here is that churches that are hateful are very common in America right now. The Christian milieu in the United States is one that is obsessed. It has been seized by capital, and it has been seized by right-wing politics. And Christianity has always had tons and tons of right-wing elements to it. It is arguably intrinsically right-wing. Christianity as a religion, Christianity as a religion asserts that there is an ultimate hierarchy of beings. And it's pretty hard to divorce from that. There are people who interpret it differently. There are some people who basically say, sure, there might be a cosmic hierarchy, God is above man, but that all humanity is supposed to be equal. There should be no hierarchies among humans. Some people interpret it that way. That is not the majority position. However, modern Christianity has been so swallowed by the political machine of capital that most churches do not function as places of faith, but instead of places of directed political radicalization. These churches are designed to raise money, to drive money and energy into right-wing political power, to consolidate power for various figures. And with that in mind, organizations like Church Militant represent outgrowths of that hate. But very few of those can actually manage to maintain such deep connections. And also funding. Church Militant had an incredible amount of funding. The videos that they were putting out were expensive to produce, high production value videos that were misleading and deceptive propaganda. And most churches cannot do that. So it's a good thing that a group like Church Militant is no longer operating. It's a good thing for basically everyone. And I would argue that it's a good thing even for Christians. Groups like Church Militant seek to, through the veil of extreme religiosity, through a performative extreme religiosity, they seek to subjugate religion and faith into a political machine for the likes of Donald Trump. And that is what most of their shit boiled down to in the end. Most of everything that they made boiled down to, well, you should support Donald Trump. We need to participate in the culture war in order to support Donald Trump, in order to support the Republicans. And for all of their claims of dissent, you know, they dissent from the Pope, they dissent from Vatican II, they dissent from the norm, they fold right back into it, almost as if, you know, it's just the illusion of choice. That these guys just did a little bit more flagellation and a little bit more, you know, bloody knees from praying and a little bit more, oh Lord, hear me. But in the end, your faith is being driven into a very particular end. And also, of course, let us not forget that perhaps even more impactfully, that these types of organizations serve to turn faith into hatred. They take someone's belief in God. They take someone's belief in a greater power. They take someone's belief in eternal love or forgiveness, and they turn it into a justification to hate someone else on political lines. That it's, you know, Christianity is no longer the religion of love. It's a religion of you need to fight against gays taking over the world. You need to fight against diversity and inclusion taking over the world. You need to save Western civilization in the name of God, as if God cares about Western civilization. Don't you think that the God of the Bible, if genuinely interpreted, would have bigger things to worry about than the kingdoms of man? This is something that has always upset me as somebody who spent most of my life as a devout Christian. When I look at these types of groups, it disgusts me, and it's actually part of what led me away from churches before I left Christianity entirely. When I stopped participating in the extreme churches that my parents had raised me in, the reason for that was because I looked at their actions. I can tell a story, in fact. I remember when I decided I no longer wanted to go to church at all. I had gone back home from college to visit my family. And I was still a Christian at this point. And my dad wanted us all to go to a Christmas service at a church that was affiliated with the church that we grew up in. So we were going to go travel to another sister church, basically. When we went to this church, sorry, I got a little distracted. There was somebody in chat. If any of our mods can go check chat, just go ahead. Anyway, my dad was like, we're gonna go to a Christmas service at this larger church, and I was like, okay, let's go. So we did a whole drive. We drove across the state, and we went to this other church. And while I was sitting there, I had gone to film. I had been in film school for like a year at that point. Obviously, you can probably tell I'm a bit of a film kid. I was sitting there and waiting, and they were doing the sort of everybody's getting into your seats. There's like a whole thing. And they had this huge stage, okay? And they had a dozen, maybe 15 different cameras set up. And these cameras were the highest end cameras that you could possibly imagine. Okay, these cameras were fully mounted platforms. Okay, not just your nice tripods with a camera on top. I'm talking fully mounted television broadcast assisted, machine assisted movement and quieting. So we're talking tons of them. Okay, millions of dollars in camera equipment. Next to where the sermon was happening, they had a winter festival in which they had carted in snow from out of state. This is a southern state. So they had brought snow in from mountains somewhere else in another state. They brought it in so that you could literally ski for Jesus. Okay? Not even joking. Okay? And I'm sitting here looking at this, and the sermon begins. And when they start the sermon, the first thing that they start with is an advertisement for their missionary division, immediately asking people to give their money to help starving children in Africa. And they had pictures of starving children in Africa in their professionally produced advertisement for their missionary program. And I remember this moment so clearly. I don't even remember the rest of the sermon. I can't even remember the rest of it, but I remember this moment so well because I was sitting there going, right behind me, there is $1 million worth of cameras. They could sell one of these cameras and feed every children in that video for the rest of their life for one of these fucking cameras. They could have skipped the carting in the snow and put that $50,000 for the Skiing for Jesus setup into their program to help starving children in Africa. But no, instead they want you to give money to their church so that they can do it for you. They want you to be a part of the system. They want you to be a part of their organization to keep lifting those people up that are at the top. And I remember seeing that and going, there are many people in this audience who truly believe in God. And I counted myself among them. And their faith is being exploited for the delusions, the delusions of grandeur of a handful of people and the cushy careers of a handful of people. And I happen to know that the salaries of the pastors and the leadership and the administration of that church is very, very comfortable. These guys lived in enormous houses. They lived lavish lives, okay? And I was like, I'm done. I'm done being a part of these churches. And it was some time later that I decided to leave Christianity entirely. But that was the moment that I said that I was done with the churches. And groups like Church Militant do that, and more specifically, they do that with hate. They want to take people's genuine belief, their energy, their creative passions, their lifeblood, their time, their money, and they want to direct it towards the disgust of their leadership, whatever their leader is mad at, or what he hates, or what he struggles with. Because of course now we know that all this whole time, you know, hating gay people, he's still been being gay. It's all a big game of self-hate, and he involved his entire church. Years, what, 15 years Church Militant has existed? And 15 years they've taken money and produced hateful things about gay people, attacks against gay people, attacks against trans people. And some of the people who are there are genuine believers. So I think it's good the Church Militant is done for. I think it's good that they've closed their doors, that they will no longer be a nexus for producing hate. And I think it's good, even though I am going to miss Holy Mackerel. And even though I do have positive memories of laughing with and at and being laughed back at a little bit, we got roasted. We're, as the only people on the internet who have really covered Holy Mackerel, we got toasted when they did that, when they did the episode making fun of people, making fun of the critics. We got roasted, and it was good. We had some fun with that. But, you know, Church Militant was a blight. And what they were doing in the world was blighted and sick. So that's the end. That's it. They're done. They've closed their doors. Now, I imagine some of them might go on and do other things, but when something like this, when the soul goes out of something like this, it's hard. You can't capture it back. I said this similarly about Rush Limbaugh, you know, that Rush Limbaugh represented an extraordinary figure for right-wing politics. And you don't get that type of power structure. You don't get that type of sinister cunning very often even in those movements. They can't cultivate that. You can't just have somebody with that level of demented drive for control and for a specific way of navigating that consolidates power towards a specific end. And Church Militant was one of them, and they're gone. And much like with when Rush Limbaugh departed, I think that that's to the benefit of the vast majority of people in America, if not the world. I don't know about, maybe not for Church Militant, but for Rush Limbaugh, that was true. For Church Militant, it's going to mostly be a weakening of a true hate movement. Yeah, so everyone, let's take a moment and look back on all of the wildness that we had with them over the years. You guys remember when we watched their infomercials for Jesus? You guys remember this? Here, let me bring it up. Look, it's even got the old thumbnail style. The old Gloobies. They're so good. They're so good.
And every straight person is like, I don't know, I don't buy it.
Oh, my videos were so quiet.
But every gay person in chat, you know exactly what I'm saying.
There's Milo, the adoring virgin statue, cold cast polyresin in bronze or silver.
Is true. This guy was on top of the world, and now he's selling Jesus statues? No, there's something in it for him. Daddy is gonna give him a firm hand and maybe put him in the Christ cage. Maybe he gets to spend a night in the Christ cage if he's...
Damn, I stopped it at the best moment!
Very good.
They've been creating...
Principal Skinner voice. But what if I pass my fetish off as a grift? Guys, it's more common than you might think.
Woo! I was cooking! I was cooking!
People at home that are not necessarily cast in metals because it's so inconvenient and also can be dangerous when you have kids around. You know, you can do serious injuries to children when you've got big hunks of metal on the table, especially with sharp edges and things. This stuff is, if you've ever had one of these...
Amazing. That was one of the best. And of course, you know, I would be remiss to not bring up the interviews. Which we watched in my most recent one. The one that I had here. It's polyresin? Yeah, of course. Which we did here. In this one,
people are going to write
of course we watched this one.
to you and say he hasn't changed when I make this joke, but you know I'm always deflecting into humorous and other things I do to get in my own way. And I was there having like this prickling feeling, and I'm like, oh, menopause, you know. But being here has mattered to me already, and I don't know when this goes out, but I probably haven't left yet. But it's mattered to me, and it's meant something. So it's sort of I hate to pay you too many compliments because.
No.
Oh, we got the special helper clip. Let's do the special helper. And of course, where would we be without Holy Mackerel?
It's not easy, you know. You know how hard it is coming back to the faith after all these years? And I get here to Ferndale, Michigan. It's bad enough being Michael Voris's special helper.
Oh, they all knew. They were all in on it. They were all cashing out. They knew. Every one of them knew. Everyone. Okay, not everyone. Okay, so like, she knew. Shop lady knew for sure. She hated Milo. Oh my God, it was so funny. Oh, what a wild ride it's been. Oh, you guys remember God-given right to a mommy? I think I got that one still here somewhere. Where's my God-given right to a mommy? I gotta find it. I got it here. Here we go.
Willfully depriving that little boy of his God-given right to a mommy.
That one used to be on the soundboard.
Willfully depriving that little boy of his God-given right to a mommy.
Willfully depriving that little boy of his God-given right to a mommy. Incredible. Oh, holy shit, Danny, you might be right. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely incredible, right? The good news is we have archived Holy Mackerel. So even if Church Militant is gone, which is probably for the best for everyone, Holy Mackerel will never be gone. We have an archive of my own, and also we archived it on the Internet Archive. So if you ever want to see it, it's there. There's not much else for me to say about this. Honestly, we knew that there was a very good chance that Holy Mackerel was going to be gone forever. I wonder. Let's see. I wonder. I wonder if there's any... I want to know if there's any other... Hold on, let's see. I want to see if there's anything else. The only thing that comes up is their official channel. I can't believe we called it so hard. Yeah, there's nothing. Nothing on the web. It's all just on their YouTube channel now. Somebody did make a fandom page for it, which is... Somebody made a fandom. Was that one of us? This has got to be one of us. Somebody did this. Somebody from our community did this. Welcome to the Holy Mackerel Wiki. The only place in the world where canon 1251 comes to life. Somebody made a fandom wiki. It could have been them. They might have done it too. It is really funny that there's a wiki. If it was one of us, I need to know who it is. You don't have to openly confess, but you got to send me an email. Okay, it's really simple, to be fair. It's just got summaries of the episodes. Church Militant has fallen in hard times, causing them to cancel Adobe products. Shane pulls a prank on JP that goes too far. We watched this one. The most niche fandom. We're literally, to my knowledge, we're the only people who have, oh wait, I wonder. Hold on. The creator has not posted anything about it on social media, at least that I know of. Okay, do you want to see something really upset? Okay, whatever you do, don't go to their social media. Okay, here's the last one. Wait, Holy Mackerel. The Holy Mackerel official page. 2 days until Good Friday. This upcoming Friday is Good Friday. Although it's a fasting day, it is in fact good. Reminder, it's Friday once again. You must abstain from eating meat. Enjoy today, for tomorrow you shall fast from meat. Holy shit. As of 10 hours ago, Holy Mackerel did tweet. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's alive. He survived the crumble. Well, who knows? I guess I'm sure they'll probably post if they do more stuff here, but I really doubt that they will. The good news is I do know the creator's social... Okay, I shouldn't say the good news. I do know the creator's social media, so I'll reach out to him and see if I can get, you know, permission to, like... I don't know. I doubt they're going to want to sell me the rights, but... You know, maybe I can get their blessing to make some, you know, related stuff as a tribute, because I would like to do that. I would like to do that. Kind of wild that he's still tweeting even after their website went down. It could also be a fan account. Who knows? They might not have been. They might not be in on the. Who do they follow? Okay, so they're following people from there. Yeah, this might be a fan page. I'm looking real quick at their following. Some of the people I recognize from the show. Anyway, I don't want to ramble too much anymore about this. The reality is Church Militant is done for. They're done. Holy Mackerel, the show, is probably going to be gone too. However, I am going to at least try to, in good faith, and I mean that, in good faith, reach out and see if maybe we can't do something. Maybe we can't, because I don't want to. I don't like the idea of just ripping it. You know what I mean? I'd prefer to be able to say, hey, we've had a lot of fun laughing at your little skit show. We definitely do not see eye to eye on politics, but maybe, you know, out of a mutual appreciation for the fish, maybe we can work out a little deal or something. Because I'd love to see this, you know, I'd love to see it not become lost media. Anyway, thank you all for watching. If you are not subscribed to Demon Mama, you gotta subscribe. We talk about all kinds of stuff. We talk about media. We talk about news. We talk about politics. And of course, well, we used to talk about Holy Mackerel. Anyway, thanks for watching. Make sure you're subscribed. Damn. We did it. Wild ride, right? Absolutely wild, right? I don't think they'll want to make a deal with the devil. Yeah, but who knows? You got to try at least, right? You got to at least try. Real quick, I didn't want this to be in the segment, but I want you to take a look at this, okay? Look at the shows. So Red Top Report was a previously associated show. They've spun off. It's like a YouTube channel. The go-to program to fight cultural degeneracy. Stop teaching kids to be gay. This is this is the host of that. Turbo bigot, writer, cultural commentator. Yeah, these are the followers of Holy Mackerel, or these are who Holy Mackerel follows. Oof. Yikers. Calling out degeneracy. Awake, not woke, because I'm the furthest thing from broke. Delete the elites. Yikes. Yikers. Yeah, Red Top Report spun off. So it looks like some of the people from Church Militant have gone into the YouTube game. That's where they're at right now, it looks like. I don't know. You want to see something funny? Watch this, okay? This is from the creator of Holy Mackerel, okay? If the government says it was an accident, I'll believe it was a terror attack. If the government says it was a terror attack, I'll believe the government did it. Hashtag Baltimore Bridge. Jesus Christ. Dude. No, man. People died. Holy shit. Chill out. Chill out, my man. Holy shit. Ah, well. Like I said, we always knew we would never see eye to eye. That's for sure. That's for sure. Oh, that's really funny to me. Everybody knows that Holy Mackerel did it. They were eating meat on the bridge and he had to take it out. He had to stop it, right? Jesus Christ. See, this is why we didn't want that in the actual segment. By the way, just real quick, just want to thanks the people who donated during that segment. Evil Morty with the $10. Praise the sun for Holy Mackerel's life on YouTube. Well, hopefully we'll be able to maintain a presence. I don't know if the Church Militant YouTube channel is going to stick around. I don't know what's going on. We'll see. MKJ Moon with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so very much. That really, really means the world to me. Thank you very, very much. Wild. Absolutely wild. MZT1 with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. And LB with the tier 1 sub saying, wah. Thank you both very much for supporting the show. This is a viewer-supported show, so please consider giving me your likes, which are free, and throwing me a few little donations here and there from time to time. You know, just consider a little tip, because that's how I make my income. It means the world to me. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's interesting. I will say it's really funny that right around the day that the news of Michael Voris leaving or getting fired from St. Michael's Media, this is what Charlie Hornbacher posted. He posted the clip of Braveheart with the guy screaming, "Freedom!" freedom! Mel Gibson screaming, freedom! Yikes, bro. What the hell was going on in that? Oh, God, you would love to know all of their opinions. God, it would be magical to be able to hear all of their opinions on this whole shit. But, you know, that's the creator of Holy Mac. Charles Hornbacker is the creator of Holy Mackerel. Good night, Danny. Please rest well. Oh, wow. What a wild ride. Ron's KFC with the $20 says, my brother's father-in-law's house was off the first exit off of that bridge. Now they'll have to take the tunnel to get there, but it only adds about 10 minutes to the drive. Oh, well, first of all, I'm glad there's an alternate route. That video was terrifying and terrible. I really despise the people who are doing conspiracy posting about it the moment that it happened. Yeah, I'm sorry that you had people who were that close to it. I'm glad you're all safe. Thank you very much for the $20, Ron's KFC. Really appreciate that. Wild, wild stuff. Absolutely wild stuff. Anyway. You live on the northwest side of Baltimore? Well, I'm glad you stayed safe then. Oh, I don't care, Rioma. That's really minor. It doesn't... If people think that it's gonna get under my skin to call me fat, you're gonna have to try a lot harder than that. Oh, you're gonna have to try a lot harder than that, my friends. Woo! That doesn't even begin to bother me. Oh! Let's go gut to gut. Come on. Bring it on. Yeah, of course. The answer is pretty simple, Hippie Punk. You can see what's going on in the video. The boat loses power. Now, why the boat lost power, who knows? There's a lot of things that can go wrong on a boat. But yeah, it is a pretty simple situation. Nasty Redacted says, we are enlightened past the point of thinking being fat is bad. Yeah, exactly. Another bored person with the $5 says, isn't it weird how people don't believe tragedies can happen due to companies skimping on maintenance or repairs? It's always malice, never greed. But also, sometimes tragedies can happen just because of an accident. Like, who knows what happened? To my knowledge, they haven't figured it out yet. It could have been somebody got injured in the engineering thing and it caused a system to fail. Who knows? Yeah, in the video, you can see the power cuts out twice. They're clearly trying to restart the power. Yeah, who knows? It could have been basically anything. Yeah. You had heard the boat had previous engine shutdowns. Well, that could be something there too. You know, sometimes that happens where there's previous issues, but because of a profit drive, you know, they don't want to stop it. You know, that happens. That's something that's happened in plane incidents where they're like, you know, the schedule is so tight that they're incentivized to like look past maintenance issues, you know? Yeah. Chariot says the right was preparing to trick themselves into believing this back when the guy went viral posting computer-generated animations of planes crashing and blaming DEI. Oh, it's crazy. I have seen people say, there was like a big tweet that went viral on Twitter that was like, DEI strikes again, and it was like the video of the boat crashing into the pillar. It's like DEI, oh my God. Oh man, yeah, it's wild. People have brain rot, yeah. Now, we have a couple of things that we could do next. There's a couple of things that we could do next. And I don't know exactly what. I only really planned one thing, and I wanted to do the rest fairly freeform. Actually, I lied. I planned a second thing. True, Gila Monster. You guys ready? I want to watch something with you, okay? I want you to witness the wonder of what the streaming world has brought us, okay? I want you to know what streaming has done to the world once and for all, okay? This is for us to enjoy together. Bear witness to two of the world's most popular streamers. Okay, I don't know if Aiden Ross is popular. Whatever, let's watch it. Let's do it. Ready? Are you guys ready? High-level ideas. Let's do it.
Do you live in the Big Bang Theory or
Pangria?
What the fuck is
Pangria?
Like, that sounds like some World of Warcraft thing.
World of Warcraft thing.
It's where
Islands?
like the whole world
was an island that got split
into continents.
The whole world or
Our planet. Our planet. Our planet.
The world is the planet.
well, one theory doesn't affect the other.
They're both part of the same thing.
I know. What I'm saying is, you know, like there's
There's consonants. There's consonants.
They got broken apart. Yes.
They got broken apart. That's what that is.
I'm saying which one you believe in.
No, I think the
Big Bang.
makes all the planets and shit.
Planets and shit.
And the planet is in a certain state or shape, or not sure, but has certain continent. It's made a certain way, and
Then meteor happens. And it splits up.
right, and then we have continents. That's kind of how it happens. So they're both the same theory, right?
Right? Okay.
One doesn't affect the other. It's like saying, I have
Buttered bread.
Do you believe in butter?
Bread.
Well, my bread is
Buttered.
I can have both at the same time. I don't have to believe in one or the other. They're both there.
Magic, okay? Magic. The state of the world, okay? Now, one of these guys is like almost a billionaire, and the other guy is a multi-millionaire. Incredible to think about. Just amazing, right? There's so much going on in there. You know, personally, I'm a subscriber to the Big Bang, you know?
Bazinga.
You know, I'm a big Bang, you know, believer. But I don't know. Well, gotta say, Pangria sounded pretty compelling. And I really liked I think my favorite part of this is when XQC implies that Pangria happened because of the Big Bang, and that the Big Bang is when an asteroid crashed into the Earth and sent all of the continents separated apart. I think that is like genuinely incredible. It's next level. It's one of the perfect, by the way, this particular exchange is a perfect demonstration of how you can be right in the wrong way. Because he is right. You actually can have both Big Brang and Pangea. You can have both. You don't need to have one or the other. They are like buttered bread, you know? But something was a little off there, you know? The Big Bang was what started everything. It all started with Sheldon.
Bazinga.
And when Sheldon
Bazinga.
Appeared, the rest of the universe appeared with him.
Bazinga.
And, you know, from there, it was all Pangea from there. Actually incredible. Yeah, somehow XQC was smarter than Aiden Ross, but still ridiculously wrong. And this is the type of video that first of all, like totally exposes the idea. Well, here's the thing. Well, it does kind of undermine the idea of the meritocracy on one level, obviously, you know, because come on. But on the other hand, there is something to be said about like being that critically stupid and somehow being able to sort of intrinsically wriggle your way up to a position of people liking you. You know what I mean? It's kind of impressive. And I have to respect it to a certain degree. And I know that a lot of people, you know, it's possible that this is all just a bit, that it was all set up and they're both playing characters. But I've always had a hard time believing that. I don't think this is like a characters thing, you know? It could be, but I don't know. I never got that impression. I never got the feeling that these were characters. And in fact, part of the reason why I don't believe that they're characters is just because of how much time people like XQC actually spend on stream. You know what I mean? Like, even if you were completely devoted to a role and XQC is just not, he doesn't do any of the flubs and say the stupid things that he does in his normal life. It's 100% a character. He's living as that character like 8 to 12 hours of his day. So a majority of his life is being devoted to living as a guy who believes that the Big Bang Pangea theory, the Big Bang was when a meteor hit the Earth and shattered Pangea into buttered toast, you know? Anyway, I wanted to share that treat with you because I think it's magical. Personally, I think it's magic. I think it's incredible. It's kind of like how Trump is being an idiot generally, but he has a very specific type of genius for how to manipulate a crowd. Yeah, you know, it's life finds a way. And certain types of people are very convenient for making money. You know, like, as it turns out, maybe being a stupid dumbass who doesn't understand anything about the world, but can live in a chair for 10 hours out of every day and make funny noises in front of children while selling them, you know, things, is like that. Maybe, as it turns out, like, that type of person is really, really good for the gambling industry. It is kind of funny to me that both Aiden Ross and XQC both got their money and their fame from a gambling grift in which they were explicitly, or I should say, in my opinion, were explicitly selling gambling to children. I think that's fascinating. You know? Weird. Technogal with the tier 2 sub. Thank you very, very, very much. I also like the Big Bang.
Bazinga.
There you go. Trump has a vagina on his neck. Excuse me, it's called a nunt. Thank you. It's called a nunt. Jessica Metal says, you'd think Aiden Ross would have gone into hiding since he basically ratted the Tape Bros out publicly. Yeah, but the thing is, the Tape Bros are cooked, bro. They're cooked. They're cooked. They're toast. Their goose is done. Their Bugattis, liquidated. Their goose, blackened. Their sex trafficking empire, closed. Jessica Metal says, people already down bad for the Trump Nakusi. Excuse me? Horrible. Nightmare. Horrible. Firstifer, thank you so much for renewing your membership. Thank you so very much. Hold on, I think I missed one dono. I gotta pop it up here real quick. Hold on, let me bring up the feed. Oh no, I didn't. Okay. That was the only one I missed. Okay, now we have some options for what we can do next. Okay, we have some options. Let me take a look at what we got. Let me see. Let me take a look. Let me take a look at what we've got we can do next. Because we got some stuff, you know? There's a bunch of stuff that I haven't done yet that I wanted to do. We could do a political react. We could do the Elon Musk interview. That would be interesting. I wanted to do the Mia Mulder video, but I don't know if I got the energy to do that. If I do the Mia Mulder video, we won't be able to do anything else because I can already feel my energy is waning, and I don't want to overdo it, you know? I really don't want to overdo it. Hold on a second here. We have other things we could do. Let's take a look here. We got... Oh yeah, we could react to the Satan's Guide to the Bible. I've heard the Satan's Guide to the Bible is really good. I've had that recommended to me. And I've wanted to react to that. That's a bit of a long react, but it might be worth it. That was another one I've had in the backlog. And I think we have some cooking stuff we could do. We could do Cooking Mama. Oh, we don't have that. Well, yeah, we could do a Cooking Mama. I don't have that much Cooking Mama stuff to do, is the problem. I don't know if... We'd probably be fine. No Dark Souls tonight? I hope to do Dark Souls. But here's the thing. We are at 3 hours and 15 minutes of stream. How long is the Musk interview? We'll do a poll maybe. Oh, the Musk interview is only an hour. And that could be funny. The last... Whoa, 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 whoa. The last... Hey, whoa, hey, whoa, hey, whoa, 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 hey, whoa, hey, hey, chill. Chill, YouTube. Holy shit. The thing is, the last Elon Musk thing that we did was really fucking funny. That was really good. We only got 4 hours to go to make it another 7-hour stream. See, that's the thing. That's the thing. I don't want to go that long, and I don't think I can. I don't think I can. It wasn't all that exciting. It's a funny interview. See, that's the thing. I was hoping it'd be funny. I don't think we could do the democracy thing, because the democracy thing, I have a lot to say about that, and I feel like we'd be here for a really long time. I do want to do that. And alternatively, you guys could send me something free-form that we could react to. If anybody has anything that hasn't been submitted to the server and you guys have something you think would be killer, you know, you could do that. But most of the time, I'll be completely honest, most of the time you guys don't succeed at that. You guys send shit and I'm like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this shit? I think maybe we should do the Elon Musk. All right, let's get a poll and see. Let's get a poll and let's see. Wait, how long is the Satan's Guide? Satan's Guide is 1 hour and 25 minutes. I don't want to, it's got like really detailed animation, so. Lily Alexander has a video, but it's 1 hour and 25. What's Lily Alexander? What's Lily Alexander's new video? I don't want to just react to somebody else's video. I have specific ones that I want, that I feel like I can add something to, you know? I do really like Lily Alexander, and I'm not saying, let's see. The feminist to far-right pipeline. Oh, that sounds really interesting, actually. I'm gonna put that on my watch later, but I don't think I don't think reacting to that is necessarily what I want to do right now. Audio sputtering again. What the hell? That's weird. So I wasn't doing anything except for typing. Okay, good to know. Well, I don't know if that one was my end or somebody else's. That's part of the thing. All right, let's get some ideas. Okay, hold on a second. Let's see. Wow, Cooking Mama's doing very, very good right now. Cooking Mama's right up there with Musk. Oh, Musk is catching up. Oh, people really feeling good about Cooking Mama, huh? What about the YouTube chat? Oh, Musk is getting ahead. Oh my God. Oh, Musk and Cooking Mama tied. All right, that means we have to poll. Well, I have to end the current poll, and then I have to poll the YouTube chat. Let's poll YouTube chat. All right, let's see what YouTube has to say. Musk is very popular on the YouTube side. So the YouTube viewers are really here for the Musk stuff. Oh, Satan's Guide is catching up though. Looks like Musk is winning. All right, we'll do Musk tonight then. All right, I've seen enough. Oh, there's only 59 votes. Damn, nobody's... Oh, it's growing. Oh, shit, more votes are flowing in by the second. We're going to need to get them... I can't call it early. There's like hundreds of people who haven't voted yet. Oh, wait, but they might have already voted in the website poll. So who knows? All right, polls are closing. It's clear Musk has won by a long shot. All right, we're doing Elon Musk, everybody. We're doing it. We're doing the Elon Musk. We're doing the Elon Musk. All right, here we go, everybody. It's time. It's time to dunk on Elon Musk. My lovely, lovely imps, it's been a while. It's been a while since we have laughed at Elon Musk. Now, if you're on the internet, chances are that you've been harangued or had your ears stuffed with the thoughts and words of Elon Musk. And a lot of times, it's from the mouth of his simps, of people who just absolutely love Elon Musk and everything that he does. They love his products. They think he's the genius who's gonna save the world. He's gonna bring the future to us all. He's gonna put a cybernetics in our brain that will let us, you know, I don't know, play old games with our brain, as if you don't already play games with your brain. I don't know. But here, we like to have a more critical eye towards Elon Musk. You know, we've followed Elon Musk's misadventures and foibles for many, many years on this channel. And I don't talk about him all that frequently, but we do check in every once in a while. And I've heard through the grapevine that he had an interesting interview with Don Lemon. I don't know all that much about Don Lemon. I remember that Don Lemon got fired after some incidents. I think he was at CNN prior, or maybe it was not. I don't 100% remember. Like I said, not super that familiar with. So I don't know. I don't really know much about his interview style. The last interview we watched with Elon Musk was one of the funniest and most entertaining interviews we've ever watched on this channel outside of the Milo Yiannopoulos interview. That one was, of course, incredible. But I've heard really good things about this interview. So I want to see, maybe together we can find something out about it, learn about it, or maybe just have a laugh. And I don't know if we'll watch the entire thing, but I figured we'd at least give it a shot. So without any further ado, let's check in on Don Lemon and Elon Musk's very interesting interview. By the way, just so we're clear, the title is Elon Musk on Racism, Bailing Out Donald Trump, Hate Speech, and More, which, boy oh boy, is that not some major topics. Let's do it. I'll lower that just a little bit.
Welcome to the Don Lemon Show, everyone. We're still here. In a minute, I'm going to bring you my conversation with Elon Musk, the one that everyone is talking about. But first, let me tell you a bit about the show. Contrary to what you might have heard, we weren't canceled by X. Yes, after months of begging me, wooing me to offer some exclusive content on his platform, Elon Musk decided to scrap the deal. But our plan is, and always has been, to release this show everywhere, on YouTube, on Spotify, on iHeartRadio, just about any place you stream content. Now for my conversation with Elon. As with all my interviews, no restrictions, no ground rules, nothing off limits or out of bounds. That is until the interview ended. So what went wrong? I don't know.
What? That is a wild way to start. That is a wild intro. Okay, we are either being clickbaited we might be getting clickbaited really hard, but I feel like people would have warned me if we were getting clickbaited that hard. That's wild.
But my hope is that you learn something about both Elon and me, two people who come from completely different vantage points on almost every single issue. And I challenge you, Elon, to watch the whole interview and tell the world why this isn't what you claim you want on X.
Thank you for inviting us here.
You're welcome.
Tesla headquarters. I'm surprised at how big it is. I've never seen it. Yeah, it's about 3 times.
Okay, small critique. That editing transition. Whew, boy, is that annoying.
The size of the Pentagon.
Yeah.
We built it in 16 months. It's the fastest construction project in the United States since World War II.
So I'm here, as
The fastest construction project in the United States since World War II. Okay, I don't want to be a pause Andrea this quickly, but Elon Musk has a history of making absolutely ridiculous and false claims, and also claims that are really, really hard to like fact check. It's like, in the last interview, he made claims about the popularity of his product, and also he made the claim that the Cybertruck was going to be the largest automotive launch in launch history. And there was just, in like automotive history, and there is just no category by which that's true unless he's completely dissolved the meaning, which that's what I tend to believe. When Elon Musk makes these types of claims, it's the same as when Donald Trump goes, "It's the biggest you've ever seen, folks. Bigger than any. You've never seen anything bigger. Never seen anything greater." He seems to be emulating Trump's way of lying. Except, well, I guess they are pretty similar. You know, the thing with Elon Musk is that he's gotten in a little bit more hot water with his particular brand of lying, because usually when he's lying directly to investors and or investigative authorities that are directly trying to ask him about the claims that he's made about his projects. And I think that, obviously, we know Donald Trump is in hot water, but Donald Trump's situation is a little more complicated than just saying something was bigly, you know, whereas Elon Musk, that's kind of a big deal that he's done in the past, is making huge claims and then not necessarily being able to back them up with evidence. I'd be interested to know if there's any truth whatsoever in his claim here, but.
I'm on the platform because you say you're a free speech absolutist, right? And there are no conditions?
Yeah. Free speech is as much as possible within the bounds of the law.
Yeah. So the reason I'm saying that is because there are no conditions on this interview. You said that, we'll speak to you for an hour. I don't like sound bites, so I welcome that. So let's get into it. So we're here in Austin. South by Southwest is going on. We're at the Tesla headquarters. You are in the process of...
I wish my Donald Trump impersonation was better, but the reality is, and by wish, I mean, I wish that it would be better without me having to try for it anymore. The Donald Trump impersonation, I have his manner of speech down, like the way, but I don't have his tonality or anything like that. Like, I don't have the sound of his voice. I only have the pattern and rhythm of it down. And that's the hard part with the Trump one, is getting the whole thing. And I just can't do it. I've never been able to do it. But also, I don't care enough to get it that perfect. You know what I mean? It's just my Alex Jones. Well, obviously, Alex Jones is like, that is my go-to. Okay. You can't get around anymore without running into goblins. The Democrats, they've been putting goblins everywhere. You wouldn't even believe how many goblins they've got out there. It is goblin, goblin, goblin. Every single corner's got a goddamn goblin, and they want to take you away from God. God wants you to get brain force pills, but you can't, because these tax collecting, court document serving goblins are all over the place, set there by Hillary Clinton.
Moving SpaceX here, I understand?
No. SpaceX has a massive facility in South Texas where we build and launch Starship. And then we have in Bastrop near Austin, we are about to start production at a Starlink, a large Starlink factory for Starlink terminals.
Okay. This is I know I'm pausing right again already, but nobody can ever complain about me or Obama, because obviously me and Obama were basically on the same level of this, but I don't ever want to hear any of you motherfuckers complain about me or Obama or anybody else saying or too much when this goddamn
But
Elon
it's,
Musk
but we're not
asshole
shutting down
exists. That was, this guy, he says and more than he says other words. That was crazy. Whatever.
Facilities in California.
And this guy says he chooses to go into the public eye. He could just be a quiet CEO who has press people do everything for him. There's a million rich guy CEOs who never go in front of the public, and this guy goes out of his way to go in front of them. My God.
As part of a launch of a news interview show that is going to be on X.com. It's coming as a media industry, as you know, is going through a whole lot of changes. Yeah. X has also been affected by that. Where do you see X.com's role in the future of news and journalism, Elon?
Well, I think I see the X as it's already the #1 source of news in the world. So it is #1.
There we go again. X is the #1 source of news in the world. What? That's not even possible. X, aka Twitter, barely has a share of social media engagement. It is not even fucking close.
Yeah, the #1 way that people actually are informed about any kind of news, meaning real-time events, is on the X platform, formerly Twitter.
Nah, dude.
There's nothing even close for real-time.
Also cucked. Saying formerly Twitter is the most cucked thing you could. Have some faith in your brand, you loser. Everyone knows that you made a big mistake changing the name from Twitter, that you made a big mistake basically with everything that has to do with Twitter. Everybody still calls it Twitter. Everybody still calls it tweets. Nobody calls it fucking X, and you can't even commit to it, my man. God damn.
News. So we also want to expand upon that, and we have done so with long-form content. So instead of just doing what used to be called tweets, you can now do long-form posts. You can post an entire essay. In fact, you can now post an entire book to the platform.
Nightmare, by the way. First of all, okay, I've used Twitter, formerly or currently known as X, temporarily known as X, whatever, for some time. And let me tell you, the long posts have added nothing to the platform. First of all, they get truncated, okay? So when you're scrolling across your timeline, obviously, because otherwise the site would break, they get shrunk down to hit read more. And when you go to click read more, it takes you off your timeline. And often they're quote tweets, so they get broken. And sometimes when you're scrolling down, the website will auto refresh and you'll lose your place. No one is uploading a fucking book on there, and the only people who use the long post are people who are having a protracted mental breakdown. Twitter is mentalillness.com, okay? It is not a healthy place to be, and if you're posting tweets that require you to write paragraphs upon paragraphs, you're having an issue. Almost 90% of those posts is someone having a demented breakdown. I swear to God, okay? Oh my God. They're horrible to read, and they're always Why? Why would you go to the platform where you look to find little quick, easy things to go ha-ha at and try to read something huge? And who is drawn to try and say something huge? Okay, let me just try and explain this to you, okay? Everybody knows that everyone at some point in their life has come across the Twitter thread that's way too long, okay? You guys ever seen a Twitter thread that's like 89 tweets long or something like that? When has there ever been a Twitter thread more than like 3 tweets or 4 tweets long that wasn't somebody having a total breakdown? Fucking find me one. Every single one is always a breakdown. It's just how it goes, okay? That's what convinces you that you should post 89 snippets of your mental process instead of just posting it anywhere else or filming a video or whatever or streaming or you know, or talking to a friend. The only thing is like there's something wrong. You're in distress. You're making a bad decision.
You can do long-form video content.
There might be one
so you
exception.
can do
There might be one exception, okay? And I'm sorry if these guys got caught in the blast. There might be one exception. And that is threads that are like, what is the funniest video that you've ever seen? Here's my top 10 or top 15 funniest videos, and then they post all of their funniest videos. Those threads are sometimes gold. You know, sometimes you get some good memes out of them. And maybe animal bots, or not animal bots, but animal accounts where they're like, here are the 20 types of ant that live in your area. And then it'll be a thread of 20 different snippets of information with a picture of the ant or a bird. But even still, half the time, it's better to just pick up a bird book, like one of these. Like, look at this thing. I have a bird book here, Birds of North America, and you can just open it up and look at all the birds, and there's like many birds, and there's all this information. It's way easier than a tweet thread. So that's the problem. That's the problem. You see, there's very rare cases where somebody posting more than 3 or 4 tweets in a thread is a good sign.
Up to 4-hour video segments. We really want news in whatever form it is, or information, I should say, in whatever form it is, to be available on our platform, whether it's short, long, text, pictures, video, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, and some of the stuff that we do, long-form video, interview shows, what have you.
Yeah.
You reached out over the summer and you said, it would be great to have Maddo, Don Lemon, others on the left put on this platform. You receive full support. The digital town square is for all. What do you mean by that?
Well, I just mean that we want to make sure that there are a wide variety of viewpoints, that it's you know, we always have, for example, Tucker Carlson, who most people will view as being on the right. And
so does Tucker Carlson? What do you mean most people?
And yeah, that's quite a prominent name on the right. We want to have prominent names on the left as well to provide different points of view, as well as centrists. Just basically a wide range of viewpoints on the platform, so users can hear different opinions. You know, they can hear, you know, what's your point of view, what's Tucker's point of view, and and people can make their own decision.
You know, the neckbeard look is a real decision by Elon. I don't get it. I don't understand why he went with the neckbeard. Like, I'm not saying that there's never been anyone who's been able to do a neckbeard. Like, I'm pretty sure that one of the, like, 7 dwarves from Snow White, like, I think one of them has a neckbeard, and he looks okay. But he's also, like, a funny little dwarf, you know? That's a chin strap? It's not. All of the beard is on the neck. He only has a minimum on his chin. Most of it's on the neck. The neck beard is not a good beard type, okay? Like, it's just not. And I don't know why you would choose right before going to your fancy big profile interview, you would choose to have the neck beard. I'm just sorry. I don't understand it. I don't get it.
About what they believe.
You didn't mean that I'm on the left? Did you think that?
I thought you were on the left, but
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, let's just say I don't know what the left is or the right is, frankly, these days, because things can be quite polarized. But my impression was that you're more likely to be described as on the left than the right. My sense is you're sort of center left. I don't know. You tell me.
Well, did you ever watch me on CNN, or did you watch?
I saw I saw segments.
Yeah.
But CNN is generally considered left.
Yeah. Why do you say that?
Oh.
Why do I say CNN is generally considered left? I think if you look at any sort of media survey of what is on the left or right, I think they would say, like, for example, Fox is on the right and CNN is on the left.
Yeah.
Sorry, dude. Nah. You know who says CNN is on the left? Far right people. No one on the left except CNN is left, okay? Not even a little bit. Not even close, okay? Even most liberals will not accept CNN as on the left because they're not. No one in their right mind would say that CNN is on the left. That's absurd. It's really funny. I love these types of interviews when people ask a question that simple, a simple question. Just explain to me why you think that. Because it's so telling. Well, you know, most people would say that. That's why you think that? It's just because most people would say that? I don't know. Let's see what else he comes up with.
So that's what is it?
Am I missing something here?
Okay. Are you missing something? I don't know. I think that when I read that, I said, like many of my critics or detractors, they never really watched me on CNN. They just saw the clips of me either on social media or maybe on Fox News or in conservative media, where it's sort of where I've become a character or a caricature of what I actually am, and it's taken out of context.
Sure. Well, how would you describe yourself?
I would describe myself as someone who is, I am independent in my thinking, and I vote for people based on the issues and how I feel about it, not necessarily because of political leaning of some sort.
Well, I agree with that approach. I think that's generally how people should take things, which is, I mean,
do you really? Because it really doesn't seem like that, given what you were saying before. And also, it's kind of a bit of a self-report that he's like, yeah, we have tons of right-wingers on Twitter. Like, he always likes to deny that that's the case, but the reality is that fairly rapidly, Twitter has become a right-wing, far-right cesspit. And in fact, you can see this very easily if you just look at the replies of any tweet that gets any ground. The blue checks, the people who are the dyed-in-the-wool supporters of Twitter, they will be openly declaring their right-wing sentiments. They're not ashamed of it.
There are a whole sort of set of issues which are sort of somewhat arbitrarily bucketed into right or left. But I think most citizens would think that they would agree with some things on the left, but not everything, or they agree on some things on the right, but not everything. So that's what I think most people feel, I guess.
How much longer?
What an empty response. Why do you think this? Most people think this. Most people think that. Oh, man. I think we're starting to get to the point of Elon Musk's life where it starts to become apparent, like, how much he's hollowed himself out and how afraid he really is of who he is and what he actually represents. It's actually wild to spend an entire response just deferring to what you think people think. I think I would respect him more if he just said, yeah, CNN is a bunch of leftist hacks. I think I would respect that more because at least he'd be saying what he actually believes. Whereas right now he's just kind of like shuddering and going, well, most people think CNN is the left. It's like he's not even brave enough to have his own opinion. He has to be backed up. It's like the need to be seen as cool or something.
And maybe the answer is forever. How much longer are we going to have to call it the formerly known as Twitter? I mean, even Prince went back to Prince instead of, is it always going to be X?
It's definitely always going to be X.
So X is going through some...
You just said he got him. He got his ass. Don Lemon got his ass. He called him out. Got him.
Changes. As I said, a lot of media companies are going through some changes. You're in charge of an incredible platform, Elon. How do you feel that's going?
I think it's going pretty well so far.
Bruh, come on. Come on. Own up to it, dude. It's going terribly. Everyone knows it's going terribly. You said in your last... Hold on a second. Let's do a quick flashback. In the last interview we watched on this channel, go check it out. It's right on my front page. Just go to my Demon Mama, youtube.com/C/Demon Mama. Go look at my previous interview in which he says, Twitter is gonna die and it's gonna be your fault, Disney. Disney killed Twitter. The wokes killed Twitter. Dude, it's not going good. Mad copium.
we're seeing record usage. We've added a tremendous amount of functionality. I mentioned the
record usage is so funny to me. Oh man, that's such a funny metric. I love it. The nothing burgers. We're seeing record usage. What does that mean? More bots logging in, more people clicking, more people having to refresh the page. Oh wait, that's right. You've changed all the metrics that you measure, so you don't measure like engagements anymore. You don't measure when someone retweets or replies. Instead, you measure views, which views happen as you're scrolling through, sometimes completely ignoring things. And that's like 700 engagements because you saw 700 things as you were blasting through trying to find one thing to look at. Yeah, my pussy in bio 3 times under every single reply. Record usage!
It used to be that you could only do short, text and maybe a picture or something like that, short video. But now you can do long form text, long form video. We've added.
And it sucks. The long form video will reset itself and forget your position in the video. Long form video on Twitter is unwatchable. It's genuinely unwatchable. And long form text is the opposite of what Twitter's design was for. Nobody wanted long form text on Twitter. And you could do long form text on Twitter if you needed to by using a tool like TwitLonger. It was possible. Or by posting an image of what you wanted to say. So stupid. So stupid.
Audio video calling. So you can not just do text DMs, you can do audio video calling. We've improved the algorithm, I think, significantly.
The audio and video calling that exposes your IP address? Yeah, amazing.
And made the system faster and better, and that's reflected in the increased usage.
So let's talk about that, because you said you wanted all points of view, right? It's a digital town square for all.
Yeah.
It's the platform has kind of picked up where some conservative media has left off, that moving to the right, increasingly becoming part of a conservative dialogue, and sometimes even conspiracy theories, right? There was an article recently written about you saying that you, Donald Trump, and X were the most important people or places or whatever icons when it comes to the MAGA movement. Do you agree with that? How do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, there are nonsense articles written all the time, and I certainly wouldn't agree with that one. I put it in the nonsense category. So, the objective fact of the matter, in my opinion, was that old Twitter was fundamentally a tool of the far left, and that was really, I think, a lot of it was due to being located in San Francisco, Berkeley, and so it wanted to essentially project the SF Berkeley political dogma worldwide.
Oh my man. So his response to this question is, well, before it was magnifying left-wing propaganda worldwide, so I fixed it by making it magnify right-wing propaganda worldwide. Dude, this guy is so bad at what he does. This guy is so bad at this. He might be the record holder for the worst interview subject we've ever seen.
You think it was far left?
Yes, I do.
I used to I actually got off the platform because I would get so much hate tweets when it was called in, so much hate tweets and just guff from right-wing conspiracy theorists being called everything from, fag to
sure. It's the internet, everything. That people will do. I mean, I've been called every name times 1,000.
Yeah. Wow, I didn't know. I mean, he did say it was uncensored, so there you have it.
Do you agree that it's right now, and that even it's moved into sort of MAGA land conspiracy theory?
I certainly don't think it's right.
Dude, come on. Just be honest for 1 second. You just said it was 2 seconds ago. But also, we all can see it. Everyone can fucking see it.
The old school Twitter suspended and suppressed accounts that you'd call on the right 10 times more than they did accounts on the left. And even when they did suspend an account on the left, it was because of arguments between two people on the left. The political donations of old Twitter were 99% Democrat. Does that sound left-wing or right-wing to you?
The Twitter donations?
Yes. You know, when they look at donations from a company, if a company donates literally 99% of all donations are to Democrats, does that strike you as a left-leaning or a right-leaning
Oh, you mean the company donated? I understand what you're saying.
What I'm trying to tell you is that
he moved
Twitter
right
employees,
on from that.
people at Twitter, their political donations were 99%, literally 99%, to Democrats. That's obviously an extremely left-leaning group.
My question to you.
I mean, there are a lot of Democrats who are not left-leaning. I mean, who are left-leaning, but that are not extremely left. In fact, there are a ton of Democrats who are right-leaning. There are plenty of Democrats who are like left-leaning, but how far is a big different thing. And also, that's not a really good metric, right? Like saying that people who work at Twitter themselves give donations to the Democrats, that doesn't mean anything necessarily about the content. That's just saying one thing and implying that the other must be true. But we can't fact check all this shit. That's just a terrible argument. Also, the real thing is, why is he struggling so hard? These are, so far, fairly simple questions. Some of them are a little bit inconvenient, I guess, to answer, but they're not very hard. And he is struggling. It sounds like he's like slurring a lot. And I don't know. He doesn't do, he's, the thing about Elon is that his manner of speech is very inconsistent from interview to interview. And in this one, you know, it's pretty slurry. A little worried about this
Leading
guy.
into this was about MAGA. You, and speaking of MAGA, you recently met with Donald Trump in Florida. What did you guys talk about?
I was at a dinner, I was not dinner, I was at a breakfast at a friend's place, and Donald Trump came by. That's it.
So you didn't go there to meet him?
No, I went to a friend of mine's house, and it said Donald Trump's coming by for breakfast. Is that, just so you know, like, okay, fine.
What did you discuss?
I don't. Let's just say he did most of the talking.
What did he say?
The normal things he says. There was nothing particularly groundbreaking or new, but he.
Wow. That was a short circuit. And also, like, we know Donald Trump said some things. If he's got to scramble that hard to be like, he didn't say anything really.
You know, President Trump likes to talk, and so he talked. I don't recall him saying anything that he hasn't said publicly, and that was it. It was just a breakfast.
Did he ask you for money?
He didn't.
Did he ask you for a donation?
No.
He didn't?
No.
You said you're not going to donate to any candidate.
That's correct.
Why not?
I think while I'll voice my opinion, I think I don't want to put a thumb on the scale monetarily that is, you know, significant.
Are you going to loan him money to help pay his bills?
No.
Not at all. Pay his legal bills?
I'm not paying his legal bills in any way, shape, or form.
And he did not ask.
I think you got him.
Legal bills?
I'm not paying.
I think he got him. I don't know. The weird repressing the smile there. That's sus. I don't know. I don't want to overread the body language, but that's giving me the sus.
Paying his legal bills in any way, shape, or form.
And he did not ask you for money?
And he did not ask me for money.
Are you going to, so you're not going to endorse a candidate?
I may, in the final stretch, endorse a candidate, but I don't know yet. I want to make a considered decision before the election, and if I do decide to endorse a candidate, then I will explain exactly why.
Are you leaning towards anyone?
No.
You're not leaning towards anyone? Because you've been...
I'm leaning away from Biden.
You're leaning...
I've made no secret of that.
Are you
Spineless. Spineless.
Concerned about losing your security clearance if Biden is reelected? Does that have anything to do with it?
No.
You are leaning away from Biden, but you're not going to endorse anyone. It seems like an endorsement of President Trump because there are only two people who are running now. Nikki Haley is out.
I mean, a lot could happen between now and the election, so we'll see who, in the final analysis, are the choices for president. And at that point, I may or may not endorse one of the candidates. If I do, I will provide a very detailed explanation of why I am endorsing one or the other.
At that point, might you contribute?
Smallmouth with the $10. Thank you very, very much for the $10 donation. No, I won't be covering anything like that as a drama mama. That's not the type of thing that I cover, and honestly, I want absolutely nothing to do with the toxic radioactive cesspit that is represented by that entire community. Yeah, so consider that my statement on it. Let's continue. But thank you for the dono. That's not me casting any aspersions on you at all.
Your donate?
I think it's unlikely.
So you have been posting up a storm, as you always do in the past couple weeks, about the redesign of the Tesla Roadster coming at the end of this year.
Thank you, Small.
Are there any kind of updates that you can talk about that to expect from your flagship EV? I mean, Tesla stock is down in the last 6 months. What's next for the company?
You know, the stocks go up and down, but what really matters is, are we making and delivering great products? The Tesla products are outstanding. Last year, the Tesla Model Y was the best-selling car of any kind in the world. So it was about 1.2 million units. It was the best-selling car despite being, I think, around 50% more expensive than the next best-selling vehicle of any kind, not just electric. So I think that's a testament to the incredible work of the Tesla team.
Yeah.
And we launched the Cybertruck. Obviously, that's being very well received.
I don't think that's true either. The number one the number one best-selling car in 2023. The only place I see Tesla on the top of those lists is Reddit posts. Every news source does not say Tesla. I see the Ford F-Series was the best-selling vehicle of 2023. I see Toyota was the best-selling brand of 2023 overall. The Ford F-150. Top-selling SUV. No, what's the top-selling car? Ford F-Series. Ford F-Series. I don't see any citation that that's the case. I think he just straight up lied. I see predictions that it might have been, but I don't believe that it actually was. Let's see. Let's see. What does Wikipedia say? I want to see if there's a buy year. Do we have a buy year? Oh, no, they don't on Wikipedia. By Kelly Blue Book, the best-selling cars of 2023. Let's see. Kelly Blue Book says Ford F-150. F-Series sold 750,000. The Tesla Model Y is number 5. Yeah, I don't know about that, bro. I don't know about that, man.
We have, I think, over 1 million orders for the Cybertruck. So it's a really special product. That is, I think the Cybertruck is one of those products that comes along really once in several years, maybe once a decade. A Cybertruck is a once a decade.
It's the best car ever, and the best car only ever comes around every couple years. Dude, come on!
Product. It is so special, and I think it's our best product.
But everyone improves over time. I mean, Apple. I thought my phone was.
Oh yeah, so this one, Lava Monster says this source seems to back Musk up, and it's the Verge article, but that article was written in May of 2023, and it was only looking in Q1. So that doesn't, that's specifically for Q1. The Tesla Model Y is the first EV to become the world's best-selling car. The Tesla Model Y outsold the Toyota Corolla in Q1 despite being almost double the price, which is almost word for word what he said. However, that was only for Q1. This is not an article looking at the entire year. He said 2023, but obviously, like if you want to slice it however you want, like you could say what was the best selling car 5 minutes ago, and it could be anything. You know what I mean? Like, if you say the best-selling car of 2023, you got to look at the whole year. You can't just look at 2020. You can't just look at Q1, right? It could have been for a period of time, but who knows, right? Like, okay, so if a game launches in Q1 and it sells a ton at launch and it becomes the current bestseller at that moment. Like say you know that in an imaginary world that in Q1 we have a new Monster Hunter game. You know, Monster Hunter World 2. It does crazy good. But then in Q2 you get the new Call of Duty game and it immediately outsells it. For Q1, it might have been the best-selling car and it might have been the best-selling game in the world. Monster Hunter World 2 might have been the best seller. But it's not anymore for that year or for that quarter once it gets surpassed by whatever releases the next thing. So I don't know about that. Anyway, let's continue.
But Apple, you know, the phone got better over time. I'm sure your cars will get better over time. You have been tweeting about the updates in the Roadsters. There's something that we should expect?
Sure. You did mention the Roadster. So, look, I don't want to give away, you know, much more than what I've said publicly, except that the Roadster will be a collaboration between SpaceX and Tesla. So, you know, you can expect some rockety stuff there.
A flying car?
Maybe. It's not out of the question.
Go on.
I'm cringing.
No, I gotta reserve the cool stuff for the, you know, when we actually unveil it. But it's gonna be really cool. It's gonna have some rocket technology in it. I think really the only way to do something that's cooler than the Cybertruck is to combine.
Lava Monster says, yeah, it seems Musk is being very pedantic or using a language loophole. It was the best-selling car in 2023, but not for all of 2023. Exactly. It's weaselly. That is some weaselly language. It's the weaselly language of a coper. You know what I mean? It would be one thing if it was like, you know, if it was like second place, depending on how you measured it, and he decided to say, yeah, dude, I got the #1 selling car. And some people were like, well, technically this or that, and it was like something close, but it's not. It became the best selling so far in the first quarter of the year, and then it was surpassed by seemingly many other things. Kelly Blue Book is like one of the main, like, mainstream car statistic web pages that you can go to. It is like the one. And they're like, yeah, it's like 5th on the list. So it's not even fucking close. It screams of pathetic insecurity.
The SpaceX and Tesla technology to create something that's not even really a car.
Then what would it be?
Something that's never existed before.
I'm getting Jetsons vibes.
Totally Jetsons vibes. The audience may not be aware, like, some things that I have said publicly is that it'll do 0 to 60 in under 1 second. So that's by far faster than any, sports car that exists.
That will not happen. There is no chance.
And that's not even the most exciting thing about it.
Does it have wings?
No, it does not have big wings, because big wings would be unwieldy on the road.
Does it have propellers?
It does not have propellers.
Okay. It has wheels.
It does have wheels.
Okay.
Roadster 20 questions.
Does it have a steering wheel?
Not exactly.
What is it?
It'll have a drive-by-wire yoke, essentially, kind of like the way aircraft or modern jets are controlled.
And do you think it's the way of the future that everyone will follow your lead on this?
I don't think anyone will ever make anything like the Roadster that we're going to make.
Yeah.
Let's talk now about SpaceX, Tesla. You got a lot of lawsuits. You've got X.com. You got a lot going on. How do you relax?
Well, I relax. I spend time with my kids, my friends, and I, make somewhat of a nerd technologist. So I like playing video games. So I'll play video games with friends online.
Which one?
Lately, I've been playing Diablo.
We know. One of the funniest things I've ever seen was people crunching the numbers on how much Diablo he has to play. Also, that's pathetic. Look, I have some judgments for people who are still playing Diablo 4, and also there was so basically when he did a really shitty stream on, I believe it was onto Twitter. He streamed onto Twitter as a demonstration of the technology. It looked like shit. It sounded like shit. He was playing Diablo, and he had an insanely high-level character, which basically means that, which at that point, to be that level, this guy was doing some serious basement dweller gameplay. I'm talking gameplay that, like, most of us can't even dream of. And we got a lot of gamers in this audience, okay? We got a lot of gamers here. It's bad. But he's always working. Do you guys remember that? Does anybody here remember back in the day? This was a long time ago. This was back when he was first starting up SpaceX, and he used to go around and do interviews where it would be like, Elon Musk is always working. He literally never stops. He sleeps on a bed in his office because he's a grinding genius who needs to work to have his visions recognized. It's like now, of course, everybody's, that's all been brushed under the rug, and we know the truth, which is that he pays a ton of people to do shit for him. He randomly bungles shit up to the great ire of his employees, and then he plays Diablo for an ungodly amount of time. Jesus fucking Christ. Oof.
And but I've played almost all the games over the years. A long time ago, I was like semi-pro good at Quake. This is really dating me because we're talking about like 25 years ago.
I don't know video games. I just know that my great nephew loves Fortnite and some other stuff. He's always with the headphones and doing.
I might, Paige.
So that helps you relax, right? So
yeah. And the nice thing is, if you've got friends in different cities and they're playing the same game, you can both go online at the same time and play the game together, even though you're in different cities.
Listen, I'm not asking you anything that anyone else hasn't asked you about your controversial stuff that you tweet. You post a lot of controversial stuff. Is that considered blowing off steam?
Well, I guess I do enjoy using the platform. I mean, I do call the X platform the PvP, or player versus player platform.
Oh, that's good. Oh, that's
so video
good.
Games, there's player versus
that's
environment, where you're not playing against other people. And then there's PvP, which is like hardcore. You're actually playing against other people. And
So, but that's blowing off steam for you.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is to some degree, not always. I mean, obviously I use it for, to post jokes, to post, you know.
To post tweets in support of Adolf Hitler?
Sometimes trivia, sometimes things that are of great importance.
Windleby, it's great to see you.
So you do a lot of it at night, like late at night. So when you're doing this, are you sober when you do it?
Almost always,
Are you under the influence of anything?
No, I don't drink. I don't really. No.
I don't drink. I don't really. Nah, dude, come the fuck on. First of all, swagless. Being like I'm a gamer and I'm a straight edge gamer. I stay up all night playing Diablo 4. I focus entirely on the game. I only do PvP. Fucking swagless. Swagless.
So you got no drink, no smoke, no nothing. I mean, you smoke pot with Rogan.
I had one puff.
Yeah.
I think anyone who smokes pot can tell I don't know how to smoke pot.
But you've admitted that you have a ketamine prescription.
Yeah.
What's that for?
Oh.
Well, I mean.
Oh, he doesn't do any drugs because his ketamine is prescription. Guys, don't worry. I have a prescription for Adderall. So when I crack open 8 of the Adderalls and snort them all at once, I'm not doing any drugs, guys, because I have a prescription. I have a prescription for Xanax. So when I take a whole bunch of them and I drop them into a purple slushie and then I go, oh shit, I'm not doing any drugs.
It's pretty private to ask somebody about a medical prescription, you know. But I think it's something I'd say, like, there are times when I have sort of, I don't know, like a negative chemical state in my brain, like depression, I guess, you know, or like depression that's not linked to any negative news. And then ketamine is helpful for getting one out of a negative frame of mind.
Well, listen.
So in fact, I generally, obviously I'm not a doctor, but I would say if someone has depression issues, they should consider talking to their doctor about ketamine instead of SSRIs.
Listen, I think that ketamine and drug therapy is increasingly becoming more in the mainstream.
Yeah.
Do you think you're doing it under a doctor's care, right?
Yeah. Literally a prescription from a real doctor, not like, you know.
Yeah, but do you feel like you ever abuse it?
I don't think so. If you use too much ketamine, you can't really get work done. So I have a lot of work.
Dude, you just said that you play tons and tons of Diablo 4, dude. Okay, come on, man. Come on.
So I'm typically putting in, like, you know, 16-hour days. That's normal for me. And
so you do 16-hour days. You sleep for, what, 1 hour? And then you do, what, let's see, 16-hour days. So that gives you 8 hours to kick around. You sleep for 1 hour. You get 7 hours of Diablo in? I don't know, bro.
It's rare for me to even take off a weekend day. So I don't really have, like, you know, a situation where I can be not mentally acute for an extended period of time. Like, I can't really get wasted because I can't get my work done.
So how often do you take it?
Well, it'd be like a small amount once every other week or something like that.
But there's not on the bottle where it says take this dose this many times a week or whatever. If it's under a doctor's
dose. And there are several weeks will go by where I don't use it.
You don't use it.
Yeah, I think it's like I said. I think what I find ketamine is if you like literally like a chemical state in your brain that you can't just think yourself out of, then ketamine is helpful for getting you out of a depressive mind state.
You suffer from depression, or you have a depressive mind state? And I asked you as someone who has suffered from depression.
I wouldn't say that I wouldn't say that I have like a case of like extended depression. It's just once in a while I get into a negative sort of chemical mind state. Once in a while.
Do you remember in the last interview we watched where he said that his brain was like a dark storm that nobody can understand? That he's like a tortured genius? And now he's like, well, you know, sometimes I'm depressed. You want to know what the real answer is? He doesn't want to say that he's depressed because that will hurt his cred with the far right because they don't believe in depression. I'm serious, okay? on the far right, the idea of being depressed means that you are a soy boy cuck who who deserves to be like killed by Odin, if they're that type, or God. If, you know, Jesus is, you know, the mean God, you know, not Jesus. He's too nice. I'm serious. The far right does not. They don't deal well with mental health. They think that it's a conspiracy. I grew up around these people. It's not. They're not like all. They're not all like believers in modern medicine. They don't exactly take depression seriously. They think it makes you a weak cuck who they say that, of course, and 90% of them actually are depressed and do take it, but they have to keep up the show, you know? And he knows that it'll hurt his cred, and also that it'll hurt his cred with his investors, who are increasingly in the far right, and they don't want some weak, depressed soy boy trying to reclaim Western civilization for them.
It's not a common thing. But once in a while it does happen.
Where do you think that comes from?
I think it's just genetic, basically.
You think it's just genetic history?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, some people are just wired to be happy all the time. Some are unfortunately wired to be sad a lot of the time. And in my case, I'm generally pretty positive and optimistic. But once in a while, I don't know what happens. There's some, like I said, I think it's just chemical tides in your brain once in a while. It's like a brain storm.
Yeah.
Oh,
do you ever
okay, we're back on the storm.
worry that this may get in the way of your government contracts and clearances, and also and Wall Street as well?
Well, from a standpoint of Wall Street, what matters is execution.
I feel a little validated by Don Lemon following up with that question, which is exactly what I said. That he can't say that he has depression because that would hurt his cred with people who need to perceive him a certain way. What a tortured existence. I say that, but again, he's also the richest guy in the world. But still, I guess it goes to show you money can't buy happiness, literally, which just makes it even more sick and disgusting. Because he could have, that money could be distributed to many other people who would actually benefit to a certain degree from having their basic needs met. But he's just sitting here on a mountain of goddamn money and is miserable as shit at the top of it.
You know,
it can buy you a lot of ketamine. Well, the ketamine doesn't seem to be helping that much. He doesn't seem happy. He doesn't seem like he's functioning.
Are you building value for investors? Tesla is worth about as much as the rest of the car industry combined, from nothing. So I know that's pretty good. As I mentioned, we had the best-selling car on Earth last year. So from an investor standpoint, if there is something I'm taking, I should keep taking it.
Have you talk about your ketamine use and depression? Have you also have said, and
the reason I should say, the reason I mentioned the ketamine prescription on the X platform was because I thought maybe this is something that could help other people. That's why I mentioned it.
Yeah. Can we talk about the great replacement theory now? Some of the things that you post, the great replacement theory. You claim that Democrats, President Biden's immigration plan to open up the border. You said that the president.
The market cap. Here's people talking about on the Tesla a Tesla subreddit. Oh, people are not happy on this post. Totally not a bubble. I guess it is. I guess he is kind of right about that. It's the market cap is worth more than the next top 5 companies combined. But also, it's lost. And also, oh yeah, a lot of people in this thread are pointing out the full self-driving is what all of this investment money rests on. That's really fucked up. He's basing it off the stock price. Yeah, but still, I mean, that's probably the first truthful claim that he's made. about Tesla in this entire interview, and it's notable the nature of that claim. People are excited about it, but if it doesn't deliver, then that is a bubble that will pop. Wow. Anyway, let's continue.
Is getting, and Democrats are doing it to get more votes.
Sorry, what did I miss?
President Biden. Some of the
That's why I mentioned it.
Yeah. Can we talk about the great replacement theory now?
Woo!
Some of the things that you post, the great replacement theory. You claim that Democrats, President Biden's immigration plan to open up the border, you said that the president is getting, and Democrats are doing it to get more votes. But undocumented immigrants cannot vote in federal elections, so how is that possible?
Right. Well, you're conflating two things. One is great replacement theory. The other is, which I don't subscribe to that. I'm simply saying that there is an incentive here. If legal immigrants, which I think have a very strong bias to, at least everything I've read, it's a very strong bias to vote Democrat.
Bro,
the more that come into the country, the more they're likely to vote in that direction. But it is, in my view, a simple incentive to increase voters, Democrat voters. And yeah, so the question is like how? So there's a few ways that this works. One is that when the census is done, the census is based on all people in an area, whether they are citizens or not. So if there are a concentration of people who came here illegally in a particular state or in a particular state, that state will actually then get an increased number of House seats. So the House seat apportionment is proportionate to the number of people, not the number of citizens. So the
holy shit, that is hilarious. So he's now he's this is what we call free balling, okay? In the business, just a little business insider term. This is what we call free balling, okay? This is flying by the seat of your pants, my man. So now he's trying to say that the Democrats are trying to increase immigration to such a degree that it requires the census to reapportion the amount of House seats. That is the most harebrained scheme I've ever heard of. And also, that would be the most visible scheme ever imaginable, because you would have to have an enormous amount of people going to very specific areas. And, I'm just gonna say, I don't think that they're sending the Democrats are secretly sending a whole bunch of illegal immigrants into the middle of Wyoming to in a drastic attempt to increase the Democratic seats that Wyoming will be apportioned in the next census slash reapportionment. That is some goof shit. Free balling.
The illegals overwhelmingly go to places like California and New York, and
Why would they do that? Why would they go to a place like California and New York, which is already a blue state? Why wouldn't they send all of the illegals to fucking Wyoming and immediately force it to suddenly have a bunch of new representatives, all of whom are Democrats and illegals? It makes no fucking sense. This is harebrained. This is some wild stuff.
You just look at the math. If you look at the apportionment with and without illegals, I believe California would lose. I believe the blue state, there would be a net loss of blue states of approximately 20 seats in the House.
And?
This also applies to the Electoral College. So you say, well, this also applies to electing the president, because the electoral votes are also done by apportionment the same way that House seats are done.
But the reason on the electoral
Oh, this is incredible. This is amazing.
college is in place is to balance that, is so that doesn't happen. So what you're saying about it is the exact opposite of the reason why the electoral college is there. The electoral college at this point, in our history, gives people who are in smaller states and red states much more of an influence over our elections than people who are in blue states, and the majority of the people in this country. That's what the Electoral College does. It actually does the exact opposite of what you're saying.
Yeah, it benefits land because the Electoral College was designed to benefit landholders. That's the design of the Electoral College, was to benefit those who are landed elites. It was a covert way of maintaining the power of pseudo-nobles.
It protects people who are in smaller states and protects people who are in red states.
Well,
the red states because they tend to be smaller and less populous.
I think that statement is what you said is true, but what I said is also true.
No, dude, they were contradictory. Oh my God.
If as is the case, a disproportionate number of legal immigrants go to blue states, they amplify the effect of a blue state vote. And the math, as I understand it, you can research this obviously.
No, that would further deflate it. Oh my
easily
God.
on it. It's pretty straightforward to research this. But my understanding is that there would be that the Democrats would lose approximately 20 seats in the House if illegals were not counted in the census, and that's also 20 less electoral votes for president. So the illegals absolutely do affect the who controls the House and who controls the presidency. It does not affect the Senate.
Yeah. In blue states, you're talking about. I
Yes.
don't believe that your information on that is right. So listen, let's talk more about the Great Replacement, because the first time that you posted on X about this Jewish conspiracy, you ended up apologizing.
I didn't call it a conspiracy. I just said that there's a simple matter of incentives. You don't need a conspiracy when you have basic incentives. In my view, there's a basic incentive that is fundamental that for the Democrat Party to foster and usher in a large number of illegals. Yeah. And you don't need a conspiracy in that case because you have a very basic incentive. You could.
Dude, oh my God, this is so funny. Oh, this is the biggest self-report ever. The fact that he's trying to sit here and say that he thinks there's a basic incentive for replacing white people with illegals it just shows how deeply the far-right anti-Semitic brainworms have actually dug into his brain. They've gotten deep. Holy shit.
Say I'm wrong about that incentive, but that's my view. I'm not buying into. I didn't buying some great replacement theory. I'm simply saying there appears to be a very clear incentive for Democrats to maximize the number of illegals because it helps them win elections.
I'm talking about the Great Replacement theory is also part of a Jewish conspiracy theory. And when you did the tweet, or you responded to the tweet about that, you ended up apologizing, and which I think is.
This is him. You have said the actual truth, okay? Oh, let me move this. Here is the tweet. Okay. This is the quote, the one that he's saying. Okay. Jewish communities have been pushing the exact type of dialectical hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. I'm deeply disinterested in giving the tiniest shit now about Western Jewish populations coming to the disturbing, and it continues. And he says, you have said the actual truth. This is Elon Musk endorsing specifically the Great Replacement theory as an anti-Semitic race theory, as an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory about replacing white people with non-white skin.
You know, it's good that you ended up apologizing. You went to Auschwitz with Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
Right? So you said you learned your lesson. What did you learn?
I said I learned my lesson.
You said you learned your lesson when you apologized, and you said you went to Auschwitz. You saw what.
No, I was already aware of these things.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
And the nature of my comment that really inflamed people, what I was trying to say, and I did very quickly clarify, this is what I'm saying, is that a number of prominent Jewish philanthropists fund groups that they should really take a closer look at funding, because some of the groups.
I am Adolf Hitler!
They fund, I think, are anti-Semitic.
Yeah. Do you understand the connection between the two? There's a connection between, you said Democrats, the Great Replacement theory, but when it comes to the actual Great Replacement theory, originally it was started about Jewish people, as you said, flooding in the country, and then now people are using it for Democrats, saying the same thing about Democrats, flooding.
In my view, it's a simple matter of incentives.
Yeah.
I actually don't see an incentive for Jewish people to want to get legal immigration. I don't think there is such an incentive.
The Great Replacement theory is a neo-Nazi trope. It's in the neo-Nazi manifesto. It's in the Turner Diaries. It's referenced by the Buffalo mass shooter in his manifesto, where 10 people, black people, were murdered in Buffalo. There's the actual title of the Christchurch Shooters Manifesto. 51 people in the Muslim mosque were murdered. 23 people murdered in El Paso by a shooter who used the same language that you use in that manifesto when you say Hispanic invasion. Is that not?
I didn't say an Hispanic invasion.
And you quoted a tweet that called it a Hispanic invasion.
If I quote something, it doesn't mean I agree with everything in it. It's just something that I think this is something worth people should consider.
Why would you quote something that you didn't believe?
Because anything I quote is going to have a whole range of statements. Doesn't mean I agree with everything in it.
Do you think if you
Bro.
moderated yourself
That's pathetic.
more?
That's fucking pathetic. Weak. Again, this guy's just pathetic. That's not even, he didn't even bother weaseling out of that one. He just kind of let it wash over him.
Or if there was better content moderation on the platform, that you wouldn't have to answer these questions from reporters about the great replacement theory as it relates to
don't
Democrats,
have to answer these questions.
the great replacement theory as it relates to...
Dude, you do. You do. I mean, technically, he doesn't have to. He could just retreat and become like, just play Diablo 4 all the time and pay someone to do all his work for him. I mean, like he already does, but he could just stay inside and not go on these interviews. But people are asking it constantly. Like, anybody with even a slightly functioning brain who has spent any time on twitter.com knows how it's changed. They can see the blue checks. You made it so that Elon Musk made it so that the blue checks all show constantly at the top of every thread, and you can see what they're saying. It is not hard to see the trends on Twitter and what people are talking about on Twitter these days. Like, obviously people are gonna ask, when you see like viral tweets, going popular. In the past, it'd be like, I don't know, a video of a dog, and now it'll be a video of a dog, and it'll be like 20 comments of people just being like, yeah, this reminds me why the Democrats are trying to replace white people with black people. And you're just like, dude, whoa.
Jewish people, do you think that...
I don't have to answer questions from reporters. Don, the only reason I'm doing this interview is because you're on the X platform and you asked for it. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, I would not do this interview.
So you don't think, do you think that you wouldn't get in trouble or you wouldn't be criticized for these things?
I'm criticized constantly. I could care less.
You don't care?
No, I don't.
Why not?
I don't think people should care what the media thinks about them.
Oh, yeah.
They're terrible.
The guy, Elon Musk, the guy who definitely doesn't care at all about what people have said about him. The guy who didn't just hit his last major media appearance have a huge meltdown about how Disney was going to kill his company by criticizing him. By not even by criticizing him, by not advertising with him. Yeah, dude.
Judges of character.
Even someone who has one of the biggest social media and biggest information platforms in the world, you don't care? You don't think that you have any X.com or you have any responsibility to the truth or moderating the platform?
You're conflating the truth with the media, and I think the media is not truthful.
Well, not with just the media. I mean, just the truth in general.
I care about the truth very much. That's why we have, for example, community notes on the X system, where in order for a community note to surface and provide corrective information about what somebody posts, and my posts are equally subject to this. I've been community noted many times. In order for a community note to surface, people who have historically disagreed must agree in order for a community note to surface. And all of the code for community notes is open source. All of the data is open source, so you can completely recreate it from scratch. The way to build trust is transparency.
I have noticed community notes. I think that you are right about that, and I do think community notes are helpful. I think any type of content moderation, I do think that's helpful. You recently called content moderation, though, a digital chastity belt. Do you think that you believe that X and you have some responsibility to moderate hate speech on the platform?
I think we have a responsibility to adhere to the law, and we have a responsibility to be transparent about when things are shown, why they're shown. That's why we open source our algorithm. I think once you start going beyond the law, now you're putting your thumb on the scale. And we don't want to put our thumb on the scale.
It doesn't concern you that hate speech has gone. Research shows that it's gone up on the platform since you took over. That's not concerning to you?
I believe that is false. In fact, the research that I've seen says it went down.
The study from the Institute of Strategic Dialogue found that anti-Semitic tweets doubled from June 22 to February 2023. One study reported that as many as 86% of the posts reported for hateful content remained up after being reported. Hate speech on the platform is up.
So what they will typically do is they will count the number of posts, but not count the number of views. So what matters is, was that post given high visibility?
Huh? What?
Or what did like one
What?
person?
How does that? That is the worst. Oh my God. The obvious. Listen. Look. The obvious liar answer here would have been to deny. Just say, oh, those. Oh, I know what studies you're talking about. Those ones were bad. They didn't use the right information. Instead, he just goes, oh, well, you know, oh, actually, yeah, those were right. Oh, you're right. Actually, I just said that hate speech went down, but actually hate speech did go up. But you didn't consider this other thing. You didn't consider that maybe it didn't get viewed as much. But are you going to give some information about how much views they got before?
To see it. And if you look at the number of views of how many times was hate content viewed on our platform, it is down substantially.
Dude, yeah. I don't believe that he has these numbers. I don't believe that he has them. I don't believe it.
Well, that's not what the study shows. And you said you like transparency. I'm going to show you this. And
Don, you can get a study that will tell you whatever you want.
But these are just a handful of extremely, if you look at those anti-Semitic and racist tropes and tweets. And as of this morning, they're still on X. And from your own...
Oh, shit. That is a get. That is a dirty tactic. Oh, I mean, I'm here for it. I feel like Elon should be able to have an easy answer for this, but that is rough to be like, our team grabbed these tweets from blue checks that are paying for it. Obviously hate content still up on the website. That's a doozy.
Content policy, these posts should have been deleted. So why haven't they been deleted? Why are they still there? Did you?
We delete things if they are illegal.
But these have been up there for a while.
Are they illegal?
They're not illegal, but they're hateful, and they can lead to violence. As I just read to you, the shooters, you know, in all of these mass shootings, attributed social media to radicalizing.
So Don, you love censorship, is what you're saying?
No, I don't love censorship.
Then why?
Oh, bro, this is like. He didn't even denounce them. Step one would have been, oh, those are terrible. Those are absolutely terrible. He just immediately went to, oh, you hate free speech then. Bro, this man's done for. This is it. His path, we've seen Elon Musk decline. We've seen his decline, but I can now see he's beginning his glimmer era.
I believe in moderation, but I don't believe in
censorship. Moderation is a propaganda word for censorship.
But don't you think free speech is one thing, right? Or not, you know.
Look, if something's illegal, we're going to take it down. If it's not illegal, then we're putting our thumb on the scale and we're being.
Wait, hold on a second. Remember when Elon Musk took down that one account that used publicly available data to say where his jet was? That's not illegal. They didn't do anything illegal. He didn't sue them. And yet he took it down. Why is that? Interesting, right? Almost like this guy is full of shit and he decides what is actually worth bending the rules for. And in his mind, it's worth not banning anything disgustingly, obviously, viscerally, hatefully racist, and instead maintaining that and getting rid of things that personally inconvenience him. Westside Tyler, thank you so very much for the raid. Come in and get comfortable, everybody. We are enjoying an incredible interview with the one and only Don Lemon, interviewing some ketamine out Diablo 4 player. Oh yeah! He also banned the stone toss leaks. None of that was illegal. None of what was done in the stone toss leaks was illegal. And he banned them. In fact, he banned it so hard that you couldn't even mention the topic. Wild. This guy is full of shit.
Answers.
You're putting your thumb on the scale for moderating hate speech. I mean, you don't put out child pornography. That's not...
It's illegal.
Some people would say that's considered censorship. I'm just saying, you...
No, I literally, Don, you know, I literally said, if something is legal, okay, we will obviously remove it.
Okay.
Damn. So, by that rule, then he should allow posting bestiality to his website as long as you're posting it from the number of U.S. states where it is currently legal to possess videos of bestiality. Damn, gotcha, Elon. Gotcha, bro. It's time. You're silencing the people, you bitch. Obviously joking. We can obviously tell what position I'm in here, which is websites need to have moderation rules, and it's illegal is a cop-out. I don't think it's legal anymore. Florida was the last state. I don't know about that. I know it was a controversial issue in the United States for a long time. Kind of weird. Kind of funny. Also, kind of funny that there are carve-outs, or at least there were. I don't know what the current state is because I don't exactly keep up to date on this. But it's kind of funny that there were enough states that were like, yeah, totally. Yeah, totally. You need to have that video. They fought about it. Somebody fought about it. Imagine being the lawyer who gets hired by the guy who makes videos of sheep fucking and sells them on the internet. Imagine being the lawyer and going, "Oh shit, this is gonna fucking suck." That's terrible. Elon Musk here. Elon Musk coming out as a proud sheep fucker.
But if it is not legal, the laws in this country are put forward by the citizens. We're a democracy. If those laws are put in place by the people, we adhere to those laws.
Okay, I
we
agree.
adhere to the laws of others. If you go beyond the law, you're actually going beyond the will of the people.
Okay.
Like you did when you got rid of that Jet Guys account. Like you did when you got rid of that the Stone Toss leaks.
Agreed with the law. But if you are doing something that promotes hate and violence and ultimately leads to killing, you don't feel you have any responsibility not to do that? When the people who are doing it admittedly are saying...
There's articles all the time that lead to violence and killing. Don't they? Shouldn't they? Like you're applying a differential standard to...
But that would never be in mainstream media. These types of images, that type of language, those things would never be. We'd never, when I was in mainstream media, we'd never promote things that would be anti-Semitic. We would never promote things that would.
Anti-Semitic either.
Did you not see those?
You said promote. If content is on the platform, that doesn't mean we're...
Blue check, bro. You literally promote blue check tweets by default. It's in the code. You can't argue that one. It explicitly gives preference. It explicitly promotes them.
We promote it.
But that wouldn't be on a platform for mainstream media at all.
No, but you can think of that's because the mainstream media has like whatever.
I think that Don has kind of messed up this segment by not pointing out the fact that the blue check system is promotion, and also by not having on hand examples of when he broke that rule when it was convenient to him. Bringing up the jet situation here would have been perfect. Bringing up the countless times that Elon Musk has gone out of his way to ban people who did not break the law but inconvenienced him or his political agenda, that would have been really strong. As a result, this just kind of sounds, this kind of comes off as a little bit like, the framing is better for Elon on one hand here. Like, obviously, Elon's position is bad, but you know, Don Lemon didn't hit him with any of the stuff we just hit him with. But that's why you watch me, right? By the way, if you're watching, please make sure that you press like. Make sure that you press like. If you came in with the Westside Tyler raid, welcome, and thank you for being here. Thank you to Westside Tyler. But also, if you want to subscribe, make sure you subscribe to the show. Perfect opportunity. Anyway, let's continue.
20 articles a day. We have 500 million posts today.
Okay,
500
understood.
million.
Does it bother you? How do you feel about that when you see it?
I obviously disagree with that. I think it's not good at all. It's terrible.
But you don't want to get rid of it on the platform, or at least moderate it.
The rules, what you're suggesting is censorship that goes beyond the law. And what I'm saying is, that we, I guess, have a disagreement, because I do not believe in censorship that goes beyond the law, and you do. We have a difference of opinion in that regard.
I understand that, but these are your own rules on your own platform. These go against the rules on your platform. That's why I'm asking you. If you said, listen, we allow everything, but that's not what your content rules say, and that's why I'm asking you, why are they still there? Your own content policy. That's why I'm asking you that, not because.
Which part of our content policy says that we should delete these things?
Your content policy talks about hate speech.
Yes, we don't promote hate speech.
And so you don't consider that hate speech?
I guess you're not understanding what I'm saying. There's if there's, you can find, like, you can sign up right now and do 100 things that are hateful. But if nobody reads it, it doesn't matter. So you can think of X as being, it's much like the internet. It's not some tiny publication with like 20 articles a day. It's 500 million.
But everyone has the opportunity to read it, Elon.
You don't have the opportunity to read the internet. Are you suggesting we should shut down the internet?
No, but you don't own the internet. I'm asking you about you and your responsibility on your platform. And so I see how you feel now. You don't agree.
Whew,
we don't agree on this.
I can absolutely understand at this point, this section and the last section, I can completely understand why Elon Musk did not want this interview to go public. I can understand why he felt bad about this and had a hissy fit about it. I can this is terrible for him, and that was with me even criticizing Don Lemon. Like, I do think that Don Lemon missed a couple of opportunities, but he still fumbled it. He comes off looking like a weird psycho who supports racism. That's what this reads like. If somebody who is unconvinced on this issue watched this interview, it would seem like he doesn't give a shit about racism and that he's full of shit.
So you want censorship and I don't?
No, I don't want censorship at all.
Yes, you do.
No, I want responsibility. I think there.
You desperately want censorship?
No, if I want a censorship.
You want censorship so bad you can taste it?
No, that's not true. It's not true. I think that there's right and wrong. And I think that when you have a platform that's as big as yours and as powerful as yours and as influential as yours, and you are a person of consequence to the world with what you do, that there is a certain responsibility that goes along with what you have on your platform and what you put out to the world. And I think that's important. You don't see that responsibility?
I think we have a responsibility to adhere to the law, and if people want the law changed, they should talk to their elected representative and get the law changed.
So now the follow-up question is, do you support hate speech being banned?
And then we will adhere to the law.
Okay.
But if you want us to go beyond the law, that is us deciding to be censors. And I'm against censorship. I'm in favor of freedom of speech.
Yeah.
And freedom of speech only is relevant when people.
So wait, so it's not censorship. If the government passed a law that banned Trump supporters from being able to talk about Trump in public, apparently, according to Elon Musk in this interview, that would not be censorship. That because the law did it. This is so brain dead. It's pathetic. It's so pathetic. His argument sucks. It's terrible. He's not even trying.
You don't like, say things you don't like. Otherwise, it has no meaning.
But I do think that there should be guardrails. And I believe in free speech as much as you. I would fight. I don't disagree.
Hey, Gayfesh, good to see you. Is it just me or am I lost? I don't think there's nothing really lost to be saying. He's just not making any sense. He's desperately trying to move on because he realizes he looks like a weird guy who defends racism here.
I agree with a lot of what you put out on social media, but I will fight for your right to be able to say it.
Great.
Yeah. Okay, so listen, let's talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, all right? That's been a target of yours lately on X. There was a repost of Ben Shapiro that you claim that DEI is killing people. Specifically, you point to medicine. You claim that DEI programs are putting people at risk. Do you really believe this to be true, and what evidence do you have to support it?
What I was referring to there was that if we lower the standards for doctors, so that they, if the test for a doctor is lowered, then the probability of them making a mistake and killing someone is obviously going to be higher.
Wait, say that again. I'm not sure I understand what you said. I want to make sure I understand what you're saying.
Yes, if the standards for passing medical exams and becoming a doctor, or especially something like a surgeon, if the standards are lowered, then the probability that
This is the worst response he could have had here outside of literally just like saying the N-word. So the question, remember, the question was about DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And he immediately says, I don't think we should lower tests to let people in. Just the direct implication of what he's saying there is that he thinks that anybody who's diverse can't actually pass a medical exam. Actually wild.
those who will make mistake is higher. They're making mistakes in their exam. They may make mistakes with people, and that may result in people dying.
What evidence do you have, though, that they're lowering the standards? There's no evidence of that.
I believe there is.
There's no evidence of that, Elon. What is the evidence?
I believe they have literally lowered the standards at Duke University, and that is what the article was referring to.
There's no evidence.
You say they have not lowered the standards?
There's no evidence about lowering standards, and I think that there is.
I believe that is a false statement you're making.
Okay, well, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I think
the interesting thing is, when this is posted on the X platform, there will be a whole bunch of things that rebut what you said and what I said.
Correct.
And so people can then make their own decision based on the replies and the rebuttals and the community notes.
I think that's fair. But I do think that on this particular topic, I do think that you and Ben Shapiro are reaching in about this, because there was what Ben posted said that he gave instances of people who were deliberately harming people. Nowhere in the thread does Ben suggest at all, I should say, that anyone is being killed as a result of DEI. That's purely speculative. There's research on DEI and medicine, and there's no evidence that standards are being lowered, that DEI is affecting medicine. Actually, only 5% of doctors are black, and a small percent.
Yeah, I think you'll find that when this is posted to the X platform, that people will reply to it with evidence.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see.
Okay.
Oh man, what a cop out! Oh yeah, literally, Gayfesh says, check the comments, they'll vindicate me. Literally, he just said, yeah, well, you know, I said that, but I bet there's evidence in the comments or something. What if this doesn't, this right here should tell you the supreme bullshit of the richest man in the world is running a social media site that he claims is the center for all news. And his standards for making a statement like DEI is going to kill people is, well, somebody probably posted evidence in the comments of what I said when he's asked, do you have evidence for that? The answer is no, but somebody will come up with some. It's literally like the most post hoc bullshit. And this is like the richest guy in the world commanding a massive platform that by his own admission, now I don't believe his claims. I don't think it's even close to the #1 source of news, but it is a source of news. It just goes to show you that the highest reaches of our society, the most powerful people in our society are fucking full of it. They are full of it. They're bullshitters.
So, but that's my whole thing about moderation. Maybe you're wrong, but you'll put it out there. You don't know if it's right. Do you think that you have a responsibility to make sure something is right before you, the person who owns it, Elon Musk, who's a huge figure in the world, that you should know that it's true, that there are people at X who can get research for you before you put something out there like that? That's not necessarily true, even in other examples.
If I say something that is inaccurate, I'm immediately corrected on the platform. That's the advantage of a real-time system like X. So there'll be immediately in the replies people correcting me. There'll be a community note that will correct me, which is attached to the actual post itself.
Do you think as many people read
Yes.
You think as many people read that as it reads your tweet?
Yes, in fact, and if there's a community note that happens later where somebody didn't see, but they replied to that or interacted with that post, we will notify them that there is now a community note correcting that post.
Just so you...
Whereas if you consider the conventional media, that doesn't happen. Conventional media makes false statements all the time and nobody ever hears the correction.
When I was in conventional media, I can only speak for myself. If I got something wrong, or if someone got something wrong on the platform that I was on, it was corrected, and we made sure that it was corrected. Now, I can't speak for anyone else.
I don't think that's a universal situation.
Okay. So I just the research, so when you talk, do you believe that people are dying because medical standards, DEI is causing medical standards to be lowered? Do you actually believe people are dying because of that?
I believe that if we lower the standards for what it takes to become a doctor.
You're saying if we lower the standards, but do you believe people are dying because the standards are being lowered?
I don't think that is yet an issue, but it could become an issue.
Okay. But
dude, so many people would die if the air turned into mayonnaise. I can't, the air mayonnaise would kill so many fucking people, dude.
Actual evidence in history shows the exact opposite. If you look at how minorities were treated by the medical system, most doctors now are white. And there are lots of mistakes in medicine. So you're saying that white doctors have bad medical care? I'm trying to understand your logic here when it comes to DEI, because there's no actual evidence of it.
That's so good. That is just, oh, I can't wait. Let's hear.
You're saying.
That's so good.
I said, so if the standards, like let's say, I think that particular thing was referring to surgeons. Let's say a surgeon is asked to, a surgeon in training is asked to do a series of operations under the supervision.
Making up a surgeon to get mad at. Making up a surgeon to imagine dying to.
Of a senior surgeon, and they get a bunch of those operations wrong. If that happens, and yet they are still approved to be a surgeon, the probability that someone will die, I think, at some point is high.
Okay, I understand that, but that's a hypothetical. That doesn't mean it's happening.
I didn't say it.
It's and also, he's talking about one medical school in the country supposedly changing something about its testing process. You know that like the vast majority of doctors in the country do not go to Duke, right? That there are a lot of schools with a lot of different rules for medical schools all over the country. The vast majority of doctors do not have anything to do with Duke University. This is such a child-brained and pathetic position. And I guess, again, it just speaks to the state of affairs. The state of political affairs in the United States is one of supreme madness. We are truly living in like a Bloodborne-esque timeline. people are deranging themselves on the internet, and the most powerful people, the people who wield the most money and the most institutional power in the world, are completely insane. They live in fantasy worlds that are totally made up, and the rest of us have to deal with it. The rest of us have to deal with whatever deranged reality they write for themselves. It's crazy. The good news is, of course, that at the end of the day, there are other ways of having power in the world, that there are other ways of existing, that these enormous, miserable, idiotic, and deranged titans can only do so much. And they are perpetually aware, as is especially true in the case of Elon Musk. They are perpetually aware that even with all of the power that they amass, they still control nothing.
It's happening.
You didn't say it was happening.
I said it will. I said if we lower standards, people will die.
But why respond to something or put something out there that has not happened? Because I could say,
Because I don't want it to happen. I think we don't want to lower standards.
Okay, if you look at the history of the medical industry, especially when it comes to Black Americans, it shows the exact opposite. If you look at the Tuskegee experiment and on, only 5% of doctors in America are Black. All of them are white. So are you saying that if the majority of doctors are white, are you saying that and there are still these inequities, right? And there's still mistakes. Are you blaming DEI for that?
No, I'm very basically saying
that was a really good way to. That was a really good follow-up question from Don Lemon, because what Elon was trying to do there was kind of make it about, well, I was just saying, what if, bro? And like I said, my response to that is always just like, well, what if the air was mayonnaise then? If you're gonna use your platform as the guy, the owner of Twitter with the single most visible account on all of Twitter, if you're going to use it to ring an alarm bell, to cause fear and concern, you need to have a good reason for that. If tomorrow Joe Biden started talking about the air becoming mayonnaise and everybody having mayonnaise in their lungs, people might freak out a little bit. And it would be an irresponsible use of your platform as the president of the United States. So too is this. So he was trying to weasel out of it by just saying, I was just saying if, bro. And then Don Lemon follows up by saying, okay, so hold on a second. DEI hasn't existed. White doctors have been the majority of doctors. People still die all the time. And in fact, things like the Tuskegee experiments happened where Black people were tortured and experimented on by white doctors.
That if we lower standards for what it takes to become a board-certified surgeon or, an oncologist or something where the kind of disease we're talking about, if you make a mistake, causes someone to die, then more people will die than if we don't lower the standards.
Noel Holiday with the Tier 1 sub, thank you so much for supporting this viewer-supported show. Thank you so very much. How is Elon so pathetic? Because the truth is that no one deserves this much power. Humans are fucking pathetic, and they become more pathetic the more power that is infused into them, the more their weaknesses become apparent. And he was already a pathetic person to begin with, and once infused with the highest level of monetary power in the world, it magnified all of his weaknesses.
Therefore, we should not lower the standards.
But why do you think they're lowering the standards for minority doctors or women doctors or?
That's what that's what that article suggested. Yes, at Duke University.
Okay. The evidence that I have shows that that's not true.
Okay.
So listen, after the door blew off, this mid-flight in this Alaskan Airlines flight. Do you remember that? You responded to a post claiming that the average HBCU grad was less intelligent than the average airline pilot, and stated that it will take an airplane crashing and killing hundreds of people for them to change this crazy policy of DIE. I don't know if did you misspell it on purpose, which it should be DEI. Do you believe that women and minority pilots are inherently less intelligent and less skilled than white male pilots?
No, I'm just saying that we should not lower the standards for them.
I am Adolf Hitler!
Okay. But there's no evidence that standards are being lowered when it comes to the airline industry.
You've repeatedly said that there's no evidence that standards are being lowered, and watch the replies showing all the evidence that it is.
Dude, come on. Dude, come the fuck on. That is pathetic, dude. He can't even defer in this case to an article that he read. In the case of the Duke thing, at least he can say Duke. Now, to me, I feel like Don Lemon should have pointed out that Duke University is only one interview and that he doesn't agree with the analysis. But regardless, in this case, this was just Elon Musk taking a video of a Boeing flight having a mechanical failure and blaming it on women and black people. That's insane. And his response is, check the comments, bro. Check the comments, bro.
So on social media or on Twitter are not necessarily fact and evidence.
No,
that's people's
they will
opinion.
cite in the replies to this. You will see how often the information is cited, showing that indeed there are significant cases where standards are lowered.
And I do hope.
So his claim in this interview is that he believes that there is significant evidence. This is what Elon Musk just claimed. He believes there is significant evidence that pilot standards are being specifically lowered for black people, and that is what results in a mechanical failure on Boeing jets. Insane. Insane. An insane person. These are insane people. This is a deranged, irrational, hateful, stupid, damaging worldview. And this is the richest guy in the world saying this from the loudest platform you can imagine. What I'm trying to get at to my audience is that you should take these types of things for the absolute reason to completely distrust these fucking self-styled authorities. You should distrust these goddamn rich people, these CEOs, these fake tech wizards. You should have the deepest distrust for these people. Heinous. It's heinous.
That happens. I do hope that happens.
And think about this. The only check that we can see right here is a bunch of streamers. And yes, Don Lemon is a streamer. He is an independent YouTube video guy, okay? A very successful one who used to have a very big platform, but this is the only real check that exists to these guys' power on an institutional level. There is no institutional check on Elon Musk's power. Our country has been abandoned to the hands of deranged nobles of the neo-feudalist future. A bunch of syphilitic, brain-wormed freaks with more money and land and possessions than you could possibly imagine. And there's no power structures there's no institutional power structures that can check them. Instead, it's fallen to the hands of streamers to be like, wow, hey guys, maybe we should really not hitch ourselves to this guy's schemes. Maybe we should really watch out and stay away from this guy's schemes as much as possible and be aware of the danger that this guy is wreaking on the world. And I want you to think about this. Like, thank God that Twitter is not truly the #1 news source. But I want you to think about what it would mean if it were. to have this guy having dictatorial control over that type of organization, to be able to control information and boost and pull the levers on world perception to that degree. That should make you go, that should make you have a crisis of faith. For real.
And I look forward to it. And as you said, if you're wrong, then you're wrong. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong.
Yes.
Okay, so and I'm glad we're having this conversation, debating. This is what we should be doing, debating the issue. So if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, and then they'll be proven in the thing, and you as well. But I just want to tell you that pilot that you talked about, in fact, was a woman pilot, landed the plane safely, despite the major malfunction with the equipment. Boeing has taken responsibility for that incident, saying that it was caused by a faulty door panel. So I'm not sure what that had to do with lowering the standards for pilots when it was a faulty.
No, it's not lowering standards for pilots. It's the incentive structure.
Oh, dude, you got caught. That's what I said, by the way. Feeling kind of validated by that. Damn, maybe I should consider becoming an interviewer.
I believe at Boeing changed to include DEI as a fundamental executive incentive.
Dude, come on. That's so funny to say. It's so fucking funny to try and blame Boeing's problems on DEI when they are currently the biggest piece of news that anyone knows about Boeing is that Boeing is currently involved in a massive lawsuit because a whistleblower pointed out that they were rushing for profit reasons, that executives were rushing the designs of the Boeing 737 MAX. Actually wild. Dude is so good. His goose is cooked. These people require you to deny all of reality. And this is the right wing of America right now. They are in complete reality denial. It's crazy. To everyone's detriment. They're sitting here whining about black people and women being pilots while Boeing is like, we need to make $20 more per second this year. The way we're going to do that is by calculatedly killing our passengers, by putting out planes that we know are under-tested and under-prepared. That's my opinion, by the way. And you should check out, if you think my opinion is interesting, that's my personal opinion. But if you think my opinion is interesting, you should look up the actual publicly available information about why Boeing is currently being sued. You should look up the publicly available information about the fact that the primary whistleblower in the Boeing case just mysteriously turned up dead from suicide after telling his family members that he would never kill himself, and if he killed himself, they should be suspicious. Cal the Half Gay with the $10 says, hey mama, you're one of my favorite streamers. I've been waiting to support you for a while, but haven't been able to. Today is my birthday, and I turned 23. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for supporting the show, and very happy 23rd birthday, Cal. Thank you so much. I hope you have a great birthday. Anyway, let's continue.
But in my view, it should be purely about passenger safety.
Okay, but do you understand how by saying just that standards are being lowered, that you're implying that they're being lowered because people are less skilled and less intelligent, and you're talking about people of color and or women?
He's not implying.
Look,
He
I'm
said
saying
that.
we should
He said that. That isn't even implied. That is what he said.
not lower standards.
But you don't.
That's it.
I think everyone can agree that you shouldn't lower standards.
Great. That's
But you're
all.
implying that they're lowering standards because of people of color or women, because someone is not a white male. You're saying that they're less skilled and less intelligent. That's what
No,
you're
I'm
saying.
not saying that. I'm simply saying that they are.
Then why would they be lowering the standards?
I don't know. Why are they lowering the standards?
Just so you know, 5% of pilots are female, 4% are black. So you're talking about this widespread takeover of minorities and women when that's not actually true.
I'm not saying there's a widespread takeover.
Well, you're saying that the standards are being lowered because of certain people. And you don't believe in DEI, right? Do you not believe in diversity, equity, and inclusion?
I think we should be treat people according to their skills and their integrity, and that's it.
Do you know that studies show?
Studies show.
Yeah, well, we can look them up. So your reaction to studies show, and I understand, right? Because I always like to point to an exact study, right?
Sure.
Something that is factual. It's the same thing when you talk about, well, let's see what the replies are on Twitter or on X.
Yeah, so
I feel the same. I feel the same way about that. But this is what studies have shown, and people will reply and they'll say that companies with more diversity in their leadership teams have reported higher innovation rates than those with lower diversity or low diversity, and they're better companies. And
I feel like this interview in particular, the last interview we watched, the Wall Street one, the book summit or whatever it was called. I feel like that one should have proved to the world that Elon Musk was off his goddamn rocker and has completely lost the plot. That he's just a total like loose tire on the highway type runaway train situation. But this one should prove that he is a fucking racist. Like undeniably, this one should prove that. The things that he said here and the ways that he's defended everything that he's done is what a cowardly racist would do. Like everything here is an expose of just how racist this guy really is. I think it should be this interview should settle that question.
they make more money. This whole idea about DEI, if you go woke or whatever, you go broke, that's not necessarily true. People with diverse leadership teams and diverse workers make more money and more innovative.
Hi. Thank you.
Like I said, my view is that the only basis for promoting somebody should be their skills, talents, and their integrity, and that's it.
I want to ask you about, there's a federal government EEOC. They are also currently involved in a lawsuit against Tesla that alleges that there's a history of widespread racial harassment against black Tesla employees, as well as a pattern of retaliation for speaking out. What do you say to that?
Well, I don't believe that is true. I think we've got a very good, like if you walk around the Tesla Fremont plant, I think it's a very good atmosphere. In fact, I practically lived there for 3 years.
Oh, that was me plugging in my controller so we can play Dark Souls 2 after this.
Make the production work.
Were you aware, if you lived there, were you aware of such behavior?
I never saw it.
So you're saying that
I'm pretty sure that in that particular lawsuit, there are direct allegations with multiple witnesses against him. I could be misremembering. I'm not an expert on this lawsuit, but check the comments. Check the comments, guys. I'm pretty sure that in that specific lawsuit, a lot of the allegations of racism were directed at him. Just check the comments, guys.
It's not true. It's not happening.
Well, I mean, there's over 20,000 people. So you say, like, if there's over 20,000 people in one building, well, is everyone going to behave publicly? No. Did I see any situations that I thought were improper? I did not.
Let's talk about trans rights and the woke mind virus, because you've talked about that a lot. You're right about that a lot.
Oh boy, here we go. Here we go.
You have been deeply outspoken about the issue of trans rights. You posted trans rights. You posted that pronouns and bio mean the woke mind virus ate your brain. Do you know what the term woke actually means?
Let's do it.
It's come to mean a lot of things.
But what it actually...
Oh my God! He admitted it!
It means a lot of things. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
Originally, it was meant to mean. It's just being aware of inequities in society.
No, don't give him the answer. Don't give him the answer. No! No, Don Lemon, no. Make him give us an answer.
And being aware of facts and history.
Yeah, I think it's come to be... I think being aware of inequities in society is fine, of course. But trying to blame everything on trying to make everything a race issue is, I think, divisive and corrosive to society.
Even as it relates to trans issues, which is what I'm...
Yeah, race or, you know...
Thank you very much, Doe. I love you too. Oh my God. That was okay. So I'm like, oh no, Don almost dropped it, but then Elon dropped it again because he asked about trans people, and Elon starts talking about black people again. By the way, once again, exactly what Adolf Hitler would have done. Exactly what Adolf Hitler would have done. I mean, sorry, exactly what a racist would do.
Gender or whatever.
You think that society blames everything on racism now?
It blames a lot of things on it, and yeah.
You think that's unfair?
Yeah.
Why?
I think we should not make this a constant subject. I think we need to move on. I think we should, you know, treat people like people.
You don't agree that this country was founded on racism and founded on slavery and in many ways inequities? That still continue on to this day?
I think every country at that time, and I think even today, was extremely racist. Every country. And
even today? So then the answer there would have been you agree with him. But you can't say that because then that would be being woke.
Slavery was present in about half of this country.
That's at the time of the Civil War. Slavery was present in all of the country for most of the history.
Not present in the North. There was racism for sure, but you know, I think we want to look to the future rather than the past, and instead of engaging in constant rehashing of the past. Because in fact, if you look at history, if you study history broadly, everyone was a slave. Everyone.
Yes. Well, not everyone was a slave.
No,
but
everyone was a slave.
Okay, but
we are all descended from slaves.
Yeah.
Well, all of us.
Yeah.
It's just a question of when. Was it more recent or less recent? That's it.
Right.
So but what future do we want?
Sitting down with a black guy and saying, you know, we were all basically slaves. You know, it's just a matter of when, you know? Wow, dude. Like I said, this interview ought to convince everyone. That is, whoo, boy. Elon Musk rolling up to the interview being like, bro, we were all slaves, bro. We were all fucking slaves. You know, last weekend I went and I visited my girlfriend and she made me dress up in leather and in a little skirt and clean the whole house. You know, I understand. I know what slavery's like. I know what it's like. Right, brother?
Is this something we want to make a part of our constant dialogue forever, or do we want to say, like, let's just move on and treat everyone,
Jesus Christ,
you know, according to just who they are as an individual?
I agree with you with that. That's the ideal. But what the evidence shows...
Also, that's especially rich coming from him and his fucking apartheid emerald mine family. That's just... Oh, God. Oh, my fucking God.
That's not what's actually in practice.
I think we're doing better than anywhere else.
That's true. I agree with that. But that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean a lot to a whole lot of people who aren't able to take advantage of the opportunities that you were able to take advantage of, simply because the color of your skin.
What advantages did my color of my skin give me?
You are from... You grew up in apartheid South Africa, you fucking idiot. Oh my God, I didn't think that this interview was going to be worse than the last one for him, but I actually think it might have been. Obviously, unfortunately, this is pretty late into the interview, but that is a terrible, terrible thing to say. That looks so goddamn bad. It is so arrogantly stupid. There is no one except for frothing white supremacists who will think that that looks good. Or people who don't know anything about his family history. Which, you know what? If they don't, okay, you could be mistaken. But if anybody who knows even a drop about Elon Musk's family history, when he says, what benefits did I get from being white? Insane. And also disgusting. And also insulting. I don't even want to look at that clip.
Well, there's an ease that you have in society that many people of color don't. You were able to come to this country voluntarily. There are many people who were not able to come to the country voluntarily. There are people who came here as slaves.
Very difficult for me to come here.
And there is a legacy of slavery that still continues on. There's a legacy of racism that still continues on in this country. That's undeniable.
Well, if we keep talking about it nonstop, it will never go away. If we keep making that the central thing, it will never go away.
Yes, as we know, talking about something is what makes it happen. Remember, everyone, if you keep talking about that gangrenous ulcer on your inner thigh, you know, if you keep talking about it, it won't go away. You know, it's just, you know, the more you talk about it, whatever you do, you shouldn't tell your doctor about it. Especially when snakes of black and green following roughly the pattern of your veins continues up the other parts of your leg. Don't tell them, because telling them about it, talking about it, is what makes it worse.
Well, why do you believe that?
I think I'm just making a simple statement of fact. So I think we want to get away from making everything a race or a gender or whatever issue, and just treat people like individuals.
Richest man in the world says, richest man in the world who openly admits to doing ketamine while playing fuckloads of Diablo 4 while being the richest guy in the world, says, you know, he's just tired of making it about race and gender, bro. He's just so tired of it. He feels trapped. You know, I'm just trapped, my man. I'm trapped.
Do you have any desire to understand what many people of color and even trans people, how they feel about this country and how they're treated in this country? If they say and they believe that they are treated a certain way in this country, why don't you believe them?
You cannot have a situation where someone is a self-described victim and they just get to be that because that's how they feel.
I think that does happen.
What? Isn't that what he's been doing basically his entire fucking, like, the last 2 years of his career? Is him whining all the time about how he's the victim of Disney discrimination?
In some cases, but not all cases. And I think that not understanding the history of the country, I think is...
Louis Boy says, I love your whiny billionaire voice. I can't present it enough. I can't instill, I'm glad you love it, but I can't instill my whiny billionaire voice with enough comical stupidity for it to... When I do my whiny billionaire voice, it should have the same effect as when somebody like Elon Musk talks, where you just are filled with a visceral anger.
Is a real shame. Look, I've had incredible opportunities
and other countries.
I've had incredible opportunities as a person of color.
Right.
But I've also been
very well.
But I've also been discriminated against, and I know that I have. And I know that that's real. And for someone to say that that isn't happening, I should just move forward and not think about that and ignore the past is insulting.
I'm not saying it. Don, you keep putting words in my mouth. I'm not saying it's
I didn't say that you said it.
I'm saying that we want to. We as a country should move beyond questions of race and gender, and we should treat people like individuals and base our opinions on them on the, you know.
And you believe that's accomplished by telling people who. So you believe that the onus is on the people who are being discriminated against, not the ones doing the discriminating. This is such a stupid position, and this, by the way, is not a mistake that open racists fall into. Believe it or not. Okay, some of them do, because a lot of them are really stupid. But when you make the argument that we should move forward, that we should treat people as individuals, then you have to go, well, there are people out there who are being racist, who are discriminating. They are the ones breaking that rule, aren't they? The ones who are treating other people not as individuals, aren't they the ones breaking that? Not the people going, hey bro, you just fired me from my job because I'm trans. You just fired me from my job because you have a problem with women. You just refused to hire me because you have a problem with black people. Don't you think that the person who's doing that thing should be the one who has to change? It's such a stupid argument. It's such a blatantly dishonest and weak argument.
Their character and their skills.
I don't think that anyone will disagree with that.
Exactly.
All I'm saying is that that's not happening and is not equal for everyone. That those opportunities don't happen for everyone. And I am a living example that they don't. I know that they don't because I live it.
You've been incredibly successful.
I have been.
And
again, a horrible, horrible look for the richest man in the world to sit here and talk to a black man about that, oh, you've been so successful. Why, when he just said, I have been discriminated against. I have experienced discrimination. And Elon goes, yes, but you're fine. You're fine. Jesus Christ.
In spite of it all, but I know what I know. I've experienced what I've experienced. You haven't done that. And I cannot, I don't know what it's like to be from South Africa. I don't know what it's like to be a white man. I don't know what it's like to be a woman. I don't know what it's like to be a Latino person. I don't know that. So I wouldn't speak for them and just say, you need to move on. That's not for me to say. I believe that it would be great if the country could live up to that ideal. You think that everyone has the same opportunities in America, regardless of their background and ethnicity. Do you agree?
No, I don't think everyone has the same opportunities.
Okay. So when you talk about, let's talk about trans rights. When you decided to talk about the trans rights movement, you said that it was a woke mind virus. Why do you believe the trans rights movement is a woke mind virus? What do you mean by woke mind virus?
Uh-oh.
Woke mind virus is when you...
He is winding up for the biggest... He is charging up the biggest... I am Adolf Hitler! ...that we've seen in this entire thing. Watch it. He is the spirit bomb of Adolf Hitler particles is about to slam. I would put money on it.
You stop caring about people's skills and their integrity, and you start focusing instead on gender and race and other things that are different from that.
He's back on race again!
The woke mind virus is fundamentally racist, fundamentally sexist, and fundamentally evil.
So what he answered is that the trans rights movement is a woke mind virus because it talks about gender and race and therefore is racist. Incredible. Incredible, Elon.
Okay.
And we've got a little bit more time, so you choose your question.
Okay, so okay, thank you for that. But I would appreciate you answering these. I think it's important that we're doing this. I think it's important to the world to hear this, especially what's going on in our country. The reason I ask you, listen, there are a whole lot of things that people maybe have questions about when it comes to transgender people. Even people who are part of the LGBTQ plus community have questions about that. But if you are a free speech absolutist, right, and that is part of the First Amendment, also the freedom of expression falls under that First Amendment as well. So why can't people choose to identify with the gender that they feel comfortable with, or use a pronoun? Isn't that part of freedom of expression?
I guess no. They can ask others to do whatever they feel. They can ask others to do anything. It's a different question whether they mandate that others do that thing.
Okay. Who's mandating anybody?
Let's talk more about free speech and for advertisers, right? Because
wow. Well, I'll admit it. I was wrong. I thought that we were going to get a much bigger Hitler particle bomb there, and instead it was actually a continuation of the same. I can own it. Look. I can own when I'm wrong. There was a slight misreading. I mistook him juddering to a stop and staring off into space as him charging up for a bigger statement, when in actuality it was just a seizure of some sort. We're all wrong sometimes. You've witnessed it tonight.
all this controversy, I believe, as you know, has made X less appealing to advertisers. About half of them have left the platform. You call advertisers that left X.com. You said they were oppressors. You've even gone as far as saying it publicly that they can go F themselves or go fuck themselves.
If they're going to force censorship on the company before advertising, then obviously I find that unacceptable.
You find it unacceptable. Why is that not a form of free speech? They are free to advertise where they want. They're not beholden to, they're not obligated to advertise on X.com.
Right.
So how is that not free speech?
That's, whereas the other platforms will censor on behalf of advertisers, the X platform will not.
Okay. So, but you think you don't think it's okay for them not to advertise with or have their content or their advertisement next to something that is anti-Semitic or...
That is a different question. You can absolutely choose where, next to which content do you want your advertising to appear. Absolutely, of course. Mm-hmm. And we have, I think, very good ad placement controls in this regard.
Yeah. So you said if they kill the company, it's them, but does...
So what he just said there is that he thinks that his freedom of speech is being damaged because the advertisers don't appreciate his website enough, and because they choose to give their money to someone else, it's damaging his free speech? Did I understand that right?
Doesn't the buck stop with you? I mean, you're
on. I have to say, choose your question carefully. There's 5 minutes left.
Okay, but so
is this the question you want to ask?
The same question is, you said that they are killing the company, but you're the head of the company. The buck doesn't stop with you?
Wow, that really bothered him.
I acquired X in order to preserve freedom of speech in America, the First Amendment. And I'm going to stick to that. And if that means making less money, so be it.
So I have to be, listen, I'm just being honest, right? I'm not trying to, get you or anything. I was just surprised that you would blame other people for killing the company. I mean, when you say the buck stops with the President of the United States, regardless of what happens, right? So, why would that question upset you? You seem upset by it, are you?
I think you.
And I'm not trying to upset you.
Well, you are upsetting me because the way you're phrasing the questions, I think, is not cogent.
Oh my God.
It's not what?
Not cogent.
Cogent.
Yes.
Go ahead.
If given a choice where an advertiser is saying you have to censor all this content on the platform, irrespective of where their advertising appears, then our answer will be look, you can choose where you want your advertising, what you want your advertising to appear next.
I said the previous question bothered him, and I was right.
To, you can't insist on censorship of the entire platform. And if you insist on censorship of the entire platform, even where your advertising doesn't appear, then obviously we will not want them as an advertiser.
So what would you say to advertisers who have left the platform or who are considering coming back or not coming back? What would you like to say to them?
Well, first of all, almost all of our advertisers are coming back to the platform. So it's a very short list of advertisers who are not coming back to the platform. And our advertising revenue is rising rapidly. And our subscription revenue is rising rapidly. And I feel very optimistic about the future of the X platform.
Okay. Listen, honestly, I'm not meaning to offend you. You're an intense person. Where does that intensity come from?
I was born that way. And I had a tough childhood.
Hey, Piffler Cakes.
You did?
So, yeah.
How so?
Right, Walter Isaacson goes into it in the book, and we only have a couple minutes left, so.
All right.
Too long to describe. So the one or two questions I can do, and then we'll have to call it.
Okay. Again, I don't mean to upset you. Why are you just?
No, I have a whole room full of people waiting to meet with me.
Okay.
So we're just going over time.
Okay. All right. I understand that. So when you talk about, you said you were born that way. Is that, did you think that the way that you see the world has to do with your relationship with anyone, perhaps your father or someone in your family?
I feel like ending the interview in this way, when he agreed to like a no holds interview, is like one of the biggest mistakes. He comes off like he like paranoid and suspicious and like he's pissed off. And I feel like Don Lemon has been, with one exception, I do feel Don Lemon kind of got him before with these tweets are up on your platform right now. He did kind of, that's a little bit of a gotcha, but it's I think it's a fair gotcha, but it's still a gotcha. But ending it like this is a certainly a decision, certainly a choice. I don't know.
I think we're all affected by the people we grew up with. My aspiration is to do whatever it takes to extend consciousness into the future. That's my goal. To make life multiplanetary as part of extending consciousness into the future. Have
the past few years, and considering everything that's gone on, has it been difficult for you and your family life?
It's been okay.
So then, how do you see your legacy, Elon? How do you see how people see you in the?
First of all, I say that if I died knowing that I did what was right, or did my best to do what was right, and even if in the history books they said I did wrong, I would still feel okay about that. I care about the reality of goodness, not the perception of it. I think we should view civilization as tenuous, as fragile. If you do study history broadly, you'll see that there's a rise and fall.
Wait, did I miss a question? Wasn't he just asked about his family life? Hold on, let me go back. I need to.
So then, how do you see your legacy, Elon?
Okay, I did miss a question. I missed the legacy question. Okay.
How people see you in the.
First of all, I say that if I died knowing that I did what was right, or did my best to do what was right, and even if in the history books they said I did wrong, I would still feel okay about that. I care about the reality of goodness, not the perception of it. I think we should view civilization as tenuous, as fragile. If you do study history broadly, you'll see that there's a rise and fall of civilizations. They don't always go.
I'm doing great. This has been a wild. This has been a wild interview.
Up. So we should do everything we possibly can to preserve and extend civilization as we know it.
Yeah.
And improve it. To become more enlightened over time. And we
That's such a weird way of wording. I don't want to jump on that, but that is a weird wording.
Therefore, want to address civilizational risks. We want to make sure that we don't have, for example, demographic collapse, which is the case in a lot of countries.
I'm sorry, what? Oh! I was right, but it just took a lot longer for him to charge up the fucking Hitler beam. I am Adolf Hitler! Holy shit! Oh! I should have trusted in my former instincts. I should have trusted. Holy shit! Demographic collapse, huh? Holy fuck, my man. He was like, just needed to make sure I did a little goose stepping on the way out. For those who don't know, the concept of demographic collapse. Demographic collapse is a neo-Nazi concept. I'm not kidding you. It is the idea, that certain groups of people are, usually what they will say, usually what the neo-Nazis will say, is they will say that, that porn and degeneracy has basically led white people into being weak and such that they can't reproduce to the same degree. Oh, and immigration is the other one they get mad at. And that it's led white people to being weak. And so now there is a massive and sudden demographic collapse among white people. It's actually insane that he would drop that at the end of this conversation as what he views as a civilizational risk. And by the way, I stand by, this is his most Hitler-esque moment of this entire interview. When you're asked, what is your legacy? And you say, I'm extremely concerned about saving civilization from demographic collapse. That could have been out of fucking the writings of Adolf Hitler. That is absurd. That is insane.
Just very low growth rate. We want to obviously avoid World War III. Anything that is a civilizational risk. That's what I care about, civilizational risks. How do we extend consciousness into the future such that we are able to better understand the nature of reality?
Yeah.
That's what I care about. That's my motivation.
I know you have to go. If you'll just give me, I'll do a rapid fire thing here. Is there anything that you would change about anything that you've done in your life, in the past or recently?
I've made many mistakes over the years. If I had a time machine, I'd go back and fix them, but I don't have a time machine.
Thank you, Elon.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So that's it. And as Elon would say, you be the judge. Let me tell you something about this show. The conversation doesn't end just because the camera stops. We'll see you next time. Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching The Don Lemon Show.
Wow. Well, that was a very strong interview from Don Lemon. A few things that I wish that he would have done differently, of course, but dropping the demographic collapse as a civilizational risk is insane to me, especially after everything else that he said. Yeah, I don't know. The wild thing about this is that I think this interview solidifies the fact, almost undeniably so, that Elon Musk is a racist person. But he's so cowardly about it that I don't even know if this is going to win him points with his current demographic, or if they're just going to get pissed off, you know, that he granted ground. Because at the end of the conversation, you know, he was just like, yeah, trans people can be trans, just don't make me do it. Well, that's not the right-wing position. That's not the position of the people that he was attempting to pander to. There is also another point, the fact of him getting sort of pinned into admitting that he has depression. That's not going to fly well with his far-right fans either. Wow, that is That is wild. Wow. Yeah, there's not much else to say. I think Don Lemon got him. This is a very telling interview, and the way that he approaches issues is frankly deranged. He's clearly completely disconnected from reality. He is unwilling to acknowledge and seems almost afraid of people perceiving him for what he is, which is far right. The talking points that he put out in this conversation were poorly delivered far-right talking points, saying that he thinks DEI is going to get people killed, that he thinks that the sheer existence of, you know, black pilots and women pilots implies that there must be lowering standards, saying that he believes demographic collapse is a societal, a civilizational risk, saying that he believes that the Democrats are opening the border to try and change the composition of the House of Representatives specifically. These are deranged. These are insane positions. And yeah, we shouldn't be afraid to say it. This guy's a nutbag. And the fact that we have to deal with him is a indictment of our entire society. The fact that this guy has any power whatsoever is an indictment of our society. The fact that there's nothing on any sort of institutional level, that we've built up gigantic and powerful institutions, and that none of them are able to check his derangement in any meaningful way, at least. Okay, maybe some of the financial ones will. You know, maybe some of his financial institutions might be able to check some of his nonsense. You know, because financial institutions really hate it when you rip off other rich guys. And, you know, the rich guys might get revenge on you. But other than that, this guy turning a platform that was deeply flawed to begin with into an even more flawed and specifically radicalizing platform, and then taking their talking points and pushing them as far as they can go is an indictment of our world. And it should leave us all with a deep sense of distrust for the power structures that be. Anyway, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this segment, make sure that you're subscribed. Make sure that you press like down below. And of course, leave it in the comments. You know, if there's facts that I missed, if there's truth that I missed, bro, fucking put that down in the comments. Tell me. I want to, the comments will let us know. Think for yourself and think for me, in fact. Anyway, let's continue. That was a wild one. Boy, that was a wild one. Al the Healer says, Elon reminds me of when I was robo-tripping like 3 times a week, living in a perpetual dissociative state. I had a similar style of speech. I will not lie. He seemed really out of it for most of this interview. Was it worth it? Oh yeah, I think this was worth it. I had a fun time. I don't know. So I've talked about this. I've talked about this before in the past. One of the things I hate the most about our current timeline is that in order to be able to connect with other people via social media, social networks, whatever, these are where people are and where people connect with one another. And I want to connect with people. Everybody wants to connect with other people. We're social animals. We want to connect with one another. And in order to connect with one another, we have to go to these websites. And the way that these websites are all designed is brain rape. It's that simple. It's fucking brain rape. In order to participate in all of these sites, you have to let rich people inject their thoughts into your mind. And I mean that. Do you guys remember what it was like when Donald Trump was on Twitter? And no matter what you wanted to do, it was almost impossible without basically completely like blocking certain words and just pretending that it doesn't exist at all. You would have to have Donald Trump's thoughts jammed in your ear. Now, of course, you could do something like go and blacklist all tweets with the word Donald Trump, Trump, D Trump, Orange Man, whatever, but you're never gonna catch all of them. You will have that man's thoughts forcibly injected into your ears, into your brain constantly. And there was a point where I was just like, I can't do this. I don't want to live my life, even if I want to connect with people. I want to meet the people that are there. I don't want to have other people's thoughts constantly interrupting my own. You know, I don't want to have other people's concerns and delusions interrupting my own brain process, you know? And Elon Musk is another person who's like that. I hate that fact. And thankfully, I avoid damn near everything to do with Elon Musk these days. But even still, it comes through. And I would much rather, if I'm gonna have to think and hear about Elon Musk and have his thoughts injected into my head, no matter how hard I try, I would rather at least sit down and do it like this. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. You know, you're kind of a funny bunny, Stevie J. You're kind of a... I'm talking to somebody in YouTube chat. You're kind of a funny bunny. What are you up to down there? What are you up to, huh? Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I would rather, all I was trying to say is that I would rather sit down and watch an interview like this and then say, you know what? Now I don't have to have this guy's thoughts injected into my head. It was, the Donald Trump era of Twitter was truly torturous. I mean, hell, Twitter is miserable these days. Miserable. It is a nightmare of intrusive thoughts from other people. I've been increasingly seeing Twitter as mentalillness.com. Most of Twitter is people venting their problems at each other abstractly and incoherently. It is such a nightmare. The only place where I feel this is not the case is on, is when I use a private account, and I talk directly to people that I care about. That's basically the only place that I feel it's not like that. My main account is like, there's no point. And you'll notice I barely ever fucking tweet on there anymore. The last tweet I think I did was, my last tweet was just a no context picture of George Lucas that I absolutely love. Oh no, it was a birthday wish. Okay, that one was cool. It was a birthday wish. Oh no, it was Masterworks All Can't Go Wrong. Oh shit, wait, where did my... Okay, wait, never mind, I lied. I have tweeted a few times since then. Why did I not remember my Dune tweet? My Dune tweet was a banger. I forgot about that. Oh, and then I had a tweet about voting information. That was valuable. Mostly retweets of other people's stuff. Eh, whatever. I forgot tweets. Yeah. I forgot some of these. I forgot about my my puritanical culture tweets one, my Christian nationalism one. Yeah. I guess it's just because I set and forget so often. When I do tweet on my main, I just let it go. I don't even look, I don't even look at comments usually. Sometimes I will and just smack like and then move on. I don't know. Why be on X when Intentions Nasty doesn't post there anymore? True. True. it's just it's one of those sites where I don't know. There's still so many. One of the things that makes me sad is there's still so many people that I know and care about that use the site as a primary means of communicating, and there is no current alternative. People went other places and maintain secondary presences, but the network effect is still holds fairly strong. But one thing that I've done since, for sort of a long-term thing, is that I save my thoughts for stream. It's like, you know, it's like semen retention, basically. It's basically the exact same thing as semen retention. You know, I charge up my energy, and then I release it on stream, and it works great. It works amazing. You're on a social media site right now, bruh? Yeah, I know. I never said, what did I say otherwise? I think I said Twitter, right? Velvet says it's the actual Torment Nexus. Yes, it is the actual Torment Nexus. I'm not even kidding you. I wish there was a way that I could build a psychic arc, you know, like a Noah's Ark, that I could build a psychic arc and summon every trans woman that I know to the ark, and then we could sail away together. I wish it was possible. I truly wish that were possible, but I genuinely do not have the power. It makes me sad sometimes to think about the fact that I don't have the power. Fuck you, trans masks. Okay, why you gotta be an asshole about it? Trans women have a particular, listen, I'm gonna be completely honest. Every trans mask I know, okay, not everyone, but a lot of the trans masks I know fucked off Twitter. I don't know what it is. The trans masks got out. Way too many trans women are trapped. I don't know what it is. Annie Bo says YouTube comments feel like old chat rooms. Holy shit. The YouTube comments have gotten weird. Holy shit, they've gotten weird. Good night, Kitty Tick. We gotta do some Dark Souls too. But I've had some weird YouTube comments, okay? It's gotten really fucking weird. It's gotten really weird out there. I'm just saying, it's gotten real weird. They're weirder than ever. I've had a extreme increase in what I can only describe as severely unwell people. And in very weird directions. It's a strange thing. I just saw something really cool. Sorry, I just saw something super interesting. You get porn bot comments that act like your biggest hype man, but all have profile pics of asses. Actually, I don't get many of those. What I got, okay, I feel, maybe I shouldn't mention this. I feel like mentioning this person on stream would be irresponsible. There's a commenter out there who's got some very strange behaviors, okay? I shouldn't mention it here. It would be bad. If they saw it, it would be bad. It would probably do damage to their brain, so I shouldn't say anything. It's been interesting, I'll say. There's been a couple, but yeah. Okay, Arlo says trans women are either on Twitter, hell, or leftist truth social, blue sky. I hope the rest free themselves like I did. It's not worth it. Leftist truth social. Okay, that's a good one. That's a fucking good one. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's a good one. Meme time? Yeah, you know what? We got 2 Sonic memes tonight. All right, let's do our Sonic memes. All right, let's see our Sonic memes real quick. We got some Sonic memes. Let's judge the Sonic memes.
Welcome to my house. As you can see, I've knocked over many chairs because I get so tilted at the towers.
This isn't really a tilted or a tower.
Well, you see, it's a gamer pad. Not many girls come in here because I get friend zoned so frequently. But that's okay.
I'd like to be in the friend zone. I'd like friends.
It's not as pleasant as you'd think. They don't treat you like a friend. They treat you like an item. Sometimes I wish I could be more than just an accessory to these women. But unfortunately, as a gamer, I don't get respect.
Well, I'm not a gamer, so maybe they'll respect me.
That just makes you a beta cuck. That's the difference between you and I, Silver the Hedgehog. I'm an alpha gamer. Anyway, where we dropping, boys?
Where we dropping, boys? Okay, that was golden. That was a really good one. That was an excellent one, okay? That was good. All right, now here we go. Dr. Eggman's Twitter announcement. Let's judge it.
The following program is classified M. It is recommended for viewers 15 years and over. We recommend the use of the parental lock system.
I've come to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog's a bitch-ass motherfucker. He pissed on my fucking wife. That's right. He took his hedgehog fucking quilly dick out and he pissed on my fucking wife and he said his dick was this big. And I said that's disgusting. So I'm making a call-out post on my twitter.com. Shadow the Hedgehog, you got a small dick. It's the size of this walnut except way smaller. And guess what? Here's what my dong looks like. That's right, baby. All points, no quills, no pillows. Look at that, it looks like 2 balls in a bong. He fucked my wife,
what
so
the
guess
fuck?
what? I'm gonna fuck the earth. That's right, this is what you get. My super laser piss. Except I'm not gonna piss on the earth. I'm gonna go higher. I'm pissing on the moon. How do you like that, Obama? I pissed on the moon, you idiot! You have 23 hours before the piss droplets hit the fucking earth. Now get out of my fucking sight before I piss on you too.
All right. Those were pretty good ones tonight, Mr. Krabs. I gotta say, those are pretty good ones, Mr. Krabs. Well done. Well done, Mr. Krabs. These were winners. They were good. They were good. The second one wasn't as funny to me because it went on for a little too long, but it was still pretty good. Also, to Smallmoth, don't worry, it's not you. If you're a positive person who gets talkative under videos that you're passionate about, you are not the person I'm worried about. I promise you. You cannot even, if you're somebody who says passionate things in the comments of a YouTube video that are like constructive, you can't even conceive of the depths of insanity that I'm talking about on my when I was referring to the things getting weird in the YouTube comments, trust me, you can't even conceive of it. It's so weird. God, now I feel like I want to talk about it. It's like no, I can't. I have to refrain. Some of you know. Some of you have been involved in this against your will. So somebody out there will know. Essay posting fan fiction is usually what you get. No, well, kind of. But it's yes. There is the essay posters who come up with an idea of what happened, whether it's tied to reality or not. And those people will essay post, and it's very interesting to read their mind, to see what they're saying and what they think. But yeah. Yeah, anyway. Comrade Girl 2018 with the gifted tier 2 sub to Mr. Krabs. Holy shit, Mr. Krabs. It finally pays off. All your hard work, and you finally got a tier 2 sub for one of your memes. Thanks to Comrade Girl 2018. Banger. Thank you so much, Comrade Girl 2018. Thank you so very much. All right, let's do it. It's time. Wait, first I have to show you something. I want to show you guys something real quick. How do I do this? Here we go. I want to show you all some stuff from my Dragon's Dogma 2 character real quick. Can I show you guys some screenshots of my Dragon's Dogma 2 character? Ready? Are you guys ready to behold incredible beauty and amazing? Look at this. Look at her. She is incredible. I love her so much. And also, look at this. Look at these ones. Oh, I'm so proud of this one. Look at how sick that looks. This was when I was playing as a trickster. Amazing. I love the hood. And, oh wait, hold on. There's another one I wanted to show. Hold on. There's one more picture I wanted to show that I'm really proud of. Oh wait, here's another good one actually. There's two. Here's her when she was in art. No, this was before I got the cool hood. This was that same outfit without the hood. Instead, I have the wing tiara and the crazy looking backdrop. And here, hold on, let me get the other one. This one. This is the one. Look at this one. Wait, that one doesn't, why does it look so fuzzy? Oh, did I get hit by the, here we go. Wait. Oh yeah, there's this one too. Now this one's something else, okay? Something else, something magical is happening in this one, okay? How many of you are like, I wish that were me right now? You know? How many of you? Be real, be honest. Be real. Be real. I think I got another good shot of this one too. Hold on, let me see. Oh shit, hold on. I love Yoda in this one. Here's her carrying the girl, and look at Yoda down here in the corner, okay? I want you to look at Yoda. Yoda's over there going, oh. And here's the other one. Hold on, let me get the other one. Yeah, Okay, here we go. This is the other one that I think is really good. This is when I was playing as Archer. I think Archer is my favorite class so far. It's really awesome. Look at my bow made out of thorns. It's so sick. And here's Yoda being all cute over here. And here's a pawn that I had in my party for like an entire in-game month. This is from Dragon's Dogma 2. I've really been enjoying Dragon's Dogma 2. I have some criticisms. I'm gonna do a video on it, but one thing I can't complain about at all is the amazing pawn system. The pawn system is just amazing. Yes, I've seen that. There was a really funny post. I'll talk about that in a minute. Here we go. Let's play some Dark Souls 2, shall we? Stick around if you've never stuck around for me playing Dark Souls. It's great. I think I can do like an hour of Dark Souls or something. God damn it, we're gonna do a 7-hour stream again. Fuck me. Ah, shit, I gotta... Whatever, we're doing it. I committed, I'm doing it. I wanna play Dark Souls really bad. Did I have a funny mask on? I don't remember equipping this mask. I don't remember equipping any of this. Did I put on the Jester mask before last time? I guess oh wait, yeah I did. These are Bone King. Why do I have the Jester mask on? Oh, that's right. Oh wait, I remember now, because I was trying to get my fire resistance up. Oh yeah, last time we had an issue. I remember now. Okay, I remember now. We died and I raged out. That's what happened last time. Remember that? Remember last time I was trying to get my souls back and then I raged out and I lost all those souls and I was like, God damn it. By the way, I was originally trying to recreate my Dark Souls 2 character in Dragon's Dogma 2 because look at her, just amazing. Isn't she just amazing? Oh, I love her so much. Look at how beautiful she is. God, she's so perfect. God, I love her. But I couldn't do it. I tried really hard. It took me like 2+ hours and I still couldn't. I tried really hard to recreate her. But the thing with the weird thing is that the character creator in Dragon's Dogma has a lot of details, but there's certain spots you can't change easily. And so I couldn't get it working. Anyway, let's do this. Oh, nice. That's an interesting sword. Wait, that's a cool ass sword. Anyway, let's do this. Is farming souls a thing that you can do in Dark Souls? Yes, you can. But I don't feel like it's necessary for most games. Yeah, I really don't feel like you need to. I only really do it if I'm attempting a very specific build. And that build is, oh god, I'm pressing the wrong buttons. I'm pressing Dragon's Dogma buttons. That's not good. That's really not good. Oh Jesus, I'm gonna get myself killed. Ouch. You didn't have to do that. That was unnecessary. That was mean. That was so mean. Okay. How many arrows do I have? Not, oh, I'm almost out of arrows. That kind of sucks, actually. There's my souls, but those aren't the souls that I really deserve. This area is much more fun when you have a friend. I won't lie. This area is pretty, I can see why people got mad at this area. I can definitely understand that. Oh shit. Yep, shit. Shit. Yeah, I can see why people get mad at this. Oh well. Ah well. There's just a lot of enemies in this area. They're not even that bad. But I can see why it would get tiring, because they can get you a lot. Which is pretty frustrating, you know? But I'm alright. We'll be fine. We'll get through here. We'll survive. We'll truck on. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get that chest right now. Chariot says, I had to peace out from the Elon segment because I hadn't reacted to it yet, but I'm glad for some Dark Souls 2. Oh, you're going to have a lot of fun with the Elon segment. My soul memory is 879,000. Yeah, I'm gonna try and play for about an hour or so, and then we'll probably call it, because I gotta do a bunch tomorrow. I have physical therapy tomorrow, and it's a challenge. I've been mentioning that. I deliberately, I mean, again, physical therapy is like, you know, it's pretty intense workouts, and it's deliberately targeting weak muscles, so, you know, it takes a lot of energy and focus and stuff, and I feel pretty bad if I haven't gotten enough rest, or if I've exhausted myself from being on stream for fucking 9 hours or whatever. But such is life. Is this guy coming for me yet? Yeah, there it comes. I had a feeling he'd be coming. Anyway, happy to have you back, Chariot. That guy dead? Cooked. I'm gonna need to, once we finally survive and I have some souls, I'm gonna need to use them to get some arrows, for God's sake. I don't have any fucking arrows. This bitch is gonna come die. Also, the thing about these guys, the thing that's really weird about these guys is their hits register earlier than they seem like they should. Like, I don't know, I guess they have like a really slow wind-up and a very quick resolve. But you expect it to be a consistent stab, like that the speed would be consistent, but they kind of go like, wha! It's very funny. Oh, that's interesting. I think quite highly of the writing in the Wolfenstein games. I think they're really good. The gameplay is not the world's greatest, in my opinion. It's kind of not that great, but the writing is really good and interesting and has a lot to say. So, I don't know. I think very highly of those games. Lucatiel! Let's get Lucatiel back in here. So I don't have what I need to get that thing, that item down there. So we're gonna forget that item for now. I guess our next thing is to go in here, right? Boss ahead, ensure ally required. All right, let's do it. Oh, Smelter Demon. Oh yeah, this guy. Oh, he's so funny. Ouch. This guy's so funny. Oh, he's glitching! poisoned? I can't tell if I got him. Oh, he is. He is poisoned. Woo! That did a lot. That could have killed me. I feel like I lucked that. I don't feel like I deserved that. Shit. This guy has a big health pool. He's not that bad. I kind of goofed up a little bit though. Thanks for the carry. I appreciate that. Woohoo! Nice. You have a ring for me? Oops. Well, when we get to the next spot. What the hell? How do I mute that? How do I change those settings? Notifications? Play sound? No. Steam notifications. How do you do sound? What the hell? One moment, give me a second. I'm getting a notification. I gotta figure out how to silence this. I didn't even notice that. Okay, hold on a second. I don't know how to turn that off. I literally can't find it, so. Anybody know where that was mine. That was my Steam. I'm really sorry. I'm detracting from the gameplay. But I just got a message and I realized that this version my Steam. There you go. There you go. Hold on, wait. My friend didn't know. Hold on, my friend didn't know that I was live streaming. Hold on, I can send the I can send it. Hold on. I didn't know this friend didn't know that I streamed. Okay, well, I don't know how to silence it, so. Oh, that's awesome, Straw Hat. It is really good. It's a fun-ass game. All right, well, I don't know how to turn off the notifications, so you're just gonna have to ignore when the beep and bloop happens, I guess. I literally can't find it. That's so goofy. I know, I feel like a boomer, but also I'm looking at the settings right here and I see the notifications and I do not see any options for sound. Hold on. I don't know. I don't see it. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't know. Oh wait, I bet I could do it like this. There we go. That should do it. Okay, this'll do it. There we go. That should do it. That should do it. Anyway, all right, let's get back to the gameplay, shall we? All right, here's my nonsense. Okay, hold on a second. I have no idea where I'm supposed to go next. All right, let's do this. I've mentioned this is the farthest, just a reminder for everyone who's watching, who hasn't been watching my playthrough, this is the farthest I've ever been in Dark Souls 2. I don't know anything about the game, really, besides what I've seen randomly watching other people's snippets of other people's gameplay. Yeah. So, if I seem bad or I'm dying a lot, it's because I am bad and I am dying a lot. It's that simple. I just don't know what I'm doing. Shortcut ahead. I don't think so. Porcine shield and the flame butterfly. Oh, isn't the porcine shield? That's the spiky shield, right? No, it's the pig shield. Oh, I love the pig shield. Pig shield. Look at that shit. What a funny shield. Absolutely incredible. This game has incredible drip. That's one of the things that I think is most powerful about this game that I really feel like I was most incorrect about. That this game is actually quite incredible. Just how much good fashion this game actually has. People are talking about Beepus? Why are you talking about Beepus? The fuck? I'm drinking spiced Coke. Because yes, the spice still flows on Arrakis. Apparently my stream is Arrakis now. Oh dear God. I'm actually so impressed. I really wanna say, oh, that looks like a door. Thank you all for being here and watching. It's been a really wonderful last few streams. Oh, here we go. Flame quartz ring +3. Oh, you're giving me the cheating rings. Thank you, I appreciate that. I guess I'll equip that. What's this one? Life ring +1. We'll do flame quartz ring +3. Oh yeah. Okay. So I can't. I gotta put it on instead of this one. Thank you very much. The raspberry part of the spiced Coke, I didn't even notice that it said raspberry on there. I kept describing it as like double cola because I really do think it is. I didn't even realize the raspberry part. I think it's really good. Like, it's really yummy, but it is very strange. Visions of Destroy Ring. Oh, Lord of the Rings. Uh-oh. Made me think for a second there. Impossible. What do you mean by impossible? Okay, this is a really fucking weird place. This is a dream. This is like a location that would be in a dream. Okay, I want to just take a moment. I'm sorry for making you wait, Bath, but can we just acknowledge, like, these look like fancy school windows, and they're all looking inward into a weird lava pool that's attached to a smelter. What is this supposed to be exactly? This feels unironically like a nightmare location. Wild, right? I don't know. Kind of amazing. But also kind of messed up. Okay, so we got a door over here. What we got in here? Ooh, Ferris Lockstone. Let's do it. Oh, Didn't mean to do that. Bye. Bye. Get cooked. Get cooked. I want to do this Ferris Lockstone though. Shit. Oh shit. Jog required ahead. Yeah, I can tell. But I want to do the Ferris. I want to do the Ferris. Okay, this will be helpful. We are doused. Oh! Crystal! Oh, the crystal lizard's gone. What the hell? Shit. What have I done? Am I filling the room? Wait, is this Ferris Lockstone only gonna open up to a fucking water pool? Because that would be a real bummer. Maybe I shouldn't use the Ferris Lockstone here. Bye. No, it doesn't? Okay, I'll go do it then. Getting lots of souls. Wait, why didn't I go back and spend my souls? Oh my god, why am I being so stupid? That is so dumb of me. Oh my god, what was I fucking thinking? What were they thinking? What was I thinking? Bruh. Alright, up we go. Huh? What? There's a bonfire here? There was just a bonfire. Huh? Huh? Monster ahead. Ah, monster ahead! Shit! Wait. It didn't look like a monster. I checked it. Pure luck ahead. Belfry Soul approach. I don't even know what a Belfry Soul is. Sounds, I mean, I'm guessing it's gonna have the little dwarves in it, right? So first, before I spend any, I need to, oh shit, I gotta go buy, no, we gotta level up and then I'll go buy arrows at the other guy. The truth is I really need some goddamn arrows. But I need good arrows. Okay, so our adaptability is great. Our dex is great. Our strength is fine. We could probably use more vigor. Up to 30? Vigor up to 30 seems really solid. Hey, Cano Saltier, hope you're doing well. I don't have any Estus flask.
But whatever came. Those who come to Drang Lake seeking salvation soon lose hope and turn hollow. It happens to them all, sooner or later.
Happens to everyone.
Blue knight at the base of the tower. His spirit is already broken.
Oh yeah, he's definitely busted.
Although he does offer sound advice. Perhaps he is a foreshadowing of your own future.
No! That is such a roast of Dark Souls players. Your soul will be broken and then you'll just give good advice to other players. Bro. Nah, come on. The funny thing is that the most passionate Souls fans that I know are the least soul-broken people. There's something special about these games. It makes you have vim for life. Vim and vigor. Oh. I don't know. I think there's just I think the Souls games cultivate and invite a certain type of perseverance, a certain type of will. And, you know, as it turns out, having perseverance means that, I don't know, you might be slightly more likely to take each day as, I don't know, even when things are rough, like you're looking upwards or whatever. You're ready for the challenges, no matter what they are, even if they're crazy and scary. All right, I'm gonna buy the max amount of arrows that I can purchase, because I know I'm gonna use them. Spending 13,000 souls on arrows seems like it might not be a good idea, but I assure you, it is. All right, let's do this. Remember, I was setting out to play bows initially, so. Oh, I'm trapped. Okay, well. I'll see what's up here then. Oh, hello.
You wish to guard the bell, you do. For the princess and prince, forever, for true.
Yes. I joined the Bell Keepers.
Here for you. When you're round the bell, you'll be brought near. When the bell is in trouble, the ring brings you here.
This guy's fun.
Slice him to pieces for the prince. Yes!
Damn, that is a wild laugh. They were like, Dark Souls 2 was really like one of the defining characteristics of the Dark Souls series is definitely crazy laughs, and they were right. They were 100% right. And I swear to God, they probably made it like when they were finding voice actors, they were like, all right, let's hear your craziest laugh. And if they, no matter how good their other voice acting was, they had to have a good crazy laugh or else they wouldn't get hired. That's my personal theory. Because all these voice actors are really good and they also have crazy laughs. Ooh. Drifter Swordsman Adiel. Let's do it. Oh, we got some other defenders here. Oh shit, what's that over there? Oh, we gotta come around, I see. Oh, fuck. It's time to fight little metallic dwarfs! Bullying. This is bullying. Come along with me to a world by the sea. When a bumblebee... Why do I have the Adventure Time song stuck in my head all of a sudden? Come along with me to a... I don't remember the words. They're really simple too, but it's great. How the fucking words go? Adventure Time is amazing. Adventure Time is just incredible. I love that show so much. It has a really special place in my heart. Bell. What's opening? Something's opening somewhere. I heard it. Maybe it's up above? Alright, I guess we go up. Sniper spot and then try sorcery? Yeah, probably. Oh man, there's so many little nooks. There's so many nooks and crannies. Oh, this person died. That's sad. Listen, everybody, I'm a real gamer. I game 23 hours a day, and then I work 24. That's just how it is when gaming is your job in life. I'm even gaming in my sleep because I game so much that all I dream about is video games anymore. That's how much of a gamer I am, everybody. Oh. Immolation? I'm so much of a gamer that the only words I use are gamer words. That's all I need anymore, you know? Because I'm on my gamer grind. Wait, so I came all the way back around now? Oh, that's curious. Is that really all? All? That's all there is to the belfry? Did I miss something? Chariot says, random thought, but today I had exactly no occasion whatsoever to be thankful for how far I've come re BPD stuff, and in hindsight, I really feel like hearing you talk about mental health stuff way back in late 2021 helped. Aw, thank you. And also, that makes me really happy to hear. No occasion whatever to be thankful. It's mostly a PvP area. Well, when do I get to PvP? I want to get the item. Somebody said there was a good item if I'm in the thing. Sorry. Chariot, that means a lot. I haven't talked about mental health stuff as directly on here lately. Partially because I think that it's really, I don't know, it makes you very vulnerable, and it's not a vulnerability that I'm always ready to engage in. And I already feel like I'm a fairly open and vulnerable streamer, you know? When I think about it, and when I hear stuff like that, it makes me not regret talking about it openly, you know? Because sometimes I do get pangs of that. I do wonder if it was like, I wonder, you know, if it was a smart move to talk so openly about things I struggle with. Because people do fucking They do jump on it. But at the same time, it's also like, I don't know, there's probably a greater value in sharing those experiences, you know? And that other people can, I don't know that they're not so alone. I mean, after all, for myself, like dealing with the mental health issues that I was dealing with, it was people being willing to share their experiences. Oh, why did I do that? It was people being willing to share their experiences online that, God, that helped me deal with it in the first place. Like, for example, I remember once reading a blog about BPD and love, and it was the first thing that I'd read about BPD that was by someone with BPD that wasn't focusing on only the negatives of the experience. It was talking about something that they viewed as a sort of positive of the way that their brain worked, you know? And of course, like, you could say, well, if it's a positive, then that's not BPD, right? It's something else, right? It's like, because by definition, that the BPD is the disordered thing. But that's really, and that's true to a degree. You would be somewhat correct in saying that. But also, the simple reality is that, like, the way that people are categorized and the way experiences are categorized when you struggle with mental illness of some sort or another, and also the way that mental illnesses are structured, there's not always clean language to talk about it perfectly, you know? And there is a lot of conflation of sometimes intentional, sometimes unintentional, sometimes just as a limitation of language, of like the experience of dealing with something versus the thing itself. But anyway, I'm rambling completely. But the point is that I read a blog in which someone talked about the positives of one aspect of their sort of BPD mind, I guess is the way to put it. That's the best way I can think to put it right now while I'm playing Dark Souls 2 and shooting an arrow at a turtle. And it was basically the idea that they are capable of being a forever lover. That the bonus side of like people know about, okay, for those who don't know, in BPD a very common thing is a concept called a favorite person. And it's not only with BPD, but it's particularly strong in BPD. And a favorite person is basically somebody that people with BPD often become almost obsessively attached to. Everything that they say is incredibly important. Everything that they do is, it becomes centered in your mind. By the way, this is part of the reason why a lot of people with BPD are very vulnerable to being abused by people who are okay with taking advantage of that level of attachment. And anyway, this blog that I read was talking about how the favorite person aspect means that in their committed relationship, that they never felt like they left the so-called, honeymoon period. That they had heard people their whole lives say that, like, oh, well, as your life goes on, you're gonna love someone differently, and you might not feel as strongly towards them. And that they'd had, and that's fairly common in relationship advice stuff, is like, oh, well, as time goes on, you're not gonna love someone as much as you once did, or all that kind of, oh, well. That's interesting. And anyway, they were talking about the fact that even years into their relationship, the fact that they have that type of attachment, which they have to be careful about, and obviously they have to, they had to learn to understand and balance. But because of that they have been able to maintain a very different experience to that they still feel, nearly, if not just as strongly about their partner many years later. And I remember reading that and feeling like, wow, like that's something that I've felt. That's something that I felt was, you know, very different between my experience with other people, the way that I experience relationships, and even some of the relationships I was in, the way that I felt about that. And it was very informative, and it was framed in such a positive and compassionate light. And it was so understanding that, I don't know, it made a big difference for me. This was incredibly, incredibly rambly, and I feel a little self-conscious about the way I'm talking about it. But the point is that learning about and hearing about that was helpful. It made me feel better, and it made me feel empowered to approach my own mental health in a different angle. And I don't know, it was the beginning of me making serious strides towards self-betterment and towards an understanding of how my mind works, and the things I needed to work on, and the things that I'd been vulnerable to in the past. Yeah. And I don't know. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, bye-bye. Kino Saltier said, it took me so long to realize I have BPD, like I literally had to get into a help group to admit it to myself. I destroyed so many of my relationships, and I think the most difficult barrier to BPD is actually knowing that you have it. Yes. But yes, but it's also very complicated. How do I put this? So, okay, so BPD is like all, you know, like all mental disorders. It is one descriptor of a series of different, you know, symptoms. And it is a nebula of symptoms that we sort of call like a distinct thing. But the reality is that most mental disorders are not distinct things. They have overlaps. There are all kinds of things that are like shared between BPD and PTSD, PTSD and ADHD, ADHD and autism. Autism, ADHD, and BPD are often, you know, very difficult to tell the difference between. And as a result of this, there are all kinds of things about BPD where people get misdiagnosed or, you know, in one way or another. Some people who are dealing with PTSD get misdiagnosed as BPD. And part of the thing that makes it so complicated, specifically with BPD, is that there's so much stigma around it, which means that a lot of times, you know, only certain people are likely to be, you know, what's the word that I'm looking for here? I'm blanking. Are likely to be, you know, sort of, why am I blanking on the word? Diagnosed. Jesus Christ, my brain. Likely to be diagnosed with BPD. Oh, Jesus, what is that noise? What's that sound? And so as a result of that, sometimes it's like someone has a certain trouble, and then because of certain stereotypes, they're diagnosed with BPD, and that doesn't necessarily help them. But also sometimes people who don't have BPD, who do have BPD, or who have symptoms similar to BPD, aren't like, they're not given the tools they need. And one of the craziest, I hate to use the word crazy in this context, but you know, whatever. One of the wildest things, I guess, about BPD especially, is how well it responds to DBT, you know, dialectical behavioral therapy, and other like thought process related therapies. It responds really, really well, you know, to these types of things, and the prognosis is really good. Oh, great. The prognosis is really great, And so, like you've said there, like you said just a couple of seconds ago, finding out that you have symptoms or that you have BPD or that you have symptoms that are similar to it lets you recontextualize so much that's happening in your life and gives you and starts to give you the tools to start self-reflecting and starts to give you the you know, depending on your situation, like a support group or whatever, you can start to learn from other people like what works, you know what I mean? And my life before figuring out that and getting that diagnosis, and after, they're like completely different. They're like completely different experiences, you know? It let me, I don't know, it gave me a perspective that had a framework that helped me understand things. There's so much that I could say, like the interpersonal attachment, the favorite person, the splitting, the internal splitting, the external splitting. These were things that I had never been able to describe by other means, and it gave me a tool to understand them. And yeah, it's and also the other interesting thing is that as time has gone on, I've realized that I didn't know at the time. I didn't realize just how much overlap there are between ADHD, autism, and PTSD and BPD. There is so much similarity, and a lot of the skills that are valuable to people with BPD are going to be valuable to someone with ADHD and autism, or someone with, you know, CPTSD. Let's get past this thing. So, I don't know. One thing that I've sort of realized over the years is that I feel like the diagnostic process is often very label focused. In that it's like you are autism, you are ADHD, you are blank. You know what I mean? And I think that can have obviously can have problems, but also I think that it ignores the value of analyzing the overlaps and recognizing, you know, how much you can benefit from these things. Like, I don't know, I already knew at that point that I had ADHD, so and like, here's an example. I'm really rambling here, but an example is rejection sensitive dysphoria, RSD. Rejection sensitive dysphoria is a term that refers to an extreme negative reaction to rejection. Specifically, in the case of BPD, it's most specific to the favorite person. So like, if you know, a BPD person who has a favorite person might react incredibly badly, or like negatively, like not necessarily badly, like aggressively, but they might react incredibly like depressively to even something small. Like they might take something that that their favorite person, the person that they love, like they might take something they say that seems really minor, and they might take that as a rejection of the self, you know? Like, oh, I failed on some level. I've done something horrible. And rejection sensitive dysphoria is really common in BPD. It's also incredibly common in autism. It's also incredibly common in in CPTSD as well. You know what I mean? Like, oh, no, 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 no! Shit. And it might be slightly different. The tendencies and structure of that might be slightly different, you know? Oh, shit. I really should have been at the other one. God damn it. I gotta go to the other one. You know, in the case of like autism, it might the rejection sensitive dysphoria might not be centered around around a favorite person. It might be more generalized, you know? It might be the fear of, it might be a paralyzing fear that prevents you from, you know, going out and doing something you want to do, like getting a job that you really want, or pursuing a degree or whatever. Whereas, you know, for a BPD person, the rejection sensitive dysphoria might be very focused on the favorite person, and might be literally not present at all for other things. Like there are BPD people who are completely immune to rejection from anyone other than their favorite person. I shouldn't say completely immune, but that are significantly more immune to that. Like they might not be bothered by a job rejection at all, and that could even be detrimental, you know, in some cases. But for me, I had a pattern of extreme negative reactions to rejection from, you know, my favorite person, the person who was the center of my mind and life at that moment. If they didn't want me, I would feel like trash. I would feel literally worthless, debilitating. You know what I mean? It would completely ruin my life. And I had to learn and realize that this was a part of something bigger that I was dealing with, and also learn how to deal with it. What is this guy doing? And why? Anyway, that was a really big ramble. The point is that mental health is complicated, and we collectively, humanity does not have all the answers yet, and a lot of the things that a lot of the like disorders and whatever that we have names for now will not be recognized as what they are now in the future. You know what I mean? Or they might be recognized by completely different names with similar meanings. It's very complicated, you know? The reality, though, is that there are things that can improve and make your life better. There are things that you can find, skills that are valuable. And I think that by people sharing their experiences and talking about them, you can help find these things. Like, I don't know. So, I certainly found it helpful. And also, like, over the years, my BPD symptoms, the things that once led me to getting diagnosed with BPD have almost disappeared. I wouldn't say completely, but they are so much less than they used to be. It's so much drastically reduced, and that's been a lifesaver. And a lot of people would have said that that's impossible. There are people who are very prescriptive, we'll say it's prescriptive is the best way to put it, about mental health. And they'll say things like, you know, oh, well, you know, it's like certain ways of or certain diagnoses are like death sentences, which is just not true. It's so nonsense. It's so ridiculous that people talk that way about stuff. Especially when even the science doesn't agree with them, you know? They're not even like I don't know, spouting, you know, like scientific, like sus science. The science doesn't even agree with them in the first place, you know? Ouch. Shit. I hope that all of that made sense. I am very self-conscious. That's not the right word. I am very worried that it didn't. or that it was nonsense. I really do appreciate you saying that, Chariot, and I truly do wish you the best, and I am very happy that something that I've said in the past was able to be, I don't know, helpful to you. That means the world to me. Many things that you've said have been very helpful to me as well. I very much value your presence, your insight, and your thoughts in my life. And in this world, honestly. The internet is more blessed because of your presence, so. Hey! Good job, Straw Hat Monty. I knew you could do it. I knew you could do it. Ow! Holy shit, what a mess. Oh my god, what a mess. Manhunter O'Hara, come on. Come on, O'Hara, let's do this. Whoa! Alright, I'll come up here. I think we'll beat a boss, and then I'm gonna be too tired, and I need to go to bed after that. Oh, incredible. Wonderful to have a bonfire right here. Ooh. We're inside the giant Minotaur. Holy shit, we are inside a giant metal Minotaur? That's so fucking cool. That's so awesome. I just noticed that by looking at the eyes, and then I looked at chat and you were saying it. Hold on, I want to look at some stuff in chat real quick. Hold on, give me 1 second. 1 second. Chariot says, via my BPD, I've had a lot of issues with friends, partners, and family, including my parents, but something my mother once told me when I told her I wished I wasn't this way echoed what you said. She said it hurts, but it also means that you love that hard too. That was very much my experience. Very, very much so. I think those are words of wisdom, unironically. Cobalt Swiftpaw says, I'm not anti-psychiatry, but I am psychiatry critical with the tendency to put things into discrete and strongly defined boxes. For example, BPD and CPTSD are extremely related, but not a lot of people make that connection because the DSM is behind on CPTSD entirely. I agree. I am also someone who is very critical of psychiatry, but also recognizes that I also recognize there are findings that have come from that world that are valuable. The way that it operates institutionally is concerning at times. Not just concerning, monstrous at times. Let's be real. The history of psychiatry is a very dark history. But there are some findings that are very useful, especially as it has moved beyond Freud, who was a fucking quack and a monster, in my opinion. Zoe Vecht says, it made perfect sense. For a lot of people with BPD, it makes sense that the symptoms reduce over time because you learn more coping strategies as you age. Hopefully I can get to a point in life where the environment isn't so antagonistic. I found it very difficult to live in antagonistic environments. However, even when they were, I was able to navigate them more once I learned good coping tactics. Another bored person says, you certainly don't come off like most of the BPD people I've known. They all had pretty serious issues internalizing things, like they had to think outside their own head. Well, it's impossible to see what goes on in my head. I definitely have, there are a lot of ways in which, BPD people are not what most people expect. what most people see when they think about BPD is they think of a character like, they think of characters from movies. And that's just not how it is in reality. There's a lot of different ways that it can express itself. Also, the other thing too is that I've had a long time of knowing this and figuring it out, you know? Like I've had to learn a lot and change a lot and grow a lot. And I've also deliberately, very, very carefully, you know, developed techniques to help me deal with the negative effects, you know? Demon Mama, if you see this, do you remember the name of the article you brought up earlier? Oh my goodness. Not off the top of my head. I have it saved somewhere. I don't even know if the blog is still around. I think it was a I think it was like a Medium blog or something. I have it saved somewhere. I'll try and find it. But I don't know what it is right now. I'm sorry about that. I wish I could remember off the top of my head. I wasn't expecting it, otherwise I would have had it on hand. Zoe Vecht says, BPD isn't recognized as the same diagnosis in the ICD-10. It's just listed under personality disorder, so folks don't define themselves as BPD, but instead as a cluster of traits. Hell, there is talk about redefining dysphoria as a medical condition similar to autism, which is technically in the manual, but not a mental illness. Yeah, yeah. BPD, the diagnosis for BPD used to be considered like a psychiatric, like I don't know what the right word is. Oh, oops, I need to turn these off. Okay. It used to be considered like a psychiatric death sentence. It used to be, the way that they treated people with BPD was fucking evil. It was basically, BPD at one point was used as evil person I don't like disorder. And a lot of its diagnosis was centered around whether or not it was difficult for the psychiatrist to deal with that person on a personal level. They would be, people with BPD would be like, you can go and you can find letters, like they're available online because researchers have talked about and looked at them. You can find letters of psychiatrists advising other psychiatrists to refuse to treat people with BPD because they are unsavable, quote unquote, monsters. It is genuinely evil and heinous behavior. And it's fucked up. A lot of people are completely wrong in their understanding of BPD. BPD can be very, very difficult. I realize I've gone this entire conversation without actually saying the name of it. I've just said the acronym, borderline personality disorder. And of course, the entire concept of borderline personality disorder is still under review. Like I said, I don't think that BPD as we know it now will exist in the future. I think that we will have different terms for it. However, compassionate people have figured out ways to greatly advise and help people with BPD. I approve of that type of behavior over the sort of like judgment labeling nonsense. We're gonna cook this guy. Old Iron King? More like Old Iron Dung. I don't think that's the one, Snorkoop. I don't think so, but I could go double check. This guy's a bit of a gimmick, huh? We cooked him. We cooked him. Wow, well done. I don't even think I finished my joke, did I? Didn't I make a joke? I got distracted by shooting arrows. I can go to Drangleic now? Hell yeah. This is gonna be sick. Visions of Miscreant, then Head. Knew you were lying, you fool. Oh yeah, we're gonna get, it's time. Listen closely, everyone. We're about to get some sick-ass vocals. Here, I'm gonna crank them up just a little bit so they're deafeningly loud because it's gonna be amazing. I think. Oh!
No one has come this far, not for a very long while. Young Harlow, do you wish to shed this curse? Then accept the fate of your ilk and face the trials that await you. Unless you have already joined the Crestfallen.
This guy is so fucking wild.
Young Harlow, there are but two paths. Inherit the order of this world, or destroy it. Only a true monarch can make such a choice. Very few indeed have come even this far. And yet your journey is far from over.
Far from over. We got a long way to go.
Outgrown Hollow, have you what it takes? Truly? Young Hollow, seek after Venric. He who almost became a true monarch. The Venric is certain to guide your way. Fledgling Hollow, may we meet again?
Wow. This guy might actually be the most important lore NPC in the series. Straight up. Yeah, Aldia is pretty goddamn important to the lore of this series. He's a pretty fucking important guy. Forbidden is the path to the ancient king's domain. With water dry and paths amiss, woeful temptation is dismissed. In the tower of the old Iron King resides a child of dark. Trespassers will face adversity befitting a monarch. Bravery required ahead. This is how we go to the DLC, if I remember correctly. I wanted to answer some of the actually, let's go in here. Let's take a look at it. And then I'm going to answer some of the messages I've gotten. Whoo! Already looking stunning. Look at that. The sign written here is being channeled from somewhere far away. Impossible, but think carefully. Try happiness, Weakness. Dash and then be wary of boss. What the hell? Quite something ahead. Try happiness. Message ahead. What? I don't know what any of this is. Rear ahead and then try charmer. I don't know what's going on here. Oh yeah, I don't think I have this one yet. Okay, yeah, we can't open this yet. Which means we go back and then I level up. Monica G, thank you for joining as a YouTube imp. Thank you so much. I'm glad someone I follow is playing Dark Souls. Oh, we're gonna get to Dark Souls 3 after this and it's gonna be amazing. I am so excited to play Dark Souls 3 together. Dark Souls 3 is amazing. Thank you so much, Monica, for supporting the show. Now, we'll save the Dranglaic reveal for next time.
You are blessed with bearer of the curse.
Make your way to the castle. I will do so. We'll save the reveal for next time because it'll be very exciting. All right, what do we want to put? I don't even know how we should level up. More decks? Or should we put it into other things? Maybe a little more decks? I don't know. All right, we'll do that in the future. I'll level up next stream. That way that I don't have to think about it right now. Because I want to answer what people said in chat. I want to answer all the stuff that people said in chat before I go. And I'm getting really tired and it's really late, so. Ended up doing a 7.5 hour stream again. I should grab a DLC weapon. Yeah, I definitely should. What's next after Dark Souls? Demon Souls and Bloodborne, then Sekiro, and then Elden Ring. Okay. Hold on one second. All right, let me read this real quick. Actually, god damn it. I really need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Stick around if you want to hear me read the chat comments. I gotta go to the bathroom. I should have played the bathroom song, but it's also kind of late and people might get bothered by it. Anyway. All right. Should have done the bathroom song, but I also really needed to go to the bathroom. And I want to read these messages. Ooh, I've never seen Demon Souls. Demon Souls is amazing. Dark Slime 0 says, I want to say thank you for what you said about CPTSD and BPD. Having been diagnosed with the former, rejection-sensitive dysphoria is something I struggle with daily, and there's no easy way for me to explain it to others. I've lived for years just avoiding making friends or reaching out to new folks because of that, and I'm slowly getting more social now. It's really hard to deal with, and people don't understand what is meant often when people say rejection-sensitive dysphoria, because everyone goes, well, no one likes getting rejected, right? Rejection-sensitive dysphoria is way stronger than just not wanting to be rejected, okay? It's like, rejection-sensitive dysphoria is like someone says, like, they say something like, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to think of an example. It's like a partner says something that, that's like, that hurts you in some way, like, or that is dismissive or something, and your brain runs 100 miles with it and says, oh, they're done with me. They're going to get rid of me. This is the beginning of the end. They said they didn't feel this way. And you might, and it might even be that they said something actually hurtful, or it might have just been an accident, but your brain is like, it's the end. It's over. This is it. You are trash, and it's overwhelming. RSD isn't just, no one likes getting rejected. No one likes feeling put down or whatever. Rejection-sensitive dysphoria is cranked up to 11. It's the most, it's like world-ending stuff is what it feels like when you experience it. Yeah. Another bored person says, that's pretty much exactly what my buddy who became a school counselor said. His degree was in psychiatry, and he said that most of the field fucking despises dealing with BPD patients. There's a self-reinforcing thing. BPD, the symptoms that are generally associated with BPD are, first of all, can be very difficult for a person to live with. They can be very disruptive and painful. And they can be hard to reason with, especially in extreme cases, you know, where people are really, really, like, they're totally incapable of getting a hold of the symptoms. But there's another thing, which is that because BPD is used as a way to sort of to label problem patients, quote unquote, or it has been in the past, that means that that there's an internal to psychiatry problem of basically saying we're going to slap this label on everyone who's really hard to deal with, which furthers the problem. Which means that you know, psychiatrists and counselors and whatever are going in with pre-existing expectations of what they're going to be dealing with, when in reality everybody's a different individual. No two people who deal with BPD deal with it the same way. Never let cops know you have it. Yeah, well, you know, of course. Grady HD said, I've been told in the past that people with BPD are evil, manipulative psychopaths. Statements like that are so disgusting to me. Well, it's anti-scientific and it's not reality. It's just not true. You know, people with BPD are no more manipulative than anybody else. You know, I don't even know if you could even make that argument. It's like, sometimes BPD symptoms can lead you to manipulative behavior, but that's true for all kinds of things. Why do you think people become manipulative at all? It's a silly framing, and yeah. Stevie J says, I was told by multiple psychiatrists that BPD is a catch-all, quote-unquote, category for hacks to dump problematic patients into. Yes, it has been used like that extensively in the past. The reality is that there are certain symptoms that are composed into the BPD thing that are coherent to some degree, but the way that it's used is really bad. And I don't know. As time has gone on, I've spent a lot of time in my life thinking about ADHD and autism and PTSD and BPD and how much overlap there are between these things in my life. You guys saw me take the stinking autism screening test on stream. Well, some of you did. 4 times I had to take it because I kept messing it up. I kept breaking it at the end, which everybody was laughing at. And I know that I come up fairly high on autism screening tests. I also was diagnosed with ADHD. So I don't know. When I look at these things, there is a sense of just going, well, I don't know. I don't know what I am. And I don't think I'm any of those things, you know? And there's always a push and pull between wanting to use the label or the idea as a way to help you come up with ways to improve your life and live better and live happier, and also recognizing that like being trapped in a label is no good and also inaccurate, and it can be way too simplifying for a person's real experience, and also it could just be wrong. You know, the way that we currently formulate all of these distinct diagnoses might not exist at all in the future. In the future, there might simply be like, who knows, like a spectrum of brain styles, and it might be navigated in that way. Oh, okay, we recognize this is how you tend to approach the world, where here's some stuff that might help you live a better life or whatever. It might be a totally different framework. Yeah. Stevie J says they basically admitted that BPD was a garbage bin for their developing science to drop unknown things into. That's also somewhat real. Yeah. Grady HD says, I think labels like BPD or even ADHD or autism are all just starting points for recognizing certain patterns and modes of thinking and interacting with the world, but know that they are only a start. Exactly. They should never be taken as a final definition, or as worse, they should never be taken as a determining factor. An autistic person does not necessarily behave any way, you know? Yeah. Diving deeper into self-understanding is a personal pursuit that will never 100% match any other experience or description. Yes, of course. People have a very weird platonic view of humans, that there is like some ideal normal human somewhere, and not that every human represents an equal branch off of an evolutionary web that is incomprehensible to us. Every single human is the default human. There is no default human. Every person, you know, represents a different step for, you know. There isn't some normal way to be human. I'm struggling with the way to visualize this and put it into words, but there isn't some normal way that is like, there's not some, you know, platonic human that exists in an invisible plane that all humans are a derivation from. There was no original human. There is just derivations. That's it. We are all derivations. That's it. That's all that there is, you know? Mithril, thank you so much for renewing. Really appreciate that. Thank you so very much. When they can't figure you out, they assign you with BPD because it's a soft diagnosis that will not assign liability to insurance companies. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know if I'd go that far, but maybe. It's literally entirely about the financial liability of health insurance companies. BPD does not exist. It's not science. It's fake. It does not exist. That might be true in the same way that most psychiatric disorders don't truly exist. They are collections of various symptoms that can be associated with each other, but the reality is there's a lot of give and take, you know. Yeah. I mean, hell, look at the bipolar versus depression. The treatment for depression is a giant. It's a big. We know some things that have tendencies to work, but the reality is that you have to experiment a lot person by person. There is no single treatment track for depression, and lots of people don't have the normal treatment work at all for them. It's complicated. It's very complicated. Dark Slime Zero says, I want to be a counselor so that there's someone out there that knows what RSD and CPTSD is like. The effects on self-esteem and our self-image is quite profound. It's immensely isolating. I'm glad to be a part of a community that recognizes the struggle. 100% recognize the struggle. And don't worry, you're not over-pinging me or anything. True Chariot, True Chariot. That's why they call it best pussy disorder. Zoe Vecht says, the darkest side to BPD is that a lot of doctors don't want to treat us because they're afraid they'll lose us, and that can make their insurance costs increase from having patients who self-delete. Yeah. I mean, that's a problem with all of medicine, right? The financial incentives severely impede medicine's ability to function effectively. Another bored person says, I think that people become manipulative because it's a skill set they had to develop as a child to navigate their home life. That is a reason why people become manipulative. Not everything, it's not always in childhood. Sometimes it's later, but yeah, that is a reason why some people do it. Some people also develop things like fawn responses, if you're familiar with what that is. A fawning response is basically a response to abuse whereby someone basically pours love and adoration onto the person who's dealing out the abuse. That's a fawn response, you know. It's a fawning response. That's a common one too, and that's also a survival tactic. There's all kinds of things. Hypervigilance is another one. Something that's very common in both CPTSD and BPD is hypervigilance with regard to people's body and body language and facial expressions. Because if you learn as a kid that somebody in your life or whatever is going to hurt you, if they're angry or if they're feeling sad or if they're feeling a certain way, you start to get really good at reading their body language and their faces, and that can develop into something that you use your entire life. But it can also develop, it can become misapplied, You can become overly sensitive or hypervigilant, where you can't leave you alone. This was something that I dealt with a lot. I would worry that my partner was mad at me all the time. Anytime I didn't receive a fully positive response, I would be worried that my partner was mad at me. And I still sometimes fail with this. So with that partner, I established a long-standing thing to help me, which was that they knew, and I said that, okay, if I'm ever worried, may I have permission to just ask you simply? And that partner was like, yeah, absolutely. And so we just had a thing. And over time, it made me realize that I didn't always have to ask, but it was okay. And we were able to talk that out. And it didn't come off as like them feeling like they were doing something wrong or me feeling like I was doing something wrong. Instead, it was an established tactic that we could use to understand each other, that put my fears to rest and also let them know that they weren't like, that I wasn't interpreting them as an angry person all the time, because that's not what it was. It was that my brain interpreted, you know, anger in a certain way from experiences that I'd had throughout my life. Let me double check Knights of Knee. I might have missed it while I was in the bathroom. Knights of Knee, Knights of Knee with the $2 says, thank you for the stream. You're very welcome, and thank you for supporting the stream. Really means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the support. It means a lot. Like I said, viewer supported. It means all of your donations and everything mean everything to me. Oh my God, hypervigilance is so stupid. If someone breathes slightly differently, I think they're going to scream at me. Yeah, I get that. I get that 100%. Nerodia says, I feel like living with major depression gives me some insight into bipolar disorder. Treatment's different, but in some ways it feels like just having half of bipolar disorder. No manic episodes, just depressive. Yeah, there's a lot of skills and benefits that can transfer across what we call disorders, but they're not distinct. They're not fully distinct categories. Yeah. Anyway, I can feel my energy waning. So I want to say thank you all for being here. It's been a wonderful stream, a successful stream, 535 likes, a peak of around 400 viewers. Somewhere in the ballpark of 300 viewers were here for most of the stream, and over 200 stuck around until the very end of Dark Souls 2, at which point a couple hundred people stuck around. That's amazing, okay? It's not all about numbers, but that means a lot to me because I've noticed I've kind of still been fixating on numbers sometimes, but I try not to. But I want to celebrate when we do well, when we have a lot of people here, when we have a lot of imps here spending time with one another, contributing to the stream in their own way, to conversation around the stream. I want to be able to celebrate that without it becoming too fixated, you know? So I think that's pretty good. And it's a little way of looking back at the end of the stream and saying, damn, things went well today. It was a wild stream. We talked about a lot of different stuff. I think I only gave Danny 2 workable segments. Sorry, Danny. But thank you all for being here. Thank you for supporting me. And I'll see you all very soon. I'm going to wrap up now. Remember, as always, rule number 1, do not die. All right? I'll see you all soon.